been born with, or the one that had been forced upon me. Neither of those were mine, not even a little. I cut the letters KC into his skin. I hadn't let him see it, had quickly washed and bandaged it, making him promise that he wouldn't look until I explained it to him. He'd looked at me questioningly, but he'd promised, because he trusted me, because he loved me. Hands, different hands tugged my jeans down, hands that truly hurt me, hands that broke me apart. They yanked my jeans and panties down. They brushed over the scab, the one that, though still healing, was very distinct. That's when he started hitting me, and he didn't stop. He was killing me, I realized. I was gone, girl.
Swiss. We found her in a ditch. A ditch. He tossed her there like she was trash. Like she was trash. She was alive, barely. If he'd known that, he would have rectified the situation. It was obvious that he thought she was dead. She looked fucking dead. We'd only found her because Wire had managed to hack into the husband's phone, check it against locations. It had been at a hotel for a handful of hours before driving to this road off the highway. He was still on the move. We were following his exact route, and I only saw her out of sheer luck, because I was searching the sides of the road with dread, because Wire, a patched hacker in the Amber chapter, had been able to find one hospital record for Kate. 4 years ago, broken arm, nasty fucking break, required surgery. I remember running my lips across the faint scar on her arm, her telling me about a break, so breathless that I hadn't heard the edge in her voice. I'd been too far gone to push it. Push for more. Notes said she fell down the stairs. Kate was not clumsy, not even a little. She held herself with grace. Poise. I remarked on it many fucking times. And no way could someone get the injuries she got by falling downstairs. In addition to a broken arm, 2 of her ribs had been cracked. She'd been thrown down the stairs, or had the shit beat out of her. The bastard had broken her fucking bones. And I'd let her leave with him. That would haunt me for the rest of my life. That was the moment my gaze found an unnatural shape on the side of the road, when my headlight had illuminated it. Illuminated her. I'd all but tossed my bike to the side and skidded down the bank to where she laid. She was fucking naked, covered in blood. Her hair was matted with it, sticking to the swollen purple skin of her face. She didn't even look like herself. I wouldn't have fucking recognized her if not for the heart-shaped birthmark on her hip, if not for my initials carved into her other hip, if not for the thing inside me screaming in pain, in fucking fury, the thing that knew she was mine. My hands were shaking when I touched her, when I pulled her into my arms. She was ice fucking cold. "I got you, baby," I whispered, kissing her head. "I got you." I started to rock her slowly. "You're okay," I told her. "You're okay." I stroked her hair. My hand was wet with her blood. "You're okay," I said for the 3rd time. It wasn't a statement. It was a prayer. She didn't make a sound. Not a fucking sound. The crunch of the ground underneath boots was the only thing I heard. "Brother." The word came through a vortex. There was a hand on my shoulder. My piece was out of my cut and pointed at my president in one smooth move. My other arm stayed tight around Kate. Hanson held his hands up in surrender. We need to move her. Cover her. Get her to a hospital. His eyes stayed on mine, and I saw the silhouettes of my other brothers behind him. We need to get her fixed up. First, can you let me look at her? I gritted my teeth. Every instinct in me was thrumming to protect Kate, shield her, not let another man touch her. Fucking look at her. But that was fucking pointless. The damage was already done. Plus, Hansen had been a combat medic in another life. He was in love with his old lady. He was a good man. He would take care of her. Even knowing all of that, I couldn't let her go. You can hold on to her, he said placidly, evenly. You don't have to let her go. I just need to check her vitals. With my jaw clenched, I nodded to him, unable to speak. He needed to check her vitals. He needed to see if I was holding a dead woman in my arms. For the second time in my life, I was holding the world in my arms. And it was already fucking gone. Hansen moved forward slowly but urgently, as if he were trying to deal with a rabid dog. I was a rabid dog. His hands moved carefully, touching her reverently and professionally. His fingers were stained with her blood. I've got a pulse, he uttered. A faint one. A pulse. A faint pulse. I held on to that. Her heart was barely beating, but it was beating. That meant I still had something to hold on to. One thread to grip onto before I tore this fucking world apart. He looked at me. She needs a hospital. Although he spoke in a low, even tone, there was a sense of urgency in there that scared the hell out of me. Can't tell if she's got broken ribs. His eyes scanned her face. Her ruined face. Broken nose for sure. Maybe a fractured eye socket. He spoke with a calmness that came from the battlefield. There were muttered curses from behind him as he listed Kate's injuries that were anything but calm. She may be bleeding internally, Hansen continued. We can't treat her at the club. Hospital. It was with only the very worst-case scenarios that we fucked with hospitals. Sarah, the doctor the club trusted, could do almost anything at the club. Almost. Hospitals had protocols, paper trails, things that would become inconvenient for us. Life or death. That's what hospitals were reserved for. Well, then we're getting her to a fucking hospital, I snarled. Hansen nodded, watching me carefully. I realized I was still pointing my piece at him. We've got a prospect with a van 5 minutes out, Cody reported, staring at Kate in horror. All of the brothers were, except Hades. That motherfucker had nothing on his face, which was most dangerous. Does she have 5 minutes? I asked Hansen, lowering my gun. We were all on bikes. There was no way to transport her, even if she didn't. Hansen nodded. Yeah, she'll hold on, he said firmly. She's strong. I looked down at her, brushing the hair that was stuck to her face in blood. Yeah, Countess, I murmured. You're strong. You can hold on. Hold on for me. My eyes found Hades, the only person I would trust with the request I was going to make. You need to find the husband. Find him. Make him hurt. Don't cut anything off, but make him fucking hurt. Make him want to die. Take him back where I can finish him. Hades nodded, not hesitating to climb back on his bike and roar off. The husband would die. Slowly. If he died or not did not depend on whether Kate made it or not. If I died or not depended on whether Kate made it or not. Chapter 15. Swiss. "Sir, we can take it from here." I stared at the man in the white coat who was trying to separate me from Kate. I'd ridden in the ambulance with her, watching the paramedics work on her. They'd had to perform CPR about 5 minutes after they got there. Hansen had been right. Kate did have 5 minutes, but she wouldn't have had 10. If I'd fucked around for 10 more minutes, she would have died alone on the side of the road. They managed to bring her back. Faint pulse. That's what I was reciting in my mind. Faint pulse. "You aren't taking her anywhere where my eyes aren't on her," I informed the doctor, holding on to Kate's stretcher with an iron grip. In my mind's eye, I saw double doors close, the image gritty, faded with age. I saw a man in a white coat stop me as I tried to walk through them. Though they certainly couldn't be the same man, they looked the same to me. Older, white, went to the country club on Sundays. Because I'd been brought up to respect and fear such figures, I'd listen that time when he told me to wait, that he would take care of things. I'd believed the rich, older, educated man because I'd been conditioned to. Since then, I didn't respect anyone who wasn't wearing a son's cut. And in that moment, I didn't fucking fear anything other than Kate going through those doors without me. The doctor's eyes went sideways, probably looking for security. A burly orderly, whatever the fuck passed as protection here. He looked like the kind of fuck who would offer up the petite nurse beside him instead of face me himself. Then his eyes went behind me, where I assumed all of my brothers were standing. I didn't take notice of anything but Kate. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. The doctor swallowed visibly before clearing his throat. "It's against hospital policy, sir." I sighed, knowing that he was a pussy. A bureaucratic pussy, which meant he was going to waste time. Time that Kate did not have. So that was when I took my piece out of my cut, still holding on to Kate's stretcher as if it were fused to my palm, and I pointed it at the doctor's head. "I'm not fucking around," I informed the sufficiently scared doctor. The bustle of movement around me told me my brothers had my back against whatever rent-a-cops might have had any ideas. "This is my woman," I bit out. "And you are obviously one of the last people in town who understand what my patch means. But I'll educate you by telling you that I'm not afraid to use this." I shook the gun. "If you do not get your ass in gear and fix my woman, and forget all about hospital policy." The doctor gaped at me for a second, and I idly wondered if I'd be shooting a man today. I would do it in a heartbeat, without hesitation. I would not regret it. But it would be messy and inconvenient. Luckily, the doctor didn't have a death wish. "Okay, we need to prep her for the OR," he told the nurses. "Get him a gown." He motioned to me. I lowered my gun and started moving behind the doors, glancing to Hansen. He nodded to me, taking his place by the doors, as did the rest of my brothers. I trusted they would stand guard, make sure no one would come to take me from her side. They were in for a war if they did. Kate went into surgery, which meant I did too. I watched them cut open my woman. Save her life. Eventually she was settled into a room, in intensive care. At that point, Sarah, the club's unofficial doctor, who worked at this hospital, took over for the doctor who was shit scared of me. Sarah was not shit scared. She respected the club. Sarah took a lot of fucking risks for us, because she grew up in Garnet. She'd benefited directly from the club. and because she'd been in love with Jagger for a long time. She wasn't bitter about him and Caroline. She was happy for them. She was a better person than all of us fucking scoundrels. "How you holding up?" she asked, staring at me while she walked over to Kate. "Will be better when you tell me that Kate is going to make a full recovery." It was the first time I'd spoken in a while. How long had she been in surgery? I couldn't say. A lifetime, at least. Sarah didn't answer me at first. She reached down to squeeze Kate's hand in a gesture of tenderness that was not unlike her. Her blue eyes found mine. She had internal bleeding, which we managed to stop. She glanced to the charts in her hands. 3 broken ribs, collapsed lung, ruptured spleen. Her eye socket is fractured, and her windpipe is severely bruised. Every item on the list of Kate's injuries was a bullet through my skin, through my flesh, my bones. Each one fucking ripped me apart. My eyes found Kate's neck where the skin was shades of red, purple, and black, where he had strangled her, where he had tried to take the life from her. I remembered when those had been my hands, when I couldn't fucking come without teasing death out of women. Kate included. Kate especially. My stomach roiled in disgust. "I know it sounds like a lot." Sarah spoke gently. "And it is. She's incredibly lucky to be alive, but I can tell you that she is going to heal. It may take some time, but she'll heal." Sarah was not one to lie to me. I understood that. She might have been kind, but she didn't bullshit. So I knew she was telling the truth. But looking at Kate, so pale except for the black and purple of the bruises covering her face, the machines she was attached to, the breathing tube down her throat, I found it really fucking hard to believe her. When will she wake up? I needed to see her eyes, needed to watch her inhale and exhale under her own power. Nothing else would make me believe. Nothing else would bring me back from the edge. Only Kate could do that. Sarah sighed. "I can't tell you that. It may be tomorrow. It may be a week from now. She's undergone serious trauma, and her body will do a lot of healing while she's unconscious." She glanced down at Kate and then back to me. "With her windpipe how it is, she'll need to rest it for at least a week before she even attempts to speak." There was a loaded pause while Sarah's eyes roamed over Kate. "And we'll have to wait until she wakes up to assess the damage. She should be able to speak fully in time, but I can't make any guarantees." Her voice. I might never hear her fucking voice again. Right then, I tried to call it up in my mind, and for the fucking life of me, I couldn't remember what her voice sounded like. I couldn't hear shit above the dull roar in my ears. The pumping of blood through my body. The need to get the fuck out of the room and pull the skin off the man who did this. But I stayed still. Completely still. I held on to Kate's pale, limp hand. It was my anchor. Was she? My voice broke. I sucked in a breath. I was stronger than this, and I deserved this fucking information. This was my fault after all. I deserved to feel every ounce of pain that came with these words. Was she raped? I asked evenly. The handful of seconds between my question and Sarah's response were some of the longest and most terrifying of my life. No. It took a while for Sarah's words to cross the chasm I found myself in, to descend into the hole of self-hatred I was residing in. We don't have any physical injuries to suggest sexual assault. She expanded. I didn't sag in relief, not even a little. No injuries did not mean that he hadn't touched her, that he hadn't raped her. At some point, Sarah had crossed the room and was squeezing my shoulder. She's going to be okay. She's strong. A lot of people wouldn't have survived this, but she did. She survived, Swiss. She spoke firmly, as if she sensed that the words needed to be heavy to sink through the layers of panic and bloodlust in my system. I'll also do my best to convince my colleague to forget about the gun you didn't point at him, she added, a hint of amusement in her voice. Much obliged. I managed to bite out. I'll be back to check on her, she promised, giving my shoulder one last squeeze before she walked out. She survived. Yeah, there were machines telling me that she'd survived. There was the beeping of whatever was measuring her heartbeat. She was alive. But it remained to be seen if she truly survived. What he did to her, what I did to her, abandoning her when she needed me most. It remained to be seen if I could survive that. Cops are here, Hanson remarked. It had been a while, a day, maybe more, maybe less. I didn't fucking know. All I knew was that Kate hadn't opened her eyes. Kate still had a tube down her throat. I didn't take my eyes off Kate. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. Figures, I muttered. Want to arrest you, he added. My hand tightened around hers. They can certainly try, I grunted. He chuckled. Yeah, I told them as much. When Kay wakes up, you'll probably have to go down there, make some kind of statement. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. Won't be going anywhere until my woman walks out of this place on her own 2 feet, I said, still not taking my eyes off her. Hanson sighed loudly. You pulled a gun on a doctor, brother, he reminded me. I'm aware. Doctor in question is luckily having some memory issues. Thanks to Sarah, he continued. But there were witnesses in the waiting room who haven't been as open to our suggestions as we would have liked. Even with our connections, the cops still have to go through at least some of the motions. They are definitely taking it seriously. My jaw hardened. And you can tell them I'll happily hop down to the station, do a song and dance for them, when my woman walks her ass out of the hospital and gets off life support. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. We pay them enough, I added. They should be doing the song and dance for us. Another chuckle. Hanson slapped me on the shoulder. It was a dangerous move. Okay, brother, he conceded. I'll convince them that it's in their best interest to wait. My eyes ran over the bruises and cuts on Kate's face. You do that. His boots thumped against the floor as he walked out. It was just me and Kate again. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. Faint pulse. Heels clicked along the floor. I smelled her perfume, hating it immediately because it drowned out the very faint smell of Kate getting lost amongst all the cleaners and disinfectants in this fucking place. Freya pulled a chair to sit down beside me. I didn't look at her. "I can sit with her," she offered, "so you can get something to eat." I know better than to ask an alpha male to go and get some sleep, even though he's been awake for over 24 hours, when his woman is... She trailed off, staring at Kate, probably. Her breath hitched. "When his woman is healing," she finished, her voice stronger after clearing her throat. But I happen to have hard evidence that even though they may be able to exist on no sleep, alpha males do need to do things like eat. You know, to sustain life. I didn't answer. The sound of the monitors took up the silence in the room. Freya sighed and reached over to squeeze my thigh. "Do you think we should call her daughter?" Now my eyes darted away from Kate to Freya. I tried to read the emotion I saw in her eyes. Fear? But she didn't flinch back. She was married to Hades. This bitch was not one to spook easily. Almost anyone else probably would have gone running from the room. Old ladies weren't just anyone, though. They were one of a kind. Irreplaceable. "No," I ground out. Her expression was soft, eyes brimming with tears. "Sweetheart, her mother is on life support. Her father was hopefully being tortured by Freya's husband." "No," I repeated, looking back to Kate. She wouldn't want Violet to see her like this. Kate had lived through fucking hell for her daughter. She loved her with an intensity that radiated from her. She would want to protect her from seeing her in this condition. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make that or any other decision right now. But I could. I would. Freya's gaze bore into me, and I knew she was debating over whether to push me on this. It was brave to even consider that. She was doing this because she cared for Kate. Rationally, I knew that. But there was nothing rational about me right now. So I prayed she didn't push it. She squeezed my thigh one last time. "Okay." She stood up. "I'm going to bring a cheeseburger in here, and you're going to eat it. You won't even have to let her go. I'm pretty sure a badass can manage a cheeseburger one-handed." There was a heavy silence as she stood there, not leaving. "Kate will be pissed if you faint from hunger when she wakes up. It'll also damage your street cred." She lingered for a few moments longer before she walked out. Sometime later, exactly 2,131 of Kate's heartbeats, she returned with a cheeseburger. I ate it one-handed, holding on to Kate with the other.
Kate. I had been having a lot of weird dreams. Swiss was in all of them. He was eating a cheeseburger in one. In another, he was murmuring something about a heartbeat. There might have been something about him dancing or singing, but that couldn't have been right. Each time he was close enough to smell. My left hand was encased in his dry, firm grip. I ached to squeeze it, to let him know I was there. But I couldn't reach. I was down too deep, coming in and out. At one time, there was something stuffed down my throat, and I had clawed at it, trying to pull it out. Swiss was there too. I was reasonably sure he said the word fuck at least 5 times in 2 sentences. I'd wanted to smile at that, but I drifted off again. This latest time, though, I managed to claw my way out. There were a lot of things going on. Various machines beeping, which I deduced were attached to me as the hospital bed and room came into focus. I must have somehow survived Preston trying to beat me to death. And if I'd survived, there was no way I wouldn't be in a hospital. I distinctly remember the sounds of my bones cracking, a warmness and fullness in my stomach that I was pretty sure signified internal bleeding. I assumed I was on drugs since the pain was just under the surface, urgent and overwhelming. My throat stung, burned, like the pits of hell. Whatever drugs they were pumping into me weren't strong enough to numb that. Flashes rushed through my mind. Preston's hands on my neck, his nostrils flaring. Preston's furious eyes as they took in the letters on my hip, bulging with fury. With evil. Pure evil. Then there was cold. Empty coldness. The hard ground. Arms around me. Swiss murmuring things. His warmth. Not much else after that. My eyelids felt like they were made of cement. Sticky, heavy, gritty. It took some time to open them. Considerable effort. And I was tired. Exhausted, really. Even though I surmised I'd just woken up from something resembling a coma. But I fought against that. I used the hand in mine to grip onto as I pulled myself out. When my fingers flexed around it, there was movement. "Baby?" The voice was coarse, full of anguish, worry, hope. I worked harder to lift my eyelids. The room was blurry at first, so I had to squeeze my eyes shut against the harsh light. "Countess?" Softer this time. Pleading. The hand holding mine lifted, then his lips pressed on my fingers. "Wake up for me, baby." I held on to that. Swiss came into view. He was leaning forward, our intertwined hands resting against his mouth as if he were in prayer. He looked rough. There was stubble on his face. I'd never seen him with facial hair. He was religious about his shaving routine. I recalled teasing him about it. Then he skipped it one morning and left me with rashes on my inner thighs. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept in years. There was a ruggedness to him, a wildness that even I could recognize while feeling groggy and drugged up. He looked like an exposed nerve, a wild animal. His clothes were rumpled, stained with blood. My blood, I deduced. Fortunately, his cut covered most of that. And he was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I smiled. The gesture stretched skin that felt foreign, numb, and tight. But I did it anyway. His eyes glistened, and he laid his forehead on our hands for a moment. "Thank fuck," he muttered. He stood then, bent over to lay a kiss on my lips, the gentlest kiss he'd ever given me, as if I were made of glass. He brushed the hair from my face with that same gentleness. His face hovered inches from mine. A tear ran down his cheek. "Never been so afraid in my life," he whispered, resting his forehead against mine. We stayed like that for a long time, a gloriously long time, until we were interrupted by a very pretty doctor named Sarah. She checked my vitals and informed me that I couldn't speak for another 48 hours at least, due to vocal cord injuries. The burning throat made sense. Swiss stayed at my side during the checkup. He didn't let go of my hand. I suspected that he hadn't let go of my hand for however long I'd been out. There was dark scruff on his jaw that could almost be called a beard. I had been meaning to ask about how long he'd been here, if he'd slept, eaten, or at least gesture for a piece of paper or phone where I could write such questions. But I quickly became very tired and had to fight against my drooping eyelids. Swiss's thumb rubbed circles on the top of my palm. "Sleep now, Countess," he murmured. "You're safe now." I'm not going anywhere." His promise wrapped around me like a warm blanket. I forced my lids open and saw a wretched apology swimming in his eyes. There was blame there, a whole bunch of it, for letting me leave in the first place, I guessed. Preston, I assumed, was somewhere in the clubhouse. If he was alive, that was. I didn't waste more than a second thinking about that. But something else sparked in my mind, and my eyes jerked open despite the fast-approaching oblivion. My hand squeezed tight against Swiss's, and he sat up in response. I managed to get the single letter out before my voice broke completely. As it was, it sounded more like a scratch than a letter. But Swiss knew what I was talking about immediately. Who I was talking about. "She's fine, baby," he reassured me. "She doesn't know you're here." I sagged in relief. I couldn't bear the thought of my daughter rushing home from the time of her life to see her mother half dead at the hands of her father. No, I would not sentence her to that memory. Ignorance, whether it was ethical or not, was going to be my gift to her. For now, at least. "I've got your phone." He reached into his cut. The screen was smashed, but it was still working. "Been holding her off with texts. Well, I had to get Caroline and Freya to do a lot of the texting for me since I have no fucking idea what she's talking about half the time." He scrolled through, turning the phone to show me photos in the text thread. My heart bloomed with warmth, seeing my daughter's smiling face. Her black hair was whipping around her face in the wind. Her eyes seemed to glow purple against the lavender field she was posing in front of. Her shoulders were dusted with freckles I hadn't seen before. Swiss scrolled slowly, letting me take in my happy, healthy, unharmed girl until I lapsed into darkness. I woke again in the middle of the night. The only light in the room was from a lamp in the corner and a sliver coming from the bottom of a closed door. My eyes went searching for him, expecting to find him sleeping in the large chair he'd claimed at my bedside. But he wasn't sleeping. He was wide awake, staring at me, still clutching my hand. "I had a little girl." His voice punctured the quiet. I could barely hear it, but the words were thunder in my ears. "She would have been the same age as Violet." His chin dipped, looking down at our clasped hands. "A year and 6 months older, to be exact." The monitor measuring my heartbeat beeped faster as the words sunk in. "I got married young," he explained. "Real young. 'Cause I got my high school girlfriend pregnant. My parents insisted we get married. They were good Christians, you see." My hand tightened in Swiss's, or at least it tried to. I wasn't strong enough to squeeze it as hard as I wished I could. "My dad grew up in the hood. Worked really fucking hard to make sure I wouldn't. My brother wouldn't. He met my mom, got her pregnant, and they moved to a nice, mostly white neighborhood outside St. Louis." His voice had a smooth cadence. Even. It might have danced against my skin if it wasn't for the information he'd provided. The information that had torn through me. "They wanted more for their kids, you know?" His eyes held on to mine. "Wanted us to be doctors, lawyers, whatever the fuck people become after going to some fancy college." He shrugged. The gesture was almost violent, his hand tight on mine. "But then I went and got my girlfriend pregnant." He sighed. "My white girlfriend, whose parents weren't exactly thrilled some black kid got their princess pregnant." His eyes were dry, solid. "But they were good people, a little bigoted, which was something I was used to by then. So they accepted it, accepted me, begrudgingly." My heart thrummed, and the monitor continued to beat erratically. My skin ached for the pain in Swiss's voice, hidden expertly, which wouldn't have been detectable if not for how well I knew him. How well I thought I knew him, at least. I'd suspected there was something in his past. A trauma of some kind, but I had never imagined this. I could never have imagined this. There was no happy ending here. If there was, then Swiss wouldn't be sitting here. He'd be in a home with his wife, his child. Wedding was small but nice. We moved in with my parents. I wanted to get a job immediately, provide for my family. But my dad wouldn't hear of me dropping out of school. We butted heads on that. He grinned without humor. We butted heads a lot. He didn't continue immediately, so we sat there in silence. I watched him linger in that memory. My soul was splitting apart. His grief was palpable, pain a living thing. Mary stayed in school too. Her name was stated hoarsely. For as long as she could, at least. Planned on going back when the baby was born. Our moms were going to take turns with the baby. It was all sorted. He looked up to the ceiling, as if he was looking for strength to say the rest. Swiss, the strongest man I'd ever met, was struggling to find what it took to tell me the rest. He found my eyes once more. Mary got into a car accident. She was 8 months along. I didn't like her driving. We had arguments about it. She won. Another smile. No humor in it either. No joy. Only a regret that made my teeth hurt. A pain that made my bones ache. She was dead on arrival to the hospital, he said, voice flat and empty. They took her in for a C-section to try to save our daughter. He blinked a few times as if calling up an image. She was so small, he whispered, so beautiful. Her head fit in the palm of my hand. Tears ran down my cheeks. I didn't go to either of their funerals, he muttered. I was gone by then. My throat burned with all the things I wish I could have been able to say. The things that wouldn't make a difference, wouldn't change the pain in his voice or heal the open wound inside him that would always bleed. I was desperate to hold him, but my limbs were lead. Anyway, I didn't go to college. He rubbed the back of his neck. A lot of shit happened between then and now. Shit we'll talk about whenever you want. I just wanted to let you know that I'd never held anything in my arms that mattered like my daughter did. That meant the whole fucking world. His eyes burned into me, and he clutched my hand tighter. Until you, he whispered. You're my whole fucking world, Countess. You're my proof that I'm not ruined beyond repair. And if I'd lost you, there would have been nothing left of me. I opened my mouth, desperate to speak to him at that moment, the moment after he'd laid his soul bare to me. It did not deserve my silence. Don't talk, baby, he instructed, watching my mouth. I know you. There are probably a million things you want to say. I know them all, so you don't need to say anything. Just keep breathing. His eyes studied the monitors. Keep that heart beating. That's all I need you to do for me. I closed my mouth again, knowing that I was not strong enough to speak anyway, physically or mentally. Instead, I used every ounce of strength left in me to tug on Swiss's arm. With devastating slowness, Swiss stood and carefully climbed into the small bed. He tucked me into his shoulder, and I found my home on his chest, the one that had my initials carved into it. Chapter 16. Kate. I had finally been given the all-clear to slowly start speaking again, though most of my meals were still coming from a straw. and I was also disconnected from my catheter. That was a win, though the trips to the bathroom were painful, to say the least. I was already being weaned off the heaviest of painkillers, and the agony I was in surprised even me. Although I shouldn't have been surprised considering the extent of my injuries. Swiss had had a spirited argument with the doctors about my painkillers. When I'd winced and collapsed into him the first time I'd tried to stand. I'd shaken my head rapidly, grating out, "Stop, I'm fine." But I'd managed to communicate that, despite the pain, I wanted to be off the painkillers. Sure, they numbed things, but they made everything hazy and flat, made my mind cloudy and unfamiliar. I didn't like it at all. I wanted to be me, or as close to me as I could be, and I needed the pain for clarity. Swiss took a while to understand that, and it was hard to write it on a phone with weak fingers, but I managed. He was the one who helped me to use the bathroom, who stood in the shower with me. He would not hear of a nurse, male or female, doing either. The first time I'd seen my face, it was with him behind me in the mirror. He'd showered and shaved in the bathroom inside my hospital room. He ate in my room, slept there. He'd vowed at some point that he would walk out with me. So very Swiss. My body had jerked when I met my own eyes in the mirror. I barely looked like myself. The eye with the fractured socket had only just been able to open on its own again, since the swelling had gone down. One of my eyes had very little white, just bright, angry red where a blood vessel had burst in my eyeball. But both of them were black and blue. My cheekbone was the same. The split on my lip had healed, so the skin was scabbed. It was my neck that was by far the worst, even counting my midsection that was varying shades of purple, with a new scar running down my stomach where they'd opened me up to stop the internal bleeding. My neck was almost black at this point. It didn't look real. It didn't look as if a human could survive whatever had caused the skin to do that. The force it would have taken to create those bruises. But I had survived. "You let another man mark you, you'll die with that mark," Preston spat, dribble trailing down his chin. His glasses had fallen off at some point, and his eyes were cartoon-like. They were so wide. I clawed at the hands around my neck, trying to thrash. Something cut into my stomach. Something tore through my insides. Black spots danced in my vision. My lungs burned. I was going to die, and Preston was going to be the last thing I ever saw. "I fought him," I rasped, holding on to Swiss's espresso gaze so that memory didn't yank me away. I could only speak a couple of words at a time and hadn't attempted full sentences yet. This was the first one I'd uttered since I woke. Swiss jerked in the mirror, his hands tightening ever so slightly around my waist, but nowhere near as tight as he was capable of. There was none of that. Each of his touches were purposeful, consistent, either to show tenderness or to help me stand, pee, or walk. He hadn't been afraid to hurt me before, but now he touched me as if I might break at any moment. Now I was plenty hurt for him, I guessed. I wondered idly if he would ever touch me that way again, or if the image of me like this would haunt him. Already I ached for him to mark me, so that Preston was not the last man who bruised me. When it was clear he was... I cleared my throat and swallowed razor blades. When it was clear that he was going to kill me, I fought. My words came out slowly and were barely audible, but Swiss hung on every one. He was shaking with rage, with emotion, Hurt, guilt, I didn't know which. Maybe a combination of all. "I fought," I repeated, both for him and for me. "For me?" I croaked. I held his gaze even though parts of me were breaking apart. "For you," I managed before my voice gave out. Swiss was still shaking. His eyes were shimmering with tears I'd never seen in his eyes. "I know." His voice cracked. He laid his lips at the top of my head. "I know," he repeated against my head. "And I'm gonna thank God every day for that." We stood there for a long time, staring at each other, staring at my bruises, staring into the abyss still lingering, close enough to touch. The one where I didn't fight, the one where I died on the side of the road. "Let's get you into the shower," Swiss said when he'd stopped shaking. I nodded once, even that benign gesture sending splinters of pain down to my toes. I bit my lip trying to hide that, but of course Swiss saw it. He was watching for every hitch in my breath, every pinch of my brow. It was as if he were waiting for something to fall from the sky just so he could push me out of the way, save me from it. His fingers worked slowly, getting me undressed. My body was covered in bruises. It didn't take long to get me naked, and when I was, Swiss shed his clothes quickly. I grasped his cut, my fingers sinking into the leather, soft as butter. It calmed me, that piece of clothing. Something that could have been a part of Swiss for how important it was to him, how integral it was to his identity. To mine, too now. It was heavier than a simple piece of clothing, but despite my injuries, my weakness, it was a weight that I could carry. I hung it carefully on the hook on the back of the bathroom door. It took me a while to cross the small distance, my steps measured, slow, careful, as if I were learning to walk again. I half expected Swiss's hands to steady me. He'd made it clear he wasn't going to let me go anywhere without his help. But I made this small journey without his help. When I turned, Swiss was standing naked in the middle of the bathroom, staring at me in a way that took my breath away. Literally stole it. My heart jumped in my throat. Swiss was staring at me like I'd just hung the moon, like he was staring at the whole world with love. So much of it my chest burned. But pain, too. Utter anguish. My knees barely took me back to him. The second I stood in front of him, Swiss grabbed onto my hips and fell to his knees. To his knees. His forehead rested against my stomach, and his arms went around me, like I was the only thing tethering him to this earth, like he had no other choice but sink to his knees in front of me. My hands found his head and my eyes closed, finding peace that shouldn't have existed in a moment like that, but that's the closest word I could use to describe it. Swiss lifted his head slowly after a minute or so. His lips found the scar on my hip, almost healed now. His scar, the only mark on my body that belonged to him. The only mark on my body that I had obtained willingly. Swiss's lips landed on that scar, lingering there. His head lifted, and his eyes found mine. "Did he touch you?" Every letter of the words he spoke were carved into the air. I knew what he meant immediately. The words came out of somewhere visceral, some ancient, feral part of him. They were dripping with pain, blood. In that moment, I made the decision, made the promise to myself that Swiss would never, ever know what had set Preston off, that it was his mark on me that started it all, I would not let him carry that, cut himself to pieces on that serrated knowledge. It didn't matter that it very well could have been what saved my life, in a way. If that mark had not been there, Preston would have raped me. I wouldn't have fought him, but it would have been rape. And then, something inside me, something integral, would have broken, smashed into a million pieces, never to be repaired. Swiss's mark was the reason Preston almost killed me. But it was also the reason I was still alive, still me. I wouldn't be able to get him to understand that, though. "No, honey," I rasped. His eyes studied me as if he were searching for a lie I was telling to protect him. "I swear he didn't," I croaked. Swiss's hand slipped between my legs, cupping me gently there before moving to my ass. The gesture wasn't sexual, though I sucked in a rough breath and my core prickled with hunger. It was something more intimate. Swiss got to his feet once more, forehead resting on mine. "Let's get you cleaned up, Countess." When we got into the shower, I did something I hadn't thought I was capable of doing. Not yet, at least. I laughed. Of course, it was a garbled, fractured sound, but it was a laugh nonetheless, because inside that hospital shower was a red bottle of 4-in-1. And that's how I realized I would heal. Completely. Largely because of the man in the shower with me. My room was covered in flowers. There were crystals, too, for healing energy, according to Macy. There was an essential oil diffuser. I was wearing silk pajamas thanks to Marilyn, Freya's best friend, who had dropped off a huge basket of high-end skincare and nightwear. My nails were painted bright red. That was Freya. There was a large stack of paperbacks, most of which were steamy romances, and magazines from Caroline. Lord of the Rings was playing on a loop thanks to Macy. Swiss had muttered about it being weird elf bullshit, but I'd woken from a nap or two with him watching the TV rapt. Hand still in mine, but eyes glued to the screen. I'd smiled and gone back to sleep. Julian brought coffee and pastries every morning. Every single member of the Sons of Templar had come in to wish me well, to glower in that angry masculine way when seeing my injuries. I'd never felt so overwhelmed, so cared about, so loved in my entire life. I'd never had so many people make an effort for me. Not one person, not one single person looked at me different, apart from the angry masculine glares at my bruises, or gave any inclination that they were mad at me for my lies. Then again, it was hard to be mad at someone in a hospital bed. But no one treated me differently, like I was some weak woman to be pitied, not even a little. I'd finally spoken to Violet. A quick phone call to prove the bronchitis I'd said I had as an excuse for not being able to speak on the phone. She'd sounded appropriately concerned and had even offered to fly home early to take care of me. I'd quickly squashed that idea, filling with panic at the mere thought of my daughter seeing me like this. Although I was desperate to see her, to touch her, smell her, even more so after what Swiss had told me about his daughter. It was something that hung between us now, not keeping us apart but gluing us together even tighter. He'd shared a piece that he'd been holding back, that explained many things about who he was. There was more I needed to say to him, a lot more. But we hadn't had a chance to say all of those kinds of things. Not just because of the constant stream of visitors, but because I could only manage a handful of sentences at a time. And doctors had warned against me trying to push myself, saying I could cause permanent damage to my vocal cords if I did. Swiss's fist, the one not holding my hand, had been clenched tightly on top of his thigh when he heard that. Fury danced in his eyes and rippled in the air around him. He'd shielded me from that for the most part, kept it locked down inside of him. But it was so all-encompassing, some of it finally slipped out, and I saw the other side to his concern, to his turmoil. The need for revenge. It was a living thing inside of him. Though we hadn't said a word about Preston, except that moment in the bathroom, I had a feeling that he was still alive. Swiss had been with me since they found me, which meant that someone else had gone after Preston. And I knew for a fact that someone had gone after him. No way in hell would Swiss have let him make it back to Carver Springs after what he did. No way anyone in the club would have let that happen. And although I wasn't hip to the inner workings of the club, I was willing to bet a lot on the fact that they wouldn't have handed him to the police. The police who had taken my statement, which Swiss had given for me since I couldn't speak. The slightly overweight sheriff in his mid-50s had taken the statement, not blinking at the fact that Swiss was doing it for me. According to Swiss, I'd been attacked by someone wearing a mask and could not remember anything about it. The sheriff had nodded once, saying he'd be on the lookout, then wished me a speedy recovery. There was some kind of understanding there that I didn't have the energy to ask about. So they had Preston somewhere, keeping him alive until Swiss was comfortable enough to leave my side, presumably to kill him. As unbelievable as it was, I didn't have the energy to ask about that either, or even think about. Not yet, at least. I was going to be discharged in a couple of days, thankfully. The hospital room was becoming suffocating. The nurses, the sounds, the smells, all of it was too much. Swiss and everyone connected to the club were the only things keeping me sane. It was just the two of us now. Freya, Hades, and Eva had just left. Hades and Swiss had had a man huddle in the corner of the room, while Freya sat Eva on my bed, talking about the coming home party they were planning for me in the next few days. Home. She'd said it as if it were a foregone conclusion, as if I hadn't lied about a thing, as if there was nowhere else for me to go. And there was nowhere else for me to go. Not now, not ever. Although I was sure there was a lot to deal with in Carver Springs, especially if Preston was to be killed. But that was all pushed to the back of my mind. There was something much more pressing, someone. The someone whose hand had barely left mine since I woke up, whose hand had been in mine practically the entire time I'd been unconscious. The someone who looked absolutely tortured, wretched over this. And I couldn't stand it anymore. There was something playing on the TV. We were both only pretending to watch it. Swiss wasn't able to keep his eyes off me for an extended period of time. They kept darting back to me, as if making sure I was still there, still alive. I caught them the next time they made their way in my direction, my hand tightening around his in signal that I had something to say. Swiss sat up a little straighter in his chair and moved slightly so his body was facing me. He leaned closer, knowing that I wasn't strong enough to project my voice. "I don't blame you," I declared, my voice sounding weird, garbled, and my ribs stinging from the breath used to expel the words. My throat felt raw, as if I'd swallowed pure acid. The pain was constant, grating, and overwhelming. I'd forgotten what it felt like to not have this pain. Forgotten what my body had felt like before all of this, when it was mine. When it was mine and Swiss's. I ached for him to claim it once more. But I knew from the way he handled me that that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. "Don't try to talk," Swiss murmured, brushing my hair gently from my face. Oh, so gently. as if I were a porcelain doll. That had not changed in all of these days. As much as I loved Swiss, his presence, his scent, his hands on me, I was coming to hate that gentle touch. It was saturated in his pain. He was going above and beyond to not hurt me further. But little did he know, that gentle touch hurt more than my injuries. "No," I argued, bracing against the pain. "I need you to know. I don't blame you." I held his eyes. "I'm mad at you. Let's not get that wrong." My voice was scratchy, high, thin. Every word sounded like it was about to break. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes, which were full of agony. I gritted my teeth seeing that. "I wouldn't expect anything less, baby." His voice was bursting with regret and guilt. "Mad we can get over," I coughed, wincing at how shredded my throat felt. "Mad we can work with. But you blaming yourself for another man hurting me, you thinking I blame you, we cannot work with that." Swiss's face turned stormy, despite whatever promise he'd made to himself to stay soft and gentle with me in the wake of my injuries. I was glad about that. I couldn't stand him being soft and gentle. That wasn't him. "We'll talk about this later," he growled, "when you're healed." "No," I choked out. "We'll talk about this now." I squeezed my eyes shut, taking a breath before I spoke again. "Before this becomes a wound that will not heal." I stared into his eyes, determined. "I do not blame you. There is no blame except for the man who I guess is either chained up in a basement somewhere or in a shallow grave." His jaw was rigid. "Oh, it's much, much too early for him to feel the cool embrace of death," he grumbled. Ice crept across my skin. I couldn't think of the reality of that right now. Couldn't think of my daughter, the one who adored her daddy, losing him, no matter what kind of monster he was. "Right," I wheezed. "So there is one man responsible for my bruises, my broken bones." Swiss flinched as I spoke, his eyes running over every inch of me. "He is responsible," I whispered, the pain exhausting me. My eyelids fluttered. "He is responsible." I managed to squeak out before I drifted off to sleep. I was discharged a few days later. Well, I was only discharged after Swiss took me home against medical advice. It was the middle of the night when he did all of this insisting, after I'd jerked awake from a nightmare. I'd been having them every night since I'd woken up and resumed a semi-regular sleep schedule. Swiss was sleeping with me at that point. Each time I'd jerk awake, he'd hold me tighter to him and murmur, "You're safe. I'm here. You made it. I'm not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere." I wasn't sure whether he was talking to me or himself. He repeatedly whispered those sentences, kissing my hair, and eventually I'd drift back off. But not that night. I knew that I wouldn't go back to sleep, that I couldn't. "I need to get out of here," I croaked. My voice was still scratchy, still unrecognizable, but able to form more complete sentences without breaking off. "A couple more days, baby," Swiss muttered, voice tight. My nightmares shook him, to the core, as if he wasn't already shaken up. He hated the nightmares I had, that he couldn't chase them off. "No," I demanded as firmly as I could in my gravelly voice. "I can't be here a couple more days. I can't be here for another moment." My croaky voice had an edge of hysteria now. I couldn't help it. I felt hysterical, like my skin might split open if I didn't get out of here. I expected Swiss to try to argue with me, to go all alpha male on me, insisting I stay here on the doctor's orders. But Swiss just kissed my head and murmured,
"Okay, Countess, let's get you out of here."
Then he got out of bed and created somewhat of a ruckus. The ruckus didn't last long, and I was being wheeled out of the hospital room less than an hour later. When we got to the exit, I pushed out of the chair with Swiss's hand in mine, and we walked out of the hospital together. Chapter 17. Kate. The club was quiet when we walked in. No partygoers, no one sitting at the bar, nothing. But the second I walked into the common room, I relaxed. My gaze landed on the bar area. Memories of my last moments there rushing forward. Of Preston, of Swiss and his cold stare, but I quickly shook those off. I would not let those scarce moments ruin a place that signified so much for me. A place that was my home. Swiss was watching me very carefully, his own tortured gaze on the area where he'd been so cruel. "Let's go to bed," I whispered. Sure, there was a part of me that wanted to berate him for his cruelty, how fickle he'd been, how cold, how he'd broken my heart in less than a minute. An angry, bitter part of me ached to throw all of that at him, hurt him for how he'd hurt me. This was not the time for that. Besides, there was nothing I could say to Swiss that was worse than what he was repeating to himself. His gaze lingered for a second longer before we walked down the corridor to his room. With every step, my pain, though ever present, somehow became duller, lighter. No more sterile hospital smells, no beeping of monitors or far-off conversations from nurses and doctors. My body relaxed as Swiss closed the door to his room, and I inhaled the scent of him, of us. The bed was still mussed from when we'd gotten out of it. A week ago, 2, before everything happened. My things were still neatly arranged on top of the dresser, a pair of my jeans thrown over the chair in the corner. Everything was how I'd left it. My eyes found the hooks attached to the bed. Pleasant memories swam through me, filling me with warmth and need. It had been a long time since Swiss touched me without being cautious, with pure hunger, without worrying about hurting me. Wanting to hurt me. Desire pooled at the bottom of my stomach, looking at those hooks, longing to be attached to them by Swiss. But when I looked at the man in question, it became clear that desire was the last thing on his mind.
"Jesus,"
Swiss murmured, his eyes moving from the hooks to me.
"You let me do those things to you."
His expression was haunted, fucking wretched.
"You let me hurt you,"
he whispered brokenly.
"After years of a man laying his hands on you, I fucking hurt you."
The pain in his voice cut across my skin. "Yes, Swiss, I let you do those things to me," I agreed. He flinched. "Listen to me." I squared my shoulders. "I let you do those things to me. If you remember correctly, I was the one who initiated that." I tried to make my tone lighter, to coax us back to a time when none of this existed. It didn't work, not in the slightest. A muscle in Swiss's jaw twitched.
"Yes, you did. When you thought that you'd get a good time, a fucking escape from the shit you'd been living with. Fuck."
He ran his hand over his head in distress.
"An escape from everything you'd been living with, not another fucking version of it."
I raised my brow at him. Or at least I tried to. Such facial expressions weren't possible with my current injuries. The pain didn't bother me in that moment, though. It was the naked emotion on Swiss's face that did. The guilt, shame. Over us. Over what we did. It cut me somewhere deep. Somewhere vulnerable. I chose you. I looked at him intently, hoping he saw the truth in my eyes. Now, I don't believe in magic, and I certainly don't think I have any kind of magical abilities, but I do know that there is something about us, something special, something magical that has been there since the start. And on some level, I knew what I was going to get from you. You gave me something. I took in a deep breath. You gave me everything. You saved me, Swiss. I stepped forward, grasping the sides of his cut to bring him downward so I could kiss him. Not gently, hungrily. Swiss responded immediately. His hands went around my waist and yanked me to him with a roughness that was instinctual. His tongue plundered my mouth, and I moaned in delight. Then he stopped, abruptly.
Fuck, Kate.
His hands flew to his hips.
Did I hurt you?
His eyes scanned my body in concern.
No,
I said, my voice hoarse.
You didn't hurt me. That was exactly what I needed.
I gripped the back of his neck, though the motion sent pain splintering through my ribs.
You're exactly what I want.
My breath hitched.
I need you, Swiss.
I watched him battle between that darkness inside of him that needed me too, needed me more than anything, and the other part of him that loved me, wanted to protect me. The part that was responsible for the gentleness, the concern.
Kate,
he warned.
Please,
I moaned.
Please make me feel something other than pain.
His eyes were liquid fire.
Kate.
His tone was more guttural this time.
Don't fucking do this. I won't be able to control myself.
Good, I breathed, laying my lips on his.
I don't want you to control yourself.
I kissed him again, coaxing a response out of him. He stayed stock still for a couple more beats before he let out a low growl in the back of his throat, and he kissed me back, ferociously. His hands went around me once more, and his palms found the soft silk of the pajamas I'd worn home from the hospital, his calluses caught on the fabric. Though he was kissing me with all of the pent-up desire inside of him, he didn't lose control completely. He didn't throw me on the bed like he would have before. No, he walked us there, lips still on mine, hands still tearing at the silk. Then he placed me gently on the bed, head lifting only so he could tear at my shirt. When the buttons went flying, I internally cheered. He hissed air through his teeth as his eyes found my naked torso. The bruises, angry, black, blue. The surgical cut complete with stitches. Worry struck me like lightning, panicking that he would stop, that the better side of him would prevail and he'd tuck me into bed. Luckily, the worse side of Swiss, the one that I loved, was stronger, and his hands went to the elastic waistband of my pants.
"Lift your hips for me, baby,"
he murmured. I did so, not even cringing at the spear of pain that came with the movement. Swiss let out a guttural sound as he exposed my naked pussy.
"Prettiest cunt in the world right there,"
he crooned. My toes curled in response to his tone, at his eyes feasting on the part of me that was aching for him, desperate for him. On instinct, I spread my legs wider and was rewarded with his sharp intake of breath. His eyes found mine as he knelt at the side of the bed, slowly bringing my legs over his shoulders. He kissed each of my thighs as he did so.
As much as I know you want my cock, as much as I want to give it to you, I'm not gonna fuck you.
He breathed against the apex of my thighs. I let out a sound of protest. His grip intensified ever so slightly on my thighs, and my pussy pulsed in anticipation of the pain. It didn't come, though. He was still holding back.
I'm gonna eat you, though, and you're gonna come for me, hard. You're gonna split apart. You're gonna be a good girl and wait for my cock.
My heartbeat thrummed in my chest as my breaths got shallower with need.
You gonna be a good girl and wait for my cock, Countess?
I nodded, unable to speak. Swiss didn't move.
Do I have to ask again?
I'm gonna be a good girl and wait for your cock, I told him, my voice barely audible.
That's my girl, he whispered.
Then he dove in. Dove right in. And he did split me apart. Took me off the face of the earth. He gave me a respite from both of our troubles. For a while, at least. I woke up alone. It couldn't have been that long since I first went to sleep. The darkness outside was still thick and heavy. It had been a couple of hours at most, and Swiss was gone. He was gone because we were back at the club, because he knew I was safe here, because he thought that I would sleep through the night now. He was gone because of my nightmares, because of the rasp in my voice, the bruises around my throat, the scar on my stomach. I knew he wouldn't leave me for anything but revenge, to feed the thing inside him that demanded blood, retribution for what had been done to me. Preston. They had him somewhere. I vaguely remembered the conversation we'd had about it. Of course they'd found him. And they weren't going to hand him over to the police, not after what was done to me. He was going to die. My first primitive instinct to that was glee, utter freaking joy. But then reality rushed in. The father of my child was going to die. Violet, who loved her dad, thought he hung the moon, was going to lose him. Sally and Frank were going to lose their son, and I would have to construct some kind of narrative. I would have to lie about it, to their faces, to my daughter's face. Suddenly, the room was stifling, suffocating. The place that had been my refuge was now a prison. I pulled back the covers, crossing the room as quickly as I could with my current injuries, intent on fresh air, on relief. I didn't bump into Swiss on my short journey out to the back patio area of the clubhouse. I hadn't expected to. If he truly was somewhere hurting Preston, there would be no crisp fall breeze. There would be only stale, underground air mixed with the stench of blood. Just the thought of it chilled my exposed arms. I was wearing only Swiss's tee and nothing else. No shoes. The stone patio was cool against my feet, and I sat down on a step that led out to a grassy area. There was a playground for the kids, a vegetable garden, Macy's idea, and fire drums. Someone, again likely Macy, had strung fairy lights through the trees, so the area was faintly illuminated. The sun was just starting to kiss the horizon, but it was mostly dark. Quiet, too. There wasn't even the harmony of cicadas that I'd become used to. No birds signaling the incoming morning. Nothing but the shriek of my thoughts. I must have been on that step for a while because the sun got progressively brighter.
Jesus, Countess.
A voice sounded from behind me, a mixture of relief and agitation threading through it. I jumped, even though the voice was familiar. Swiss stomped around to face me, his eyes stormy. He was still wearing the same clothes from earlier. There was a small speck of blood high on his cheekbone.
"You scared me to fucking death,"
he clipped, bending down to pull me up.
"And you're chilled to the goddamn bone."
He rubbed my arms.
"Let's get you inside."
I pulled out of his grip, even though I ached to sink into his warmth. His eyes flared in surprise and what looked to be irritation.
"Did you kill him?"
I asked. My voice would have been flat if not for the uneven tenor caused by my still healing throat. Swiss's expression cleared.
"No,"
he replied right away.
"Not yet. He's got a long way to go before he's lucky enough to die."
My knees started to shake. Not at the casual way Swiss was talking about killing, torture. Not even at the way something inside him burned with satisfaction, with hunger. Not even because the person he was talking about was the man I was married to. No, all of that didn't surprise or affect me. Although before all of this, Swiss had not shown me this part of himself, not entirely, at least, I knew existed. Knew that violence was a part of him. He'd shown me that the very first night. My mind was not on Swiss, not on Preston, not even on myself.
"You can't kill him,"
I pled. Swiss blinked very slowly. Once, twice.
"What?"
"You can't kill him," I repeated. He stared at me.
"You're asking me to let the man who almost killed you live."
I shook at his tone, but he didn't pull it back, didn't gentle his features. He was too far gone.
"You want me to let the man who tormented you, beat you for years, live. The man who bruised you, scarred you, who discarded you in a fucking ditch to die. You want me to let him continue to breathe air."
When put that way, it sounded rather crazy. Preston did deserve to suffer. He did deserve to die. I wasn't caught up on the ethics of it all, what version of justice needed to be served. I was caught on one simple fact. My daughter did not deserve to lose her father.
"I want you to let the father of my child continue to live. Yes."
I forced my voice to be even in the face of Swiss's fury.
"You don't get to ask that."
He shook his head, stepping forward. Although I knew he wasn't aware that he was doing it, his goal was to intimidate me with his size. A fury of my own awakened.
"Don't I?"
I snapped, going toe-to-toe with him.
"When I'm the one he tormented for years, who he beat for years, who he controlled, I'm the one who lived through that, suffered through that, me."
I pointed to my own chest as I glared at him.
"And I had one light through all of that, one gift. That was my daughter, my whole freaking world. I would go to war for her. I would die for her. I would do anything and everything in my power to ensure that she doesn't have to feel a moment of pain. So I will suffer through knowing that Preston is breathing, even though he may not deserve to, because my daughter does not deserve to suffer."
I was shouting now, almost screaming. My lungs burned in pain from the force of it, and my head throbbed with my anger. But I wasn't going to back down. Not on this. Swiss was examining me coldly, in a way I fucking hated, like he had the day Preston arrived. He stepped back, pacing the patio like a violent animal before he turned to face me once more.
"I get what you're saying,"
he said softly.
"I don't want to hurt your daughter or you. But I'm not going to let him walk out of here. Not after what he did."
His words were set in stone, as if they were law. Swiss was used to his menace getting him places, used to his ruthlessness resulting in him getting what he wanted through fear and violence. So here I was again, with another man, one completely different than my husband in every way, but one who still planned to take away my power. If I let him. "If you do that, I'm gone," I hissed, arms folded in front of me. He blinked, jerking as if I'd hit him. I was too far gone to feel anything but satisfaction at landing that blow. "I swear to God, if you take my choice away from me, take my control away from me and do this, I'll leave. You'll never see me again." Although the thought of that filled me with dread and panic, I meant every word. I was just learning what my boundaries were, my limits, because I was just learning about who the hell I was. But when it came to protecting my child, I knew my limits. I knew I didn't have any fricking limits. I would die for her, kill for her, hurt every day of my life if that meant I got to save her from an ounce of pain. I also knew that as much as I trusted Swiss, I wasn't going to let him make decisions for me, especially when those decisions pertained to killing my husband. His expression had changed. It was no longer cold. It was hot. Hot with fury. He stepped forward, the air seeming to shimmer around him. My heart thundered in my chest, but I stood my ground.
"You are not threatening to leave me, Countess,"
he purred with violence. I jutted my chin up. "You are not using your size and general badassery to intimidate me just over a week after I was beaten within an inch of my life." I snapped back. Swiss flinched and stepped back, already looking apologetic. But I wasn't having that. I was too pissed and hurt and confused. I hadn't forgotten how quickly he'd abandoned me for Preston. I couldn't blame him for what happened to me. How was he to know that my husband was an abusive piece of shit? But I could blame him for not fighting for me, for being cruel to me, cold to me, the moment he found out I was married, without giving me a moment to explain. But I couldn't call him out on that now, not when he was punishing himself so completely. It was written all over his face, the guilt he felt. My eyes burned with unshed tears, from the pain caused by what I was expressing, coupled with the pain coming from the injuries all over my body. "You have a choice," I said, my voice sounding stronger than I felt. "You feed your vengeance and you get only death. You don't get me." I paused for a handful of heartbeats, letting my words sink in. "Or you respect my wishes. You save my daughter from a lifetime of hurt. You get life, a life with me." I faltered for a second, wondering if that was too presumptuous. Before all of this, he'd spoken easily and freely about his future. One he made clear included me. But then things had changed. He'd changed. On a dime. "If that's what you want," I added on a whisper. I didn't let the look on Swiss's face penetrate once I uttered that. Instead, I turned on my heel and left. Swiss and I weren't speaking. He hadn't come back to bed after our argument. As much as I was mad at him, I missed him terribly. Sleep was impossible, but there wouldn't be much of it anyway since the sun had risen at some point during our argument. So I showered, on my own for the first time in what felt like forever. Even before Preston's arrival, almost every single shower I'd taken was with Swiss. I was under the spray of the water for a long time. Both because it took me longer to do basic things now, and because I was doing my full shower routine. Double hair wash, mask, exfoliating. I'd attempted shaving, but bending down was impossible, as was lifting my arms above my head. The shower pressure, the sense of all of my favorite products, and the familiarity of the shower stall with its erotic memories did little to salve my frayed nerves and frantic heart. By the time I dressed in a long, loose maxi dress, the easiest thing to wear yet still took me triple the time to get on, and pulled my hair into a low, sleek bun, Swiss had still not returned. The club had woken up by the time I slipped my feet into some slides. Laughter and female voices coaxed me out of the room. I felt nervous, entering the common room without Swiss, despite having done it a number of times before. But now I was wearing my bruises and my truth. Xander was running around the living area with Hulk hands. I grinned at him as he shot past. "Hi, Kate," he yelled, not pausing. His little brother chased after him in a Spider-Man outfit. "Hi, Kate," he parroted. Macy looked up from her embrace with Hanson. "You ruined the surprise," she pouted, detaching from her husband. He lifted his chin in greeting. Macy stomped over to me in order to kiss me on the cheek, before she resumed scolding me. "You were supposed to be at the hospital still," she snipped, eyes raking over me. "You also look very cute," she added, "which works for what I have planned." I looked at her quizzically. "You have something planned?" She nodded before turning her attention behind us. "Honey?" Hanson, who had been in a man huddle with Cody and Eldon. There had been a lot of those lately. I tried not to be a narcissist and think they were about me. This was an outlaw motorcycle club. They had a lot of things on their plate. "Yeah, babe," he replied, instantly looking up. "Would you be a dear and fetch Kate and I 2 coffees from Oliver's?" she asked sweetly as her eyes found mine. "Are you hungry?" My stomach growled, my throat still throbbing but finally able to handle swallowing real food. I nodded. "But I can just make." "And 2 of those almond croissants he has that I'd almost sell Xander for," she called out to him, not listening to me. I pursed my lips. Those croissants were amazing. "Babe," Hanson whined, staring at her. "I'm a busy man. I'm the president of this fucking club. I can't drop everything to go on a fucking coffee run for you." Macy linked her arm with mine. "If you could take them to the place, Kate's surprise place, that would be great," she added while walking us out. "Love you." A manly chuckle followed in our wake. Because I wasn't brave enough or strong enough, I didn't fight Macy. Plus, I really wanted a croissant. I tried not to think of Swiss as we walked out. I failed. Chapter 18. Kate. "Are you going to tell me where we're going?" I asked as Macy drove out of town. She glanced over at me. "No," she replied happily. I pursed my lips. We were taking the desert road, out toward where Freya lived. Her house was at the very end of a quiet road with her closest neighbors miles away. The lifestyle I'd been coveting. "Swiss wasn't with you," she remarked, her eyes on the road. "He wasn't," I agreed. Just the mention of him had my chest burning, panic building low in my stomach. I'd given him an ultimatum, one I'd meant, one I intended to follow through on. But what if he didn't care? What if he killed Preston anyway? "He's pretty much been surgically attached to your hip since—" Macy trailed off. "Since my husband beat me half to death," I offered. She sucked in a breath. "Yeah." She nodded, her voice not as carefree as it had been moments ago. And men, especially badass alpha male bikers, tend to keep up with that surgically attached at the hip thing long after the healing is done. She looked at me over the top of her sunglasses. "And your healing is nowhere near done, so where the fuck is he?" Her gentle, high voice had a hardness to it now, an anger on my behalf. It was still odd, even after how much she'd proved herself to be kind, loving, and genuine, to feel comfortable around Macy. to feel comfortable in this friendship without waiting for the other shoe to drop. I wondered if I would always feel like this in my relationships. Never able to fully settle, to relax, always holding just a little back. We had a disagreement. My eyes shifted to the desert that was passing us by. There was still a large amount of houses down this stretch of road, but the farther we got out, the larger the space in between them was. A disagreement, Macy repeated. And what did you disagree about that caused an alpha male to abandon all of his senses, however misguided, which are to forego all earthly delights such as food and sleep in order to be ready to protect you lest a piano fall from the sky? Despite the entire situation, I smiled at her question. Although each of the Sons of Templar men were remarkably different in almost every way, they did share a lot of important qualities, one being the over-the-top protectiveness that Macy was obviously an expert in. We disagreed about whether or not he should kill my husband, I told Macy. I suppose I could have hedged a little, but I knew when to pick my battles. Well, technically I didn't. I didn't fight back for a decade and a half. But Macy was not someone to let something like this go, and I was dying to talk to someone about it. I braced myself on the dashboard, wincing from the pain when Macy slammed on the brakes of the car. "Jeepers," I muttered, gaping at her. "Did that warrant stopping in the middle of the street?" She raised a brow. "Yes, I think that did. Plus," she jerked her head to the right, "we're here." I looked to my right where, off the road a bit, was a small but adorable Spanish-style ranch. The front garden was an explosion of colors, and there was no uniformity or symmetry to it. I absolutely loved it. Behind the house there was nothing but sprawling desert, save for a collection of houses which were nothing but specks in the distance. I was unsure about what this house had to do with anything. Maybe some friend of Macy's lived here. "You don't want Preston dead?" Macy asked with interest but without judgment. I turned to look at her. She'd pushed her oversized aviators to the top of her head. It was somewhat surreal, talking about whether my boyfriend, old man, was going to kill my husband with a beautiful, free-spirited, fashionable woman who had become one of my best friends, one of the only true friends I'd ever had in my life. I sighed. I would like him dead, I think. I screwed up my nose. Don't get me wrong, I've fantasized about him dying more than once over the years. But I've never really been in a situation where it was plausible that he'd actually die. I don't know if I'm that bloodthirsty. I took a pause to rest. This much conversation was hard on my throat, which was still burning. My head throbbed and it hurt to breathe. I gazed out into the desert, remembering hands around my throat. The million times I'd been told I was stupid, fat, ugly, worthless. Those times, rare but not infrequent, when I'd laid awake in bed, Preston sleeping beside me, and I'd imagined going into the bathroom and taking a whole bottle of painkillers. Yes, I am that bloodthirsty. I nodded. Macy smiled. A smile that was also a little bloodthirsty and didn't mesh with her hippie, ethereal image. But I raised my hand. I have a child, a daughter, one it's my job to protect. I focused my gaze back on Macy, who was listening intently, and I struggled to find a title for Preston to say out loud. And letting Swiss kill him, no matter what I want, would be failing at my job of being a mother. Macy tapped her lips. "Fuck," she muttered. "As much as I would love to see that fucker hung from his entrails, I tend to agree with you." I blinked at the visual. and at the fact the sweet, fantasy-obsessed Macy was talking about hanging up Preston from his entrails. Before the conversation could continue, honking of horns sounded from behind us. Macy glanced in her rearview mirror, her lips stretched wide. "They're here." She clapped her hands. "We'll continue this later." "Swiss will come around, though," she informed me while pulling into the driveway. "Of course, he has to throw the alpha male tantrum, which pales in comparison to any tantrum we could throw, and looks a little more like something my 3-year-old would have." She put the car in park in front of the colorful, chaotic garden. "But my 3-year-old does not have a semi-automatic weapon. Yet." She reached over to squeeze my hand. "He knows you're right, even though it goes against every instinct he has. His most important one right now is to keep you safe. And he doesn't know how to do that after he's already failed." "He didn't fail," I argued. Her hand squeezed mine. "I know, sweetie. You know that. All of us women folk know that. But we could hire someone to write it in the sky or tattoo it on our foreheads, and it still wouldn't sink in for him." She shrugged. "He will carry it with him, but it will get better. Trust me." And despite all of my traumas and fears, I did trust her. A gentle tap on the window made me jump. Freya was standing there, the bottle of champagne in her hand the source of the tapping. "We can't wait in here all day," she called through the window. "Time for your surprise," Macy exclaimed, jumping out of the car. I followed suit, albeit a little slower than her. Caroline was standing next to Freya, a large bouquet of flowers in her arms. She was in jeans that fit her like a second skin, a simple white tee and bright red lipstick. Freya was wearing a tiny skirt, knee-high boots, and a long-sleeved cropped tee. Her blonde hair was piled on top of her head. "Well, what do you think?" Macy asked, linking her arm with mine. "What do I think about what?" I questioned slowly. "Your new house," Macy replied as if it were obvious. I stopped in my tracks. "Excuse me?" I stammered. "Hanson and I invested in this place a little bit ago." She waved a hand around. "Short-term rental type thing. It's been great, but I've been searching for an excuse to stop dealing with picky tenants who do weird shit. Don't worry, we've had it deep cleaned, twice." "And saged," Freya chimed in. Macy nodded. "And saged. We were just about to put it up for rent, then—" "My husband beat me half to death," I offered. Macy winced ever so slightly. "Yeah, that. Well, we actually had been considering this before that happened. Just in the interim, while Swiss found the perfect house." I stared at her, my body freezing. "What did you just say?" Shit, that was meant to be a surprise, and not mine. Macy clasped a hand to her mouth. "Macy, what are you talking about?" I asked, more urgently this time. She sighed, looking to Freya and Caroline for help, both who held up their hands and did a good job of checking out the garden. Swiss had been looking to buy a house, for the two of you, but he's really fucking picky, and I kept trying to tell him he couldn't intimidate people into selling their home. Obviously, he disagreed. She rolled her eyes. It was a thing. My heartbeat was so loud, I wondered if I'd heard her correctly. "He was buying us a house?" Macy nodded slowly. "If we want to get technical, he was trying to coerce a really nice couple into selling their home, but same difference." I opened my mouth, then quickly shut it again. There was nothing to say to such a thing. Swiss was planning on buying us a house. "Should I open this?" Freya raised the bottle of champagne in the air. "Yes," Macy and Caroline said at the same time. I had not regained the ability to speak. That was when the rumble of motorcycles drowned out even the rapid beating of my heart. All four of us looked in the direction of the highway, which was taken up by a gaggle of Harleys. My stomach swirled, looking for a familiar figure and a familiar bike. When they got closer, it became clear that Swiss was not with them. I tried to hide my disappointment, tears prickling the backs of my eyes. I didn't do well at that if Caroline reaching for my hand was anything to go by. She held it until the men parked and dismounted their bikes. Hansen had coffee and croissants. I had no idea how they traveled on the bike, but they did. Hades and Jagger were with him, obviously knowing their women were there because these men had some kind of badass alpha male sixth sense. Or they tracked their wives' phones, which, considering everything they'd been through, made sense. I silently urged myself to ignore the disappointment and sadness I felt at Swiss's absence. This moment felt pivotal, big, important, and he surely knew about it because Swiss made it his business to know everything about me. Yet he still wasn't here.
"What do you think?"
Hansen nodded to the house while handing me a coffee. "I don't know what to say," I replied honestly.
"Well, we need to show her the inside,"
Hansen said to Macy.
"I'm aware, honey,"
she replied, taking a sip of her coffee. I was waiting for caffeine. On wooden legs, I followed our little group into the small but adorable house. The pathway to the house was bordered by lavender that brushed the natural stones we were walking on. 2 rockers sat on the porch with hanging baskets of flowers along the overhang. The garden sprawled to the left of the house with greenery, large trees, and a porch swing nestled underneath them. We walked right into an open and airy living room. The floor was gleaming wood and mismatched rugs covered it. There were windows all along the house, natural light streaming in. A deep amethyst sofa was a bright jewel of color amongst the whites and earth tones. Candles were arranged on the vintage wood coffee table, and a TV was along the wall on an entertainment unit that had cluttered bookshelves on either side. To the right was a compact but lovely kitchen. 2 wicker bar stools sat in front of a breakfast bar. Succulents were littered across the windowsill above the sink. A circular dining table sat in front of more windows and double doors that led out to another sprawling garden. This one with a stone patio and wicker furniture, a hammock strung between 2 trees. At the back of the house was the bedroom. A white, wrought iron bed faced double doors that boasted a breathtaking view of the desert, somehow perfectly placed to avoid the surrounding houses, making it seem like we were in the middle of nowhere. There were 2 worn, comfortable armchairs at the end of the bed, pointing toward the doors. I imagined myself sitting there with my morning coffee or evening wine. The smell of jasmine filtered through the open windows. The bathroom was tiled with mosaic and had a large clawfoot tub as well as a tiled shower and large vanity. There was a smaller bedroom on the other side of the house, with an adorable twin bed, vintage dresser, and its own small bathroom. For Violet, Macy had said offhandedly. I'd jerked at the mention of my daughter here, in this life. But I didn't have time to focus on that. Macy took me through, chattering the entire time about the work they'd done, the complaints that Hansen had about the tub, and how he'd eaten his words once it was put in. There was certainly more information which I missed because I was taking in the house. Maisie didn't seem to mind that I hadn't said a word during the tour. We ended up back in the kitchen, sipping coffee and nibbling on our pastries. I did so mindlessly, unable to process what was happening. Conversations were going on around me, conversations that no one required my input for, luckily. So we'll set a day to go shopping for some touches to make it yours. Macy's words jerked me out of my reverie. "I'll be coming," Freya chirped. "My house needs a refresh, too." Hades raised a brow but didn't say anything. He didn't speak often in groups, just did his badass, hot guy glowering thing. Except, of course, when he was looking at his wife. Then it changed into a badass, hot guy melty look. "And me," Caroline added.
"Babe, our house is done,"
Jagger groaned, obviously not content to just glower. She scowled at him. "It is nowhere near done. I need an ottoman for my office and some more planters for the garden, and I need shoes." Jagger's lips twitched.
"Managed to slip that in there, didn't you?"
She smiled back sweetly.
"Let us know if there is anything you want us to haul out. Can get a couple of prospects to do it,"
Hanson offered. He was leaning against the breakfast bar. Macy's eyes narrowed at him. What would she want to haul out?
"Babe,"
he pointed.
"Right over there is a purple couch."
"I know," she scoffed, hands on her hips. "It's vintage. It took me months to find."
"It took you months to find an old purple couch?"
Hanson clarified. Macy's expression was stormy. "It's not old, it's vintage." Hanson's eyes twinkled in the face of his wife's fury.
"Vintage is a fancy word for old."
When it looked like Macy's head was about to explode, I decided it was time for me to step in. "I love the couch," I interjected. "See?" Macy beamed in triumph. "She loves the couch."
"She values her life,"
Hanson corrected. Macy's toothy smile quickly morphed into a scowl. "Don't you have badass biker things to do? Because that, my dear, is your area of expertise. And you don't see me advising on the best ways to disembowel someone or how to radiate masculinity. Stick to your strengths." Hanson was full-on laughing now, as was practically everyone else in the audience. He stepped forward, bringing Macy in for a kiss that definitely did not need an audience. I burned with envy for a second, wishing that Swiss was here to verbally spar with me, smile at me, kiss me.
"We do have shit to do, as it happens."
He stepped back from his wife, then nodded to his brothers, who had also been making out with their women. I felt like the odd one out, which I was.
"Let us know if you need anything, darling,"
Hanson said to me.
"We can move the couch under the cover of darkness,"
Jagger stage whispered. Macy pointed to the door. "Out." The badass bikers conceded to her order. I smiled at the easy and natural interaction between each of the couples. I'd never seen anything like it. And I couldn't get used to it, seeing people truly, genuinely in love. "So," Macy asked once the men left, "do you like it?" "Like it?" I repeated, looking around. "Like is not a word that works in this scenario. I'm speechless." She smiled softly. "That's kind of what I was going for. We were going to have a big party here for a surprise, but then you got out early. I think this works better, though, honestly." I agreed. There was no way I would have been able to handle all of this with more people present. I was finding it hard to stand as it was. I can't accept this," I stuttered, looking around the room, staring at the double doors that looked out onto the patio. The cloudless sky stretched on forever, or at least to the mountains in the distance. "Of course you can," Macy replied, "because I'm forcing you to accept it." I stared at her. "I'll pay you rent. I insist on that." I thought of the jewelry that might still be in the motel room I'd completely forgotten about. If it wasn't, I was totally broke. Well, I had some cash I'd saved from the cafe. It was a decent amount since Swiss had never let me pay for anything, but it wasn't enough to pay rent indefinitely. If Swiss did respect my wishes, I'd be looking at a long divorce where I most likely wouldn't see a dime for a while. If I saw anything, I'd signed a prenup. I hadn't thought anything of it, 16 and pregnant. And my injuries meant I wouldn't be working at the cafe for a while. Macy waved her hand at me. "You cook me dinner when you're better. We're square." I shook my head. "No, I cannot pay rent by cooking you dinner." She returned the brow raise. Have you tried your beef Wellington? You could buy a lot with that. You could buy our house." I stared at Macy, then Caroline and Freya. 3 women who hadn't hesitated to welcome me into the fold, who'd stepped up when I needed them. 3 incredibly strong, badass women who didn't seem to be afraid of anything. "Do you think differently of me?" It took a lot of strength to push out the words, my voice low, full of shame. Macy blinked. Caroline stopped arranging flowers on the breakfast bar to turn her eyes to me. "What do you mean?" "Now that you know about who I am, who I truly am." Caroline kept watching me intently but didn't say anything, didn't ask another follow-up question. She had a way about her that seemed to communicate she was comfortable in that silence, that she was happy to bathe in it for as long as it took me to be uncomfortable and blurt out more words. A journalistic trait, I assumed. A really frickin' good one. "Your job had you working in war zones," I addressed Caroline. "You were one of the only women reporters in a dangerous, high-stress job. One most men wouldn't be able to handle, yet you handled it. All while mourning the man you'd thought you lost." My eyes moved to Macy. "You have a past that breaks my heart, one that could have easily turned you into a bitter, angry person. Instead, you created a family. You are the head of that family." Now it was Freya's turn. "The world tried to break you in the worst of ways, many times. Yet you found a family, created a home, a fricking empire all on your own. You are 3 of the strongest women I've ever met in my life. 3 of the strongest people," I corrected. The women were staring at me intently. Yet I couldn't do something as simple as leave the man who was beating me, I whispered. Caroline was the first to respond. Probably due to her previous job, she was used to processing things quickly, coming up with a response, a follow-up. "Honey, leaving a man who is beating you is the furthest thing from simple." Her voice was firm, sure, and it has absolutely nothing to do with strength. Living through that for the amount of time you did, being able to be kind, trusting, loving, to bring up your daughter, that takes strength, Freya added, her eyes shimmering. And though I did a great job of making it look differently, I did not handle being over there in the middle of war zones well, Caroline shared. I survived it, sure, but I broke down in my hotel room countless times after interviewing women who were beaten, raped, who walked miles carrying a dead child. Seeing what humans do to one another. She shivered. I still have nightmares about it. But that's how we know we're human, that we carry around our wounds, that they define us. They can either make us softer or harder. Her gaze gentled. Please don't measure yourself up against what you see in us right now. It's taken us years to get to the places you see. It's taken finding our men, for me the second time, she grinned. And it's taken a fight. For this life, we've fought, just like you, and you're finally coming out the other side. As for the ridiculous concept that we think differently, somehow less of you, Macy interjected, that is impossible. If anything, we think more of you, knowing what you survived. You're family to us. And as with your stubborn man, this thing is for life. And we aren't going to let you talk down to yourself, to blame yourself, to downplay the strength it took to stand right here. She pointed to the ground. One more thing. You're gonna take the help we're offering. It doesn't come with strings, requirements. It comes because we adore you and we want to help you rise up. It's selfish, really. Freya giggled. We're trying to build our girl gang and you're the perfect addition. We don't want you going anywhere. My throat was burning, my eyes were misty, and my heart heavy in a way that felt restorative. I'm not going anywhere, I croaked out, my voice thick, but certain. I was sure, for the first time in my life beyond any reasonable doubt, that right there was where I was meant to be.
Swiss. It was the first time I'd been back at the club alone since we'd found Kate. After she gave me that ultimatum, I'd had to escape. I'd rode for hours. Fucking hours. Up and down the interstate. Then I'd parked outside the house I had managed to convince the owners to sell to me. For an above-market price. Money didn't mean shit to me. I had plenty of it. Years I'd been with the club, different charters, doing various, mostly illegal shit. And mostly illegal shit paid pretty fucking well. Lifestyle I lived wasn't exactly lavish. All I needed was my bike, handful of shit to wear, and not much else. I paid my taxes, like any good law-abiding citizen. But that tax was on whatever meager salary I'd earned from whatever legitimate business the charter I was running with owned. Currently, I was a mechanic. A mechanic without rent, without utilities, any of that shit. So, in short, I had a lot of money, enough to pay cash for the house, the 6 acres of land around it, and have plenty left over. Enough to take care of Kate. Take care of Violet if need be. Her college or whatever the fuck. That was when I'd been planning on killing Preston. Sure, he probably had a fuckload in the bank, and Violet was taken care of, but I wanted to cover my bases. Anything Kate needed or wanted. Which was all I fucking needed. I'd stared at the house for a long time. Big, kind of quirky Spanish-inspired with trees bordering the long driveway. Huge pool, because it was my goal to see Kate in as many swimsuits as possible. Greenhouse, garden, and the kitchen. Fucking huge. An island, gas range, fancy fridge. All the shit Kate had practically drooled over that first night at the club. The night she made pasta while wearing my tee. The night I fell in love with her. I imagined her cooking for us in that kitchen. Then I imagined fucking her on that counter. And on pretty much every other surface in the house. And in the large bedroom that had a view of the mountains, the desert, and nothing else. I imagined a life outside of the one I'd lived for years. A home. Something I also hadn't had in years. Something I hadn't had since I held my dead daughter in my arms. I might have sat there all day, except there was church. You didn't miss church unless you were missing a limb, and even then you were expected to cauterize it and get your ass in the chair. Of course, I hadn't been recently because I was with Kate, and no one expected my ass in that seat at a time like that, especially since, for once, things were fucking quiet at the club. Gun shipments were going smoothly. New business ventures were cruising along. No new bloodthirsty enemies to speak of. All of the shit we talked about at church was mostly logistical. Who did what runs, who was guarding the warehouse, assembling guns, overlooking distribution, who wanted to do protection detail or the more sinister contracts that came in. Hades and I mostly handled killing for hire. We didn't make a habit of doing it. That wasn't what the club was about. But we collected favors. And it was always handy, having evidence that a powerful figure paid to have someone tortured or killed. Macy took Kate out to the house this morning. Hanson commented as we walked in. His tone was even, unjudgmental. But it was also pointed, also acknowledging that I wasn't there, wasn't with my woman when she discovered her new home. Hers. Something spasmed in my chest, burned like 1,000 sons of bitches. I tried to imagine Kate's face as she took in the small house, with flowers and all kinds of other shit that bitches like. Eclectic, cozy, warm, safe. Enough shit to make it feel homey, but also enough space to fill with whatever she wanted. No one had ever given her that before, and I wasn't there to see the look on her face. I wasn't there with her. Yet another fucking way I'd failed. I was busy, I grunted. Hanson squinted at me, probably thinking I'd been up to my elbows in Preston's blood during the occasion. I fucking wished. The room was getting fuller with brothers, so I found my spot beside Hades. He lifted his chin in greeting. The air was heavy in the room. All faces were grave. I had claimed Kate as my old lady, and when someone hurt our women, they hurt us. Add to that, my brothers had come to like Kate. It was impossible not to. She was kind, soft, fucking funny. She cared genuinely and deeply about everyone, took time to talk to everyone, get to know them. She cooked some badass food, the kind of food you could taste the love in. The kind of food most of us hadn't even known existed. So them seeing what was done to her had hit everyone hard. We'd all seen some dark shit, done even darker shit. Our stomachs were strong when it came to death and violence. But when it came to hurting women, no. Each of the men at this table who had a woman had gone through shit to get them. Hades' old lady, Freya, had the shit beaten out of her in a parking lot, then was fucking kidnapped by her ex's father, while she was pregnant. Then she'd almost died giving birth to their kid. Fucker was intense by nature, but when it came to Freya and his kid, he was something else. Same with Hanson and Jagger. She doesn't want me to kill him, I announced as soon as everyone had sat down. My fists were clenched on the table, and I was barely able to sit due to the rage coursing through my body. Hanson blinked at my announcement. Surprise flashed on the faces of my brothers. Each of them had considered Preston's death a foregone conclusion. You laid hands on what was ours, you died. It was that simple. The manner of death related directly to just how bad things were. Kate looking how she did, almost fucking dying. They had all known the manner of death would be long and ugly, and I knew each of them was happy with that. She hasn't got the stomach for it? Jagger guessed. I shook my head. She doesn't want to do that to her kid. Even though I was majorly pissed at her, I couldn't help but feel proud of what she was doing for her daughter. I saw in her eyes the hatred she had for that man, what he'd taken from her. She was not plagued by the morality of killing. I had a hunch she'd slit his throat in a heartbeat if it wasn't for her daughter. It would haunt her, him walking this earth. I knew her, understood her well enough now to get that. But she'd live with it for her daughter. And as much as I didn't want Kate's kid to hurt, I couldn't watch my woman go through that. I couldn't just let him go. Kill him anyway, Hades put in, his face blank. Kid would be better off without him. I don't disagree, I responded through gritted teeth. But she said she'll leave if I end him. I looked to my president. And she means it. Fuck, he muttered in understanding. Something moved in his eyes, something like an empathetic fear. Each of the men here who had old ladies love them fiercely, would walk to the ends of the earth for them. Breakups were not a thing. It was death or nothing. Of course, we wouldn't hold a woman against her will. If she wanted to leave her man, she could, but it would irrevocably ruin them, In my gut, I knew I'd never breathe easily again if Kate walked away from me. I didn't think I had a chance at happiness, at anything but fucking and killing. Until her. Yeah. I cracked my knuckles, really needing to kill something. Okay, Hanson replied. We need to get Wire from the Amber chapter on the phone. Get him to dig up any and all dirt we have on this fucker. Without a doubt, there is shit he doesn't want coming out. Then we'll get Kate the best divorce lawyer in the country. Get them to draft up a very generous settlement with stipulations that he can't be within the same fucking state as her. He doesn't leave this compound until he's signed it. That's why he was president. Because he could think rationally, even with shit swirling. He'd already managed to gather a boatload of info on the fuck. We'd figured out how he'd even found Kate here. He had enough contacts to get a track on her phone. Then he'd hired some PI to tail her for a couple of days. Found out she was at the club. Then he managed to book in at the garage side of the club, making his way in the front fucking door of the clubhouse, because the prospect who was supposed to be on watch was texting his fucking girlfriend. Safe to say he wasn't a prospect or a resident of this town anymore. Hanson looked at me. Is he whole? I thought of the man in the basement, tied up, beaten, bleeding. Save a few fingernails and teeth, yeah. Hanson nodded once. We'll get enough collateral to make sure he keeps his mouth shut about his stay with us. He looked around the room. We got anything else pressing? Got a weapons run in a week, Colby said. The rest of the table began speaking of other things, both legitimate and not. Club was diverse in times like these. Money was better than ever, and no one had been locked up in years. Things were going well for the Sons of Templar. But my mind was not on that shit. My mind was on Kate. And how the fuck I was going to keep her and survive, knowing her piece of shit husband still walked the earth.
Chapter 19. Kate. The house was quiet for the first time in hours. My house. I still couldn't quite fathom that. I was still waiting for someone to come along and rip it all away from me. My veins were swimming with nerves and unease, even though I was in a beautiful, peaceful place. Cicadas and birds sang in tandem as the sun crept toward the horizon. The breeze made the curtains dance in toward me. I was sitting on one of the comfortable chairs at the end of the bed, drinking a cup of chamomile tea. There had been plenty of wine with all of the women today. They'd taken me back to Swiss's room at the club, helped me pack up, then they took me to the motel room to gather the meager amount of belongings I'd left there. My wedding rings were still in their hiding place. I'd put them in my purse without looking at them for too long. My purse seemed much heavier with those inside them. I had a strong urge to hurl them out of the car window as we drove, desperate to be rid of anything connected to Preston. But I knew that wasn't wise. Money was never something I'd had to worry about before. Now I had to be smart, plan for my future. Caroline, Freya, and Macy had hung out for a while, keeping me company when it was clear I was going to be alone. There was still no word from Swiss, and his absence was the elephant in the room. Luckily, my phone rang, and it was Violet. The women took their leave, each blowing kisses at me as I greeted my daughter. She was packing to leave for her trip with Jacques, who was apparently still in the picture. She sounded happy, ecstatically so. Then she made a passing comment about not being able to get her father on the phone. My throat had ached, and my heart spasmed as I croaked out some lie about him being busy, barely able to push the words off my tongue. She hadn't picked up on my panic, and mentioned that I still sounded bad, chastising me for not taking better care of myself. Then she'd gone on a tirade about all of the natural remedies I should be using and how antibiotics were likely making me sicker. I barely made it through the conversation and considered myself lucky my daughter went 1,000 miles a minute when she was happy or enthusiastic, therefore too caught up to notice the change in her mother. We'd hung up after promises from her to let me know when she got to the chateau and to call me on Thanksgiving. She finally hung up after telling me how excited she was to see me in a month. A month. I'd see my precious daughter in a month. The part of me that had been missing. The ache in my heart would be healed with her presence. My bruises would be healed by then. But that's all that would have healed. Her father may or may not be dead by then, if he wasn't already. I'd have to craft a lie as to how it happened if he was. Even if he wasn't, there was a swamp of reality to wade through. That had caused me to spiral, hence the chamomile tea, which did precisely nothing to quell my panic. I'd lit some incense Macy had placed on the dresser in the bedroom. Although it smelled wonderful, that hadn't done much either. Nor had the long bath I'd taken in the clawfoot tub. At any other time, I would have been able to enjoy the luxurious bath products, the candles, the speaker that I hooked up to my phone to play spa sounds. At any other time, it might have been bliss. Even with my bruises, my injuries, my looming reality, I just needed one thing to give me calm. One man. The one I hadn't heard from or seen all day. The one that might have chosen death and revenge over me. My mind wandered to what he'd told me, about what he'd lost. It had lingered between us, that knowledge. It was a new ache inside of me, a profound sadness that he had to know such visceral pain, a kind of pain that time could not or would not heal. A kind of pain that had helped shape him into the man he was today, like water eroding a rock. The kind of man who needed pain, blood, violence, and death to live. It helped me understand that. Even without this devastating knowledge, I would have accepted the darkest parts of him. But knowing his trauma was a gift, a horrible one, but a gift nonetheless. If he returned to me, I hope he'd return to me. I'd have to give him a horrible gift, too. Something that I'd buried so deep inside of me that I'd have to rip the skin off my fingers in order to retrieve it. It was something I needed to purge. The sound of a motorcycle jerked me out of my thoughts, and my pulse spiked from nerves and excitement. I all but ran to the front door. Well, tried to run. I could barely manage a brisk walk. So he'd already made it in the front door by the time I reached the living room. I stopped in my tracks. He wasn't covered in blood. That was a start. But he was shimmering with a menacing energy that had my hair standing up on end. He closed the door behind him, eyes bouncing around the room. I held my breath as he walked toward me. I ached for him to cross the distance, to pull me into his arms. But he stopped short, putting a purposeful distance between us. His gaze explored my entire body. It skimmed over every one of my visible injuries as pain contorted his face. He was torturing himself with the sight of me, but there seemed to be an edge of relief, too. Like he was a man who had been holding his breath for a long time and could finally inhale and exhale comfortably. Or at least, that's how I felt. Like I'd only been halfway breathing this entire time without him. It was the longest we'd been apart since I woke up in the hospital. We stood there staring at each other for a long time, the room darkening quickly. Candles I'd lit dimly illuminated the room, and the light from the kitchen helped further. I'm ready to be mad at you now, I told him, my voice scratchy but understandable. He stared at me and didn't say anything. My heart thrummed. It's hard, I whispered, because I can see the regret and turmoil on your face. I can feel it in the air. I can barely breathe through it. As if to prove it, I took a ragged breath, and it singed my lungs. It would be big of me to let it go. Forget about it, I continued. I could pretend to forget about it, at least. It would make things much less complicated. Might make them hurt less, too. But eventually it will come out from somewhere. It will rot inside of me, inside of us. And I can't let that happen. I can't bury my feelings for the temporary comfort of anyone, to temporarily protect anyone. My eyes watered as I spoke, as I stared at the pain on Swiss's face. So I'm mad at you, I whispered. I'm terribly mad at you, for turning so cold to me, for dropping me like I was dirt, for letting me leave with him. Not because he hurt me. I do not blame you for what he did to me. I know I've said it before, but it bears repeating because I see you're still intent on carrying what's not yours to carry.
You're my woman, Swiss growled, and you got hurt. He almost beat you to death 'cause I let you walk away with him. It is mine to carry, Kate.
I flinched at his voice, his words, the conviction in them.
I showed you a specific part of me before all of this, he continued. I didn't hide who I was, what the club was, but I wasn't in a rush to peel back the curtain entirely. I was enjoying the honeymoon phase, I guess. I wanted to put my best foot forward.
He ran his hand over his head.
Fuck, I wanted to trap you. I wanted you to fall in love with me, to be too far gone by the time you saw the ugly parts of me, in too deep to leave. I'm not the good guy, Kate. I'm fucked up from the shit I've done. Shit that's happened to me. It's crippled me in ways that aren't obvious until you get too close. Most people who see that side of me are not long for this world.
Swiss's face remained an expressionless mask, whether deliberate to intimidate me, or in order for him to get through telling me this, I wasn't sure.
When I feel hurt, betrayed, vulnerable, I turn into the person I am for the club,
he explained in a softer tone.
The killer. The man who doesn't feel remorse for causing pain, for ending lives, for doing any number of fucked up things. The man who likes that shit.
His eyes scrutinized me, waiting, inspecting, dissecting. He was looking for disgust, I guessed, a sign that he was pushing me away. I gave no such sign, because I wasn't disgusted with him, wasn't going anywhere. I tried to communicate that with my face, even if I was still mad at him.
Not trying to escape the way I treated you.
He shook his head.
'Cause that shit is inexcusable. All I'm doing is making sure that you don't take any of this on, that you don't somehow warp my reaction into you not being good enough, aren't worth fighting for. 'Cause you are. You're too fucking good for me, and I knew it. Knew it since the moment I laid eyes on you, but I went after you anyway.
The cicadas sang louder, yet not enough to drown out the quick thumping of my heart.
I've been patched in the club for almost as long as you were married.
I pursed my lips, or at least tried to, pain spearing through my mouth as I attempted the gesture, though that pain was dulled by my fury toward Swiss. Instead of the lip pursing, I narrowed my eyes, but even that hurt.
After I lost them, the club was what saved me, he continued. Turned me into someone completely fucking different, of course. Someone my family doesn't recognize or understand.
He paused, staring out the doors to the fast-approaching twilight.
I see them once a year maybe, Christmas or my mom's birthday. Out of guilt more than anything else. I just make it harder for them when they see what I've become.
Seeing the pain etched in his expression, seeping off him. It was pure torture to stand in front of him without touching him, without comforting him. The anger that I'd been so sure I wanted to hold on to slipped through my fingers.
Almost 2 decades. I turned into someone dark, ugly, twisted. But that was my version of healing. I got myself a family. A fucked up one to be sure, but I had one I truly belonged in. For that same amount of time, you had nothing. No one but a man who beat you.
His voice cracked then, with fury or some other emotion, I wasn't sure. But fury factored in there somewhere because his hands were fisted at his sides.
You had no one but your daughter,
he bit out, eyes piercing me with their intensity.
You had one cherished thing, one thing that truly mattered. You lived for, you fought for, and because you fought, because you lived, I have you.
Tears blurred my vision.
I have you because of that girl, he ground out. Because of what a fucking amazing mother you are. I have you because of that fire you have inside you that would do anything to protect her. And I threatened that by doing something that comes natural to me.
He took a gun out of his cut and laid it very purposefully on the console table behind the couch, next to some crystals. My heart thundered.
I had planned on using this.
He nodded to the gun.
And this.
He took the knife from his belt. It gleamed against the light. He placed it next to the gun. My eyes left the weapons and went to him. He'd been watching me the entire time.
I was going to end his life with those,
he murmured.
It was going to be slow, messy. It was going to be fucking spectacular.
I bristled at his tone. But something in me responded positively, too. I liked it. The passion in his voice, talking about torturing and killing Preston.
I was blind. Blind with my love for you. With the guilt over what I let happen to you. Rage, fucking fear. Terror that for the second time in my life I'd lose everything. And that's why I was prepared to kill him. Despite what it would do to Violet and, in turn, to you.
He took a breath, a visible, deep breath.
I'm filled with shame over that, Kate.
The words were coming from a visceral place. They were being torn from him. That's why he'd been gone for so long, because he'd been looking for those words, the strength to face me.
Not gonna say it's not hard, he continued. One of the hardest things in my life, not killing him. Letting him walk out.
He didn't finish the sentence, visibly shuddering. Shuddering at the thought of Preston walking away from this.
But that's my shit.
He patted his chest.
Years of it. And it isn't right. And I'm not gonna let it cost me my second chance.
My shoulders sagged. He wasn't going to kill Preston. He wasn't going to break my daughter's heart. There was some relief there. A lot. One problem, a sizable one, had been solved.
He's not leaving until he gives you a divorce.
Swiss informed me in a much firmer, much more recognizable tone. The I'm an alpha male and I'm going to take care of everything tone. I blinked.
And a healthy fucking settlement.
Swiss's lips tilted up just a tad.
There's no number that can pay you back for what you've been through, but I'll make sure we drain him dry. Make sure you get what you deserve, which is everything.
This was probably my moment to ask how exactly Swiss and the club were going to manage getting me a divorce. How they were going to make it so Preston would go back to Carver Springs without pressing charges for what I was guessing was felony assault and kidnapping. Then again, I wasn't going to press charges for felony attempted murder, so the threat of that would likely keep him quiet. This was all really frickin' complicated. Surely there would be lawyers, statements, meetings. Yes, this was definitely the time for me to ask questions. But I didn't. Whatever I said or asked wasn't going to make a difference. Swiss wanted to take care of me. Wanted to atone for what he considered his sin of letting me go. This was his way of doing it, of helping him sleep at night. And I was coming to understand that the club and the men in it didn't stop once they were on one of these crusades. So instead of asking questions, I said something else entirely. My stepfather raped me when I was 13. He stopped breathing, or at least that's what it seemed like he had suddenly turned to stone. He groomed me first. I think that's what they call it these days. I continued before I lost my nerve. Oh, how I ached to look away, to lower my eyes in shame, but I held fast, held on to Swiss. He made me trust him. I spoke quickly. My voice still was raspy, and I was thankful it wasn't familiar, so I could pretend it wasn't really me saying all of this. He made me think I was safe with him. I didn't want to have sex with him. He was old and overweight, and he was my stepfather. But I didn't want to disappoint him. I shook my head in distaste, not at myself, but in a grown man who'd manipulated a girl into thinking she was doing something to make him proud. I didn't even fight him. I just laid there and cried. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, guarding against the memories, the pain. He whispered things in my ear about me being a good girl, about it being our secret, about how good I was making him feel. The memories came flooding in, so I steeled myself against them by opening my eyes again and holding Swiss's gaze, not letting his expression penetrate. And I just cried. I croaked. I knew what sex was, knew what rape was, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone, because I didn't fight. And rape is when you fight, when you scream, when you do anything you can to make sure that doesn't happen to you. I didn't do any of that, and I gasped, covered in shame and the filth of the memories. Swiss was still as a statue, his hands still fisted at his sides, his eyes never letting go of mine. But something was fuming inside of him. His nostrils were flaring, his breathing rapid and shallow. And I still liked him, I whispered. That sounds insane, I know. I rolled my eyes, hearing it out loud. But my mother was a cold and cruel woman. She was a former beauty queen, one with big dreams about getting out of the small town she grew up in. She was going to live in New York. She was going to be famous, I scoffed. But then she got pregnant with me, and her Catholic parents forced her to marry the man who did that to her, my dirtbag father. It was speaking of my mother that made me break. Not Hal. Made me succumb to those memories I'd pushed back for almost 20 years. Her entire bedroom was a shrine to the life I took from her. I still remembered it vividly. The crown sitting in a glass case on her vanity. She polished it daily, even though I was pretty sure it was plastic. Framed news clippings. There were only 2 of those, but she showed me them weekly to remind me of what she could have been if it wasn't for me. Perfume bottles littered the vanity, her cheap satin robe, the high-heeled slippers with the pom-poms on them that she'd screamed at me for trying on once. My father, I don't remember, I said, realizing I'd been silent for a long time, thinking about my mother. Swiss hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, hadn't breathed, it seemed. He was waiting for more, because unfortunately, there was more. And I'd done it now, made the decision to give him everything, absolutely everything, so there were no secrets, no lies, nothing to hide behind. So there was a solid foundation for us to start over. I wanted him to really know me in a way that no one else did. And in order for that to happen, I had to give him pieces of myself no one knew existed, pieces that had never seen the light of day. She divorced him, my father. I cleared my throat, and her parents disowned her, which meant they no longer helped her out with me or financially, which meant she had to get a job. I folded my arms across my chest, suddenly cold, the weather turning outside. My bones protested at standing for so long, but the hurt was good, something to focus on. I took a deep breath and continued. She quickly discovered that she hated working, yet the only way to stop working while keeping the roof over our heads, food in the cupboards, and perfume on her vanity was to find a man willing to take on a widow with a child who wasn't his. Our town was small, so there weren't many of those, and even less of those men were decent. But she made do. I licked my lips. Hal was the third, and he was the only one I liked, the only one who was kind to me. So I didn't say anything, because I didn't want him to leave. My cheeks flamed in shame, but I had to keep going. I didn't want to be stuck with my mother. She would have found a way to blame me for him leaving, found a way to punish me, and then she would have just found another one. And I couldn't be sure he'd be nice, kind. I couldn't risk him being like number one. I shuddered, thinking about the first of my stepfathers. The memories were blurry, muffled with the effort my brain was taking to repress them. But the fear I remembered. It was stark, curled in a corner as glass rained down on my head. The fury radiating off Swiss was red hot, but I ignored it. I had to finish, and I was far from done. I dreaded the nights Hal would come to my room. I rubbed my palms up and down my arms. I'd tried pretending to be asleep, but he just did it anyway. The only saving grace was that he didn't take long. 3 minutes and 15 seconds, give or take. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I told myself I could handle that. Anyone could handle anything for 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Sometimes, I realized in horror, something I hadn't put together until this very moment. I had repeated that mantra when Preston was on top of me, kissing me, apologizing for the fresh bruises on my body. I shook off that realization, unable to hold the weight of that right now. Eventually, I told myself it wasn't that bad. My voice cracked. That I must have liked it. If I didn't, I would have screamed, despite my cruel mother. But I didn't. Luckily, he died of a heart attack on my 16th birthday. But I cried when he died, too. Real tears. I loved him, and I hated him. I laughed without humor. Swiss's lips were a grim line. The cicadas still sang outside, unaware of what was going on in this small house. Outside, the world kept turning, even though it felt like Swiss and I were the last people in the universe. I met Preston 3 weeks after my stepfather died. I considered that statement. rolling on my heels and steeling myself against my body aches. 3 weeks, I repeated, shaking my head as I realized how little respite I'd had between evil men. I was a mess, grieving over the loss, relieved that he'd never touch me again, scared of being alone with my mother. She was bearable because she was grieving. That meant sleeping until 2 in the afternoon and walking around the house humming show tunes with her sunglasses on. She thought a big payday was coming. Insurance, I scoffed, thinking of my mother. She had not shed one tear. Well, apart from at the funeral, obviously. She'd howled, sobbed, lifted the lace veil she wore over her face to blow her nose loudly with a silk handkerchief one of his business partners had given her. My mother knew how to play her part well. Once we were behind closed doors, after everyone left, Mom was cheerful. She was nice to me. Nice. She told me about the new house she was going to buy, the car, the clothes, all for her, of course. For a short period of time, my mother forgot that I was the complication that ruined her life and had anchored her to our small town. Her mind was on the riches that she was sure were coming. Me? I wasn't so sure. Hal had worked at an insurance agency, one of the 3 in town. He made decent money. Not up to my mother's standards, something she told him often, but enough so she didn't have to work. Mom was sure that working at an insurance agency, he would surely have some big-ticket life insurance policy. Maybe he did, but I also knew he did not live a healthy lifestyle. He was a smoker who loved fast food. Although I wasn't exactly worldly, I'd left our town exactly 3 times. Once on a field trip to Washington, D.C., another time to the funeral of a great aunt I'd never heard of, and lastly on a trip to Roswell with one of Mom's boyfriends who was obsessed with aliens. No, I wasn't worldly at 16, but I liked to read, research. Mom always told me how stupid I was, so I'd made it my mission to learn as much as I could about anything and everything. I got straight A's. Mom used my report cards as ashtrays. But I knew that an insurance agency wasn't likely to give mid-level employees huge policies, and even less likely to pay out if they could find an excuse not to. I also knew that the money would be a good thing. Sure, I'd likely never see any of it, and certainly none would be going to a college fund, but I was getting scholarships anyway. All I needed was for it to be enough to distract my mom for 2 more years. 2 more years, then I could move across the country and never, ever come back. 2 more years of her being so preoccupied with the money that she'd forget I existed. Yes, that would have been a good thing, a great thing. I might not have been a worldly teenager, but I knew great things did not happen to us. So the money was not going to come. I was grieving. I was relieved. I was trying to come to terms with the feelings left on my skin after being assaulted. And I was terrified. Preston was the quarterback, one of the most popular boys in my grade. His father owned the bank in town. Owned it. His family was rich, super rich, in a way I couldn't even comprehend. It had been established that my family was not. My mother didn't exactly have the reputation of being trash, but she'd been through 3 husbands. That kind of thing wasn't looked kindly upon. I wasn't popular at school, but I wasn't bullied either. I had friends I sat with at lunch, nothing more than that, though. I didn't get close to people, didn't trust them, especially after what started happening with my stepfather. I was pretty, though. I knew that. Knew on some level that was why my mother hated me so much. As much as she tried to fight it, her looks were fading, and I was just growing into mine. Boys had asked me out before, But I'd always said no, uncomfortable in my own skin at the idea of my stepfather finding out. But he was dead, and Preston noticed me. It was as simple as that. One day he walked up to me at lunch, told me I was pretty, asked me out. He was charming, even then. I found my way back to Swiss, who hadn't moved but was watching me intently, hanging on my every word. I didn't know if he saw how vulnerable I was then. I shrugged, thinking back on it. I don't think he was that calculated. Maybe he was. Maybe at 16 he saw exactly what I was and how easily he could control me. All I saw was the boy everyone loved, noticing me, making me feel like I mattered, making me feel suddenly so very far away from the girl I used to be. That was huge. I remembered it clearly. Despite the trauma I'd gone through, my emotional wounds, I was still a teenage girl, and the most popular boy in school noticing you can conquer all your demons. For a while, at least. I was desperate to redefine my sexuality, to replace what had happened with something consensual, something normal. I rolled my eyes. I definitely did get normal. A teenage boy who had no idea what he was doing, no consideration about my pleasure. But he said he'd loved me after it was done. I had felt dirty, odd, uncomfortable, but I'd focused on Preston's blue eyes, his sandy blonde hair falling across his face. I got pregnant 2 months into dating. I exhaled loudly. We were using the pull-out method, so it shouldn't have been that surprising. But to me, it was. I loved him in a way a teenager could love the first boy that made her feel like she mattered. But I wasn't delusional. I wanted a life. I wanted out of that town, away from my mother, so I was devastated. The words were sour in my mouth, thinking of Violet, my perfect, beautiful, kind-hearted daughter, the light in my life that I loved with everything I was. But at that time, it was the truth. Preston was not. He was happy. I laughed mirthlessly. At 16, happy to be a father with a girl he'd been dating 2 freaking months. I shook my head. Then again, he was a man. He didn't have to give birth, drop out of school, be labeled as a slut or trash or whatever was going to be said. And he was rich. I thought about the smile that had lit up his face when I told him, sobbing, and the way his eyes had darkened when I mentioned going to Planned Parenthood. It was a glimmer, a glimpse of what was to come in the future. Of course, I didn't know it then, and it had passed quickly. His parents liked me. They weren't snobs, didn't look down on me. They were kind. They loved each other, loved their son, welcomed me immediately. And when we told them together, they were upset, of course. It was not their plan for their son. But they also started planning, immediately. Told us it would all be okay, that we would be married. I remembered sitting in their impossibly nice living room, drinking a soda, listening to Preston's mom talk about a dress with a forgiving shape, and his father discussing the country club for the reception. It was all so incredibly surreal. No one had asked me whether I wanted to marry Preston. No one had asked me anything. They just set about planning the rest of my life. I should have been thankful. I was being given the golden ticket, after all, an in with the wealthiest family in town. It hit me, the parallels between Swiss and I, how we'd started out in somewhat similar positions, and both of our lives had hurtled out of control. My mom kicked me out when we told her. I frowned, called me a slut and a disgrace, I think she might have actually hit me if Preston hadn't stepped in. That was when I really fell in love with him. A deeper kind of love than teenage infatuation. He had stepped in front of me, stared down my mother, and promised her that she'd pay if she laid a hand on me. He was tall, over 6 foot, and muscled. Even at 16, he towered over my mother. He was a threat to her. We walked out of that house, and I never saw her again. She never met her granddaughter, which I'm thankful for. Violet asked about my mother often when she was smaller. I told her the truth when she was old enough to understand. I didn't keep secrets from her, except about the monster her father truly was. Violet knew that her grandmother lived in the same town as her, and that she wasn't a nice lady. She accepted that the way a little girl did, with a no-nonsense nod before going back to playing with her dolls. Her real grandmother, Preston's mom, was enough for her, more than enough. We got married 2 months later, I whispered, and I was happy until all my dreams for myself disappeared. I dropped out of school when I started to show. Everyone thought it was for the best. I hadn't questioned them, hadn't voiced my desires to stay. It wasn't seemly, me being visibly pregnant and attending school. Appearances mattered. Sally and Preston had plenty of things to keep me busy. We cooked, went shopping, decorated the nursery. I didn't see Preston a whole lot. He had training, games, schoolwork. He was still living the same life. But when I did see him, he was loving, doting, affectionate. He'd talk to my belly, make all kinds of promises. We lived with his parents the first 3 years of Violet's life. I spoke softly, as if that would make this story more palatable, as if my lowered voice might melt the ice statue Swiss had turned into. Enough time for Preston to finish school, to get used to working at the bank, get situated. I sighed. That was the best time of my life, those 3 years. I told him with a quiver to my voice. Violet was a special baby, quiet, inquisitive, soulful. She adored everyone, and her grandparents adored her right back. They were very hands-on, ready to help me with anything and everything. My arms went around my body, as if I were trying to hold myself together, which I was. Whatever remained of myself, I guessed. But Preston was an adult, working, I explained. He didn't want to be living with his parents anymore, so he let his father give us the down payment on a house down the street. I was excited, even though I was so sad to leave. We'd have our own home, one that I would be the lady of, that I would fill with the same warmth and love as Preston's parents. Sally had, of course, helped me decorate the entire thing. Her eye was excellent, and I trusted her taste. Plus, I hadn't really developed one of my own. I didn't have many friends. Everyone I'd known from high school was in college. But I had Violet, and I didn't mind. I viewed our life as perfect. We were talking about another child. I thought I was miles away from the life my mother had. I squeezed my eyes shut. He hit me for the first time after he'd come home late from work. I pushed the words out on little more than a whisper. I'd made roast duck. I was mad because it was my first time making something fancy, and I'd spent all day on it. I told him that, and he just punched me square in the face. He left me on the floor and went to bed. The tile was cool against my body, and my face was stinging with pain. I didn't even cry. It felt like my body was not my own, like I was living out a story, a movie, A scene out of something that couldn't be my life. Eventually, Preston came back.
"Come to bed,"
he demanded. I'd stayed on the floor. My body tensed as he walked toward me. I flinched away from his hands, but he'd lifted me up and carried me to bed. The next morning, I'd woken up late. Preston had Violet in front of the TV. He brought me coffee. His hair was wet from the shower. He was dressed for work. I'd watched him approach carefully. This was my husband, the man I'd been married to for 4 years, the boy who'd stood up to my mother. He was my safe place. And in that moment, he was a stranger. He leaned in to brush the hair from my face, and I stiffened.
"Not too bad,"
he murmured, inspecting the area where I suspected there would be a nasty bruise.
"You should be able to cover the worst of it with makeup,"
he told me, straightening.
"Just so Violet doesn't notice. I'll tell my parents you both have the flu. You won't leave for a few days until you can cover it properly."
I'd blinked at him as he spoke, unable to compute his even tone, as if we were discussing an upcoming barbecue. It filled me with anger, fury. "You need to move out," I blurted suddenly. Preston's face cleared, completely. It turned horrifyingly blank.
"Excuse me?"
he asked. I sat up in bed, wincing at the pain in my face. It felt tight and hot. "You need to move out," I repeated, stronger this time. "If you do, I won't press charges." Preston's features transformed into the patronizing expression he wore with waiters. It was something I'd never realized I hated until this moment. How he looked down on almost everyone, including me.
"You won't press charges,"
he informed me jovially. He seemed amused. That only fed my anger. "You hit me," I gritted out. "That is a crime, one that you could go to jail for." Now he laughed in my face.
"No, sweetheart, it's not,"
he proclaimed once he was done.
"My father plays golf with the chief. They go way back. Most of the forts have mortgages with our bank. They know what would happen if they convicted an Edwards."
His eyes tracked over me.
"Not that anyone would take you seriously anyway. Not with who your mother is."
His tone sickened me. He'd never talked to me that way. Spoken to me like he truly thought I was trash. "I'll leave," I choked out, realizing what he was saying was true. "I'll take Violet." His eyes blazed with anger.
"How will you leave?" he scoffed. "Both of the cars are in my name, same with all of our bank accounts. You don't have a fucking cent to your name."
I blinked at the truth. He was right. Everything was in Preston's name. It had made sense at the time. I'd trusted Preston to take care of it all. I had my car, I had the card in my purse that I used to buy whatever I wanted for the house, for Violet. But none of it was mine. The reality of that fact was suffocating. Preston smiled cruelly. My stomach curdled in repulsion.
"Yeah, you get it, babe,"
he sneered.
"You don't have a high school education. No credit score, no family, nowhere to go."
I held my breath as he leaned down to brush my cheek.
"I do love you, babe, and I intend on keeping you as my wife for as long as I see fit. Our marriage will be a happy one."
He stepped back and adjusted his tie.
"You just need to learn how to stay in line."
He winked at his reflection.
"You need to get up. Violet needs to be dressed. And you need to clean up from last night. I'll be home early. I have a sick wife to look after."
He leaned in to kiss me on the cheek before he walked out. I heard him kissing Vi goodbye, and then the door closed. My breath caught as I realized I wasn't in that house, that I was standing in the middle of a lovely Spanish-inspired cottage in New Mexico with the man I loved in front of me, damn near shaking from fury. I'd been talking for a long time. It took a long time to split yourself apart, separate all the ugly pieces and shine a light on them, didn't it? But I'd expected Swiss to interject at some point, maybe to jump in and save me so I didn't have to keep going. But he hadn't spoken, not a peep, not to save me from this. It was easy for him, I whispered, exceptionally so. I barely put up a fight. I had nowhere to go, no one to turn to, and I had a nice life. What could I complain about? He didn't hit me often enough that I walked on eggshells around him. Never anywhere visible after that first day, and he never, ever touched Violet. If he had even shown an inkling of that violence toward my daughter, I would have gone. I would have fought to the death for her. I meant that too, every word. For the first couple of years, I'd watched him like a hawk. Watched for the change in his eyes if Violet started crying about something, accidentally spilled something. But there was no sign of his temper. He would soothe her, clean up whatever mess, and be patient with his princess. He was a wonderful father, I said, looking down at my feet. I felt ashamed saying anything good about Preston in front of him. A wonderful husband to the rest of the world. To the public, we seemed perfect. I shook my head. It was easy, so fucking easy for him to break me down, trap me. I didn't try to leave once, not once. Didn't make plans, didn't fight back. No, I submitted to him 100%. I gave in, without any kind of fight. Once, only once, I thought about leaving. Violet was 12. She wasn't showing any signs of growing into a teenager. She loved cuddles with her parents, adored horses, and still slept with her stuffed animals. She was perfect and impossibly pure. She was my whole world. I had a few broken ribs, not diagnosed by a doctor, but I'd come to know my body, and by then I'd learned to hide the pain well. Staring at my daughter doing her homework at the kitchen table, her dark brows knitted into a frown as she worked on a math problem, I envisioned her growing up, her getting her first boyfriend, falling in love. Then I thought of a man putting his hands on her, and her staying because she might have somehow known that her mother stayed, even though Preston was meticulous about making sure she never saw that side of him. I thought of my baby being trapped like I was, and that rage from that first morning after awoke in me once more, for my daughter. Her dark head suddenly snapped up. "Daddy!" she cried, running toward Preston. I hadn't heard him come in. He took Violet into his arms, but his cold eyes were fixed on me. "Vivi, you doing your homework?" he asked in a voice that didn't match the look he'd given me, nodding to the table. "Yes," she replied. "And I'm almost done. I haven't even needed Mom's help." He ruffled her hair. "Of course you haven't. You don't need it. Why don't you go finish so we can have whatever delicious dinner your lovely mother has made for us?" He smiled at me, and I smiled back, my heart in my throat. Violet ran to do as her father said. The man in question walked over to me, pulling me in close and kissing me on the cheek. I didn't stiffen at his touch. I'd learned not to do that, to respond negatively to it. Some part of me even relaxed into it, Some part of me still loved him, because when he was loving, it felt right, warm, safe. And I'd imagined that everything he'd done was just a nightmare, a phase, whatever. I imagined that we had a perfect life ahead of us. Then he'd get angry. I'd do something wrong, and our perfect life shattered.
"Isn't she a doll?"
he murmured into my hair. I ran my palms up and down his back, my instincts picking up on his energy. The safest thing to do was to act like everything was normal. "Absolutely. She's the most perfect thing on this planet," I told him, meaning every word. Violet had gotten the best from both of us. My midnight black hair, my delicate features, her father's eyes, his height. The confidence in which she moved was incredible to see in a young girl. She lived in her skin in a way even I didn't.
"She is,"
he agreed, rubbing his hand along my bare arm.
"And if you ever tried to take her from me, I'd kill you. You know that, right?"
Everything in me froze. He'd said it low, much too low for 12-year-old ears. He'd kept the smile on his face, kept moving his hand. My heart thundered, watching Violet, who was utterly oblivious. I believed him, that my husband, the man I slept next to, the man I still let make love to me, the one who nursed my daughter back to health when she had the flu, who coached her soccer team, who braided her hair. I believed that man would kill me. I didn't realize I was crying until Swiss's thumbs brushed my cheeks, wiping the tears away. I hadn't seen him move, hadn't seen him cross the distance between us. I'd been that caught up, that deep in my memories. "I need you to understand," I sobbed, clutching at his cut. It was the only thing holding me up right now. How I got trapped, how it happened, why I stayed for so long. I hiccuped. Why I left. I blinked the tears from my eyes so I could focus on Swiss. Why you are so important to me. Why you're everything to me. Swiss pressed his forehead against mine. It wasn't until then that I saw his eyes were wet too.
"Don't have the words, Countess,"
he rasped, voice thick and broken.
"Don't have any words for you after all of that."
His hand gripped the back of my neck, hard but not too hard. He was still being gentle.
"What I will say is that you're fucking everything to me too. And I'm gonna spend my life trying to make sure you get the happiness you deserve."
He kissed me gently, close-mouthed and quick. Then he lifted me into his arms and took me into the bedroom. I was out before my head hit the pillow.
Swiss. I watched Kate sleep for a long time after I took her clothes off, cataloging every inch of her skin, making note of what was healing quickest, what was taking longer. Every time my eyes touched a mark on her skin, I saw red. She didn't so much as move as I took off her clothes, put her under the covers. Not even when I moved the chair at the end of the bed so I could sit beside her. No, she was out, understandably. Purging all that shit, secrets she'd kept her entire adult life. That must have been like running a fucking marathon. She shared it with me, even though it hurt her. Fuck, it took every ounce of energy and life from her. I watched it happen. She did that for me. For us. It was something I couldn't wrap my head around. A weight on my chest that kept me up the entire night, watching her, making sure her own chest rose and fell. I imagined the ways I would have killed the fuck who did that to her if he hadn't been lucky enough to die from a heart attack. The fuck who had raped her. Stole her innocence. Her first experience of sex was forced, by a man she trusted, one who took something from her, something I could never get back, something I could never fix. And I didn't even get the satisfaction of torturing and killing him. The mother, if she was still alive, I'd deal with her. Kate had gone from that house straight to a life with someone who made her feel worthless, who belittled and terrified her. Another motherfucker who had abused her. My blood was pumping hot through my body as I stared at Kate. It blew my mind. I had no idea how she'd survived all of that and still became the person she was. Soft, loving, magnificent. It would torture me for the rest of my life what she'd been through. What I couldn't change. It's what kept me up all fucking night staring at her, stewing in my rage. It was just before dawn when I rose from that chair. I'd been battling with the decision I'd finally made. Had tried to convince myself to peel off my clothes and get into bed with her like my instincts were screaming at me to do. But I had other instincts, ones that were louder, hungry, and more powerful. Those instincts had me brushing the hair from her head, laying a kiss there, and leaving the house. I'd come to know a lot about Kate's body, attuned myself to it, out of survival more than anything. I'd watched her while she was unconscious for days. Fucking days. With a tube down her throat. Watching as her bruises bloomed, hearing how her voice changed after someone tried to strangle the life from her. I knew Kate, every inch of her. So I was mostly certain that I had a handful more hours before she woke up, which was the only reason why I left in the first place. If I had an inkling that her sleep was thin, that she was apt to wake up from one of those horrific fucking nightmares, I wouldn't have gone. But she was out. So I'd climbed on my bike and rode here, creeping through the silent halls of the club, before heading down to the bowels, where we took people who made it personal, who needed to die a specific way. The room smelled of piss and shit. This fuck soiled himself the first fucking day down here, because he was that much of a coward. The ones who laid hands on women always were. He'd cried, begged, of course. They all did. I'd gotten tired of that and gagged him. Kept it that way. Hades had fed him enough food and water to keep him alive because I couldn't stomach giving this piece of shit anything that would prolong his life. There were muffled cries against the gag as I walked into the room. I ignored them and yanked over a metal stool to face him in the chair he was tied to. I've heard a little story about you. I struggled to keep my voice even. About your past. I clenched my fist on top of my thighs. With my woman. I gritted the last word out, unable to lock my shit down, thinking of Kate telling that story. The story that fucking tore my insides apart. I had to stand still, stock fucking still the entire time, even though I'd been desperate to go to her, to touch her, comfort her. But I couldn't. Because if I had moved during the time she had been telling me about the stepfather who fucking raped her, about the husband who beat her, there would have been no comfort. I would have torn the room apart. Then I would have come here and put a bullet in his brain. No matter what promises I'd made, I would have done it. Would have ruined Kate and I, if I'd moved. So I'd stayed as still as a statue while my woman bared herself to me. Second to holding my daughter, to finding Kate on the side of the road, it was the hardest moment of my fucking life. Years of her life you stole, I said quietly. Fucking years. That she had to live under your rule. My eyes met his. His were wide with fear. At least one of them was. The other was swollen shut. He had a fractured eye socket. That's what I'd been going for, recreating every single one of Kate's injuries, but with a little more flair, of course. He'd be lucky if he regained full sight in that eye. Lucky. That's what that fucker was. Lucky that Kate loved her daughter, that Kate was a good mother. Lucky that I loved Kate more than I needed vengeance. I had been planning to take years of yours. I cracked my neck. I was looking forward to it. Fuck was I looking forward to it. For a moment my resolve wavered. My hand twitched, instinctually going for the knife at my belt so I could start carving him apart. But that knife was sitting on a table in the house my woman slept in, along with my piece. I'd left them there on purpose because I fucking knew I couldn't trust myself. Sure, I could kill him with my bare hands, and I fucking itched to. But I stayed on that stool, my eyes on him. Unfortunately, you're going to walk out of here. The fuck sagged in relief, and ferocity lanced through me. Let's get this straight, you fuck, I spat. Your life is not going to go well after this. It's not going to look anything like it did before. You will never see Kate again. My heart fibrillated at the thought of him laying eyes on her, him touching her. You will give her a divorce, I grated out. You will give her fucking everything. You won't say a word about our time together, or I swear to fuck that I will tear you apart with my bare hands. And I'll enjoy it. A part of me hoped he'd try something, prayed that I'd be given a valid reason to end him, one that I could take to Kate as being outside of my control. We will be watching you. I stared into his good eye, his eyelashes fluttering faster the longer I glared. For as long as you draw breath on this earth, we will have eyes on you. I will make it my personal crusade that you eat shit until the day you fucking die. I will ruin everything you have until you live in a fucking wasteland. I grinned at him. Kate, my woman, the one I'm going to spend the rest of my life with, has requested that I not kill you. His body jerked. Yeah, I was shocked too, I agreed. But she wants you dead. Know that. You're alive now because of your daughter. That's the only reason. And again, you say fucking anything to your daughter about Kate, your dick is the first thing I cut off. My fingertips buzzed with the thought. I'm here because I wanted to look you in the eye when I tell you I'm taking everything you had. Everything you threw away because you're rotten. To your fucking core. I stood, staring down at him. I spat in his face. I'll do that on your grave one day, too, I promised. Then I turned on my heel and walked out. That was the first of two very fucking difficult things I had to do that day. And the sun was only just coming up.
Chapter 20. Kate. It was the smell of coffee that woke me, and the distinct scent that could only come from Swiss. Leathery, musky, a hint of vanilla. I smiled before my eyes even opened, the sheets like butter around my body. The warmth of the sun streamed through the windows, illuminating my eyelids. My body hurt a little less every day. But my mind was the biggest difference. I felt changed, lighter. Not only was I waking up in a place that was mine, I was waking up with Swiss, with all of my secrets laid out. Nothing rotting inside me anymore. Sure, there was still a long road to go, but I felt equipped for the journey now.
"Mornin', Countess,"
Swiss's gruff voice greeted. My smile widened, and my eyes opened to Swiss, sitting on the side of the bed, staring at me. He was fully dressed, which made sense since 2 coffee cups from Oliver's were sitting on the nightstand. "How long was I out?" I asked, my voice a scratchy wisp. My throat was much better, but was worse in the mornings and nights, like when trying to shake the last of a nasty cold. Swiss leaned forward to brush the hair from my face.
"A little over 13 hours.
I leaned into his touch. "That long?"
You needed every minute of it."
I thought on that, on everything that had happened the past few weeks, the conversations had. Yeah, I really did need it. And I was waking up a new woman. Sure, I had a lot of the same bruises, but they would fade. I was lighter, infinitely so. My slate felt clean. I was in my house, a place where I could hang that painting from the antique store. Swiss was right here. There was coffee. All was right in the world. My body melted as I took him in, the light shining, illuminating the rough stubble on his square jaw, those eyes, the cords of his neck. Desire grew in my body as I lifted my hands to his cut, grasping it so I could pull him down to me. "Speaking of things I need," I murmured suggestively. Swiss's eyes did not melt into the familiar look of hunger I'd expected. No, they darkened, his jaw going tight, his face closing off into something cold, distant. He leaned back, and I immediately wanted to crawl into myself, to hide under the sting of the rejection. My neck turned hot, and I wanted to sink into the floor. I didn't do that, though. Swiss stepped back from the bed and walked toward the window.
"That's not a good idea, Kate,"
he said tightly. I climbed out of bed quickly, all of the melty feelings I'd been having nowhere to be seen. I was far too vulnerable lying in bed, though standing wasn't much better since I was wearing a tank and panties, no bra. I itched to find something to wear, but the small walk-in closet was all the way across the room, and I didn't trust myself to make that journey. So instead, I lingered by the nightstand, taking a big sip of coffee before placing it down, watching Swiss pace by the window. My hand crept self-consciously up my neck. I was much better than I had been before. Doing things like smiling, speaking, and eating didn't cause excruciating pain. Breathing wasn't like inhaling broken glass. I was walking around almost without limping. All in all, I was doing well. Hence my need for a little distraction, for Swiss's hands on my body, for the blissful nirvana of our bodies joining, the disconnection from reality that I knew that always brought. It might not have been entirely sane or healthy that I was eager, or more accurately, desperate, to have him inside me, to have him hurt me, but I didn't much care at that moment. I just wanted him. It did not occur to me that he might not want me. I looked far from my best. The bruises covering my face weren't black and blue anymore. They were shades of green and purple. The rings around my neck were still angry. Yeah, I wasn't exactly desirable. I know this look isn't exactly sexy. I waved at my face, my voice smaller than I liked. Swiss's gaze ignited, and he stopped pacing, crossing the distance between us in 2 long strides before he lifted his hand up to caress my cheek gently, much too gently.
"You shut that shit up right now,"
he commanded, voice husky.
"I see those gears turning, thinking about me not wanting you, thinking it has something to do with last night, about me looking at you differently or some shit."
My body jerked. That had been exactly what I was thinking, that he thought I was somehow dirty or wrong after what I'd told him, which logically was insane, but considering how raw and unhealed all of that trauma was, it made sense to me. Swiss frowned at me.
"This is not about that,"
he stated firmly.
"If last night changed anything, it made me want you more, which I didn't think was possible."
He cupped my cheek slightly harder, and I leaned into his hand, my body singing for him. But I knew him. I knew his body. I knew the way he tensed before pulling me to him. The fire in his eyes when he was seconds away from making me scream. No, there was none of that now. There was a distance, a restraint that I hadn't seen from him. The cords in his neck were hard ridges, his body tensed, coiled.
"I want you, baby."
He shook his head as if he were trying to shake something off.
"Fuck, do I want you."
His thumb brushed against my swollen lip.
"But everything that's happened to you, everything you've shared with me."
He shook his head again, but this time it was clear that his thoughts were not on sex. His eyes were warm, dark bourbon.
"I want you in every way a man could want a woman. I want you on the back of my bike. Want you in my bed. Want you to wear my ring, wear my name inked on your skin. Want scars from your nails on my back."
Though his eyes were soft, the words were rough, raspy, and the most beautiful words I'd ever heard in my life. My stomach bloomed with warmth, settling in my bones like sunshine.
"But that's what I want,"
he added, slapping his sternum.
"Me. And I'm selfish. I'm bad. I haven't done an honorable thing in a very fucking long time. Even now, in the middle of doing the only honorable thing I'll do in my life, I'm second-guessing myself. I'm fighting my instincts to tear off those panties, plant my dick inside you, and make you scream."
My fingertips tingled and my breathing quickened. Yeah, I really wanted that too. Like, a lot. The panties in question were soaking wet. Swiss was not immune to my reaction. Fire danced in his eyes and his body turned even more rigid.
"But,"
he gritted the word out with violence.
"Kate, you make even the most wretched of men do honorable things if it means they get to keep you."
He bent closer, his forehead resting against mine.
"And I intend to keep you."
His proclamation was a balm, penetrating my skin. My hip, the one with his initials carved into it, throbbed.
"But,"
he said again,
"your whole life, you've had to live on someone else's terms. You've had a man take things from you 'cause he wanted to keep you. He wanted to mold you into something you weren't."
Fury radiated off him as he spoke about Preston. He was a presence between us because he was still living, because I'd forced Swiss to let him live. "But I want you," I whispered.
"And you have me."
He slid his knuckles across my jaw.
"For a long time you've got me. For the rest of time if I've got anything to do with it. Which means we've got time. To take it slow. Be friends."
I stared at him, my mouth dropping in shock. Of all the things Swiss could have said, I never would have guessed that. Not in a million freaking years. "Friends?" I echoed, my voice dry and scratchy. He nodded once, frowning. obviously not happy with this decision, but it had been decided nonetheless. "You want to be friends?" I clarified because it was all too strange. Another nod, slightly more violent than the last. I stepped back from him, unable to have his hands on me at that moment. "You've been inside me." I folded my arms in front of me. "You've been everywhere inside me. You've seen and tasted every inch of me. I've done the same to you." He flinched, telling me that he was not immune to my words. "You expect us to be friends after that?" I asked in disbelief. "For how long?" Swiss's jaw was tight, eyes were solid, resolute.
"For as long as you need, to let you get on your own 2 feet, to know your own mind."
Fury bloomed within me. "You don't think I know my own mind?" His hands were fists at his sides. This was hard for him. This was hurting him. But in that moment, I didn't give a crap.
"I think you deserve to get to know yourself without a man getting in the way,"
he said softly. I put my hand on my hip. "So you think the best way for me to do that is to have another man make decisions about my life?" Swiss gritted his teeth, clearly pissed. That made 2 of us. "Friends." I shook my head, nearly hissing. "For an indefinite amount of time, whenever you've decided I know my own mind." Fury was palpable in my tone. Swiss said nothing, just stood there, taut with his stiff jaw. "From what I've come to know of you, you're a man with a healthy sexual appetite," I continued, my mind moving. "And for what I've come to know of myself, you know, what little a lowly woman could know about herself." I added the jab because I was pissed. "I've learned that I love to fuck, that I have a very healthy sexual appetite. So what are we to do while we're friends? Fuck other people?" Swiss's glare turned dangerous, deadly.
"Any other man touches you, he's fucking dead."
I tilted my head, regarding him. "And what about women who touch you? I'm sure the same doesn't go for them. I'm sure the rules are different for you." The mere thought of Swiss with another woman made my stomach lurch, and my nails sank into the insides of my palms as I clenched my fists. Swiss regarded me as he stepped forward, so his scent enveloped me. So his cut brushed my body, but our skin didn't touch.
"You really think I'm gonna touch another woman after knowing your body?"
He spoke quietly, intensity coating every syllable.
"You really think I even see other women?"
My heart thundered in my chest.
"Make no mistake, this is gonna be torture for me. My cock fucking aches for your cunt, Kate. My hands are itching with the need to touch you. I need to taste you more than I need to breathe. I'm gonna jack off thinking about what you taste like, the way your back arches when I make you come."
My knees quivered, and I was impressed with my ability to stay standing. My pussy pulsated with need. I leaned forward, leaned into him. We were like magnets. There was no way he could deny this. Me. Us. But Swiss stepped back moments before our lips touched. My desire turned to dust. "You're really doing this?" I groused, wishing my voice was much bigger, angrier. Swiss's eyes blazed.
"I'm doing this for us,"
he gritted out. I let out a bitter laugh. "Oh, for us, are you? You're so fucking noble making decisions for the both of us."
"Kate,
get out." Swiss stilled.
"What?"
I pointed to the door. "You heard me. Get out. If you hadn't noticed, this is my house, and I think I still get to make some decisions here, and I need you to get the fuck out." There it was, the strength I wanted in my voice, the sharpness. I didn't recognize the authority in my tone, but I liked it. Instead of the glare or the iron jaw I expected from Swiss, I got something else entirely. A grin, from ear to ear.
"There it is," he murmured. "There's your temper. There's your claws."
His eyes went down my body slowly. Despite my mood, they left fire in their wake.
"Hot as fuck, Countess."
His voice was thick with desire. My toes curled, and it was an effort to keep the scowl on my face.
"I'll leave," he said. "But I'm coming back," he promised.
And on that, he picked up his coffee cup, his cut brushing my hard nipple as he did so.
"Be thinking about those tits, that cunt, when I make myself come in the shower,"
he whispered in my ear. Then he turned on his heel and left. 3 weeks later. I had come to discover that I loved the sounds my house made in the middle of the night. My house. It felt insane to even think such a thing. Okay, it wasn't technically mine since it was owned by Macy and Hanson, but I was paying rent here. Or I was going to be once I figured out how to slip the money into her purse. But I picked out the comforter, rugs. There were framed pictures of Violet scattered around the house. Violet, who was coming home in just over a week. She'd had her weekend with Jacques that was amazing and was making preparations to come home. I'd half expected that she'd announce she was engaged to him. That thought, among other things, kept me up at night. She was still ignorant as to what exactly was going on with her parents. I needed to tell her. I knew I needed to tell her. But I had to garner the strength. Preston and I were divorced. Just like that. Well, not just like that if you considered everything that had happened. But I didn't have a hand in anything. I just signed the papers prepared for me. Papers that originally said I had ownership over the house, the stocks and bonds that Preston held, and a bunch of other assets. I'd donated it all, except a sum that I'd calculated I'd need, and for Violet's college fund. Everyone had thought I was crazy for refusing the donating and assets. Everyone had tried to talk me out of it. I'd held firm. Something that was new to me, but that I'd enjoyed. I'd lived a life of excess and been miserable, been damn near suicidal. I did not want money to keep me in a lifestyle to which I had been accustomed. Just the thought of that lifestyle made me sick. Instead, I liquefied all of his investments and donated all of the cash to various domestic violence charities, to women's shelters, to paying legal fees for women trying to divorce abusive husbands. The house was trickier, though. I certainly didn't want my name on a house that had been a prison for years. Macy suggested I sell it, take the money. I'd considered that, but for better or for worse, Violet grew up in that house. She had wonderful memories there. She deserved the option to go home there, if she wished. I nurtured a hope that she would want to come home here to New Mexico. Of course, she had to go back to school. She was going to Brown. Brown. I was exceptionally proud of her, but it was just so far. I itched to be close to her. Close enough to drive and take her out for dinner, go shopping. But this was my home now, and my precious girl was turning into a woman. Planes existed. I could and would visit her whenever I wanted. I'd make it work. Somehow. Although the logistics of Violet's homecoming had been on my mind for some time now, it was not what kept me up. It was the couch. The purple couch that Hanson had teased Macy about. The purple couch that I just happened to love. It was a couch that currently had a 6-foot hulking biker sleeping on it. The biker who had been sleeping on it ever since I moved in here. Ever since he decided we were going to take it slow. That we were going to be fucking friends. He still slept in this house every night. He was still with me every free moment he had. If I went anywhere with him, it was on the back of his bike. My body pressed against his, the Harley vibrating between my legs. It was pure torture. From the pained look on his face every time we got off, it wasn't just torture for me. Yeah, he was going near mad with need too, but he'd held fast in this friend's bullshit. And I was too stubborn, too hurt, too freaking confused to try and seduce him, argue against this. Well, until that very moment. 3 weeks. 3 fricking weeks. My body had almost completely healed. There were still some stubborn bruises, a thin red scar on my stomach that would hopefully fade. Still some aches and pains, but I was back to normal. I was even back at the cafe, although Swiss had tried to argue against me going back too soon. I'd argued back, passionately. He'd had a weird look in his eyes, one that made my thighs clench and my stomach dip. His face had lingered close to mine. I'd held my breath, near salivating with need. Then he'd muttered about going on a ride and left. Turn around and left. I'd been pissed off and horny, so I'd used the vibrator that Freya got me as a gift after I'd spent a night ranting about Swiss and the bullshit Friends arrangement. It was the first time I'd used it because before that, I'd held out. I was uncomfortable about orgasming without Swiss, about using a vibrator in the first place. I wasn't in tune with my body like that. But I'd gotten mad enough to get in tune. And it was great. Really freaking great. It had nothing on what Swiss and I had, but it was different. It was erotic because I was the one in control. It wasn't about a man, wasn't about someone else's pleasure. It was something deeply personal and intimate. Swiss had come back an hour later, took one look at me, and let out a low growl in the back of his throat.
"You're trying to fucking kill me,"
he ground out. Then he left again, for 2 more hours. Needless to say, he knew me well enough to know what I looked like after I'd come. That was 2 days ago, and we'd barely seen each other in that time. Swiss was creating distance, and I was over it. I was pissed off. I was lonely in a bed that he was supposed to be in. I was horny. Sure, I could have used the amazing little device in the nightstand, but I didn't want to. I shouldn't need to. There was a 6-foot-something biker on my sofa who I knew could make me tremble in need, who could make me leave this freaking world. And he wasn't doing that because of some stupid idea he had in his head. So I was done. "Screw this," I said to my bedroom ceiling, throwing off my covers and stomping toward the living room. Summer had come back with a vengeance, one last hurrah before fall gripped us. The nights were hot, and I liked to sleep with the windows open, so I was wearing as little as possible. And because I was hoping that Swiss would catch a glimpse of the short silk nightie and reconsider this whole Friends deal. The TV was a low hum, and the lamp in the corner illuminated Swiss on the couch. He was shirtless, and he was not asleep. His eyes went to me immediately, flicking up and down my body, focusing on where the lace was sheer enough to see my hard nipples. His low hiss echoed through the room. I felt it in my pussy. "You were right that day," I said, going to stand in front of him, my hand on my hip. I didn't miss the way it bunched the silk over the curve of my ass, nor did I miss Swiss's eyes traveling to that location. My body thrummed with need, but I had shit to say. I have had men making decisions for me for almost 2 decades. Before Preston was a stepfather who stole precious, priceless, irreplaceable things from me. I could feel Swiss's anger as I mentioned Hal. We hadn't spoken about him since that night, just like we hadn't spoken about his daughter and wife, but all three still lingered like ghosts. And before him was a mother who hated me for being born. I continued, nowhere near done. I have not lived a life without pain, without being controlled in one way or another, without walking on eggshells. I watched Swiss as he got up from the sofa. I fought the urge to drool at his sculpted torso, the jeans he wore that did not hide his need for me. I held up my hand. You're not going to say anything or touch me. My eyes skated downward. Yet. I finished before my eyes roamed back up to meet his stare. I appreciate what you wanted to do, what you were giving me when you took a step back, what you were trying to give me. I stepped forward, and his entire body stiffened. I ignored that. My fingertips ran down the naked skin of his chest. I understand that you were trying to be the good guy. Swiss's breathing was rapid, his body shaking as I toyed with the waistband of his jeans. He wasn't wearing anything underneath them. Swiss was a commando guy. But you're not the good guy. I licked my lips as I looked up at him. I knew that the moment I laid eyes on you. And I wasn't looking for the good guy. I don't want the good guy. I know my own mind, and I'm not having anyone, even you, tell me I don't. So I know what I want. I want you.
Thank fuck.
He growled so loudly my bones seemed to vibrate. Before I knew it, I was up in his arms, my legs wrapping around his waist on instinct more than anything else.
I was about to lose my fucking mind.
He bit out as his hard cock pressed against my lace panties. He was walking us in the direction of the bedroom. Our mouths were millimeters apart. You were about to lose your mind? I teased. What are you talking about? I thought you wanted to be friends. Swiss stopped in his tracks.
No way in fuck did I want to be friends with you, Countess.
He ground out.
I've tasted your pussy, I've fucked your ass, I've watched my cum drip out of you.
My body jerked at his words, my nipples hard, and my limbs already tightening in preparation for climax.
Make no mistake, I want to be your best friend,
he added,
but one who fucks you senseless on any given day of the week.
I blinked through the fog of my desire. What have the last 3 weeks been about then? Swiss grinned wickedly, showing gleaming white teeth.
It's been about that, he hissed. That fire inside of you, those claws, the fucking wildcat I know is inside you that can take control. It's been about you finding your voice and using it to get what you want.
He started walking again.
And I'll admit you had me worried for a minute there, that it wasn't me you wanted, us. But thank fuck you used it tonight, Countess. I wasn't going to be able to function much longer.
He leaned in to kiss me, and although it was hard, although it felt downright insane, I pulled back. Swiss let out a warning sound in the back of his throat, jostling me so his cock rubbed against the most sensitive part of me. I let out a low moan but narrowed my eyes. Are you telling me that this has been some kind of fucking test? Swiss shook his head.
Not a test, Countess. Furthest thing from it. Just wanted you to discover yourself. Didn't want you to be afraid of standing up to me. Wanted you to know that you steer this ship.
He threw me on the bed. Though I itched to fight him more, he was illuminated by the jade lamp on my nightstand. His chest appeared to be carved from marble, even more defined than the last time I saw it, if that were possible. Black hair teased the open buttons of his jeans, where his hard cock was straining against the fabric.
And I swear to fuck, I near ripped this house apart when I came home and saw you used this without me.
The drawer of my nightstand rattled as he opened and closed it. My eyes widened as they took in the vibrator he was gripping.
Yeah, baby,
he murmured.
You used this without me, you naughty little slut.
My blood pumped at his words. They lit me on fire.
I'd be mad at you for that.
He inspected the pink vibrator. Then his eyes found mine.
If it wasn't so fucking hot.
Yeah. Him holding a bright pink vibrator, shirtless, was somehow really, really fucking hot.
Was it the first time you'd used one of these?
He asked. I nodded slowly, my mouth too dry to speak. Swiss let out a low hiss.
Drives me mad I wasn't there to see that.
His eyes ran over me hungrily, but there was something softer too, more reverent.
But I think it was something you needed to do alone.
My vision blurred for a moment, reacting to the feeling in his tone, the knowing.
Spread your legs,
he commanded, his tone familiar, darker now. My body obeyed automatically as my heart beat furiously. Swiss's eyes flared as he stared in between my legs, my panties still on. A low buzz was the only sound in the room as he turned on the vibrator. Instead of moving toward me, he surprised me by turning and grasping the chair at the end of the bed, lifting it and positioning it right beside the bed. He sat in the chair, legs splayed.
Show me,
he demanded, his voice hoarse. The hand holding the vibrator was outstretched.
Show me how you made yourself come.
My hand was shaking when I took the vibrator from him. My entire body was crying out for release already. But a small part of me was shy, fearful of doing something like this. Something I'd just learned to do, with an audience. Even when that audience was Swiss, a man I trusted with my life. Especially when that audience was Swiss. His attention was intent on me, so he instantly clocked my hesitation.
Kate.
My name was a command. My thighs quivered as my eyes found his.
Show me how fucking powerful you are.
The words caressed my sensitive skin. They brushed away any and all insecurities. They forced my focus on the moment, on him, on how long it had been since his eyes had been on me that way, since his mouth had been on me, since he'd been inside me. Without fully realizing, thinking about that, about him, I had moved the vibrator in between my legs, my back arching as I placed it exactly where I needed it.
Don't you dare fucking come yet,
Swiss growled, as if he'd seen that I was seconds away from exploding. My body was so primed that I'd been ready to explode the second I placed the vibrator on my clit. And now he was telling me to hold it all together, to stop myself from releasing all of the pent-up energy that had been simmering inside of me. As if he could command such a thing. But my body obeyed, my hand lifting the vibrator off the most sensitive area, hovering it around, prolonging that sacred and maddening stretch of time on the edge of climax. I squeezed my eyes closed, wrestling with myself, with my hunger.
Open your fucking eyes, Countess.
My eyes snapped back open. Swiss had his hands around his cock, not pumping furiously as his tone might have suggested, but stroking slowly. His eyes were glued to me. My legs splayed open wider, and my free hand found the comforter, clenching it in my fist. Seeing Swiss touch himself like that while staring at me like that, there were no words. I can't. I couldn't get the rest of the words out. My body was using every ounce of its energy to hold on to the side of the cliff, waiting for approval from Swiss.
You waiting for my permission to come, Kate?
I nodded furiously, unable to speak.
You don't need it, he bit out. You're powerful. You're in charge here. I want you to choose the moment.
I bit my lip in frustration for a moment before I seized control, before I found, in my foggy, half-wild mind, what I actually wanted. The vibrator landed on the bed, and Swiss's eyes flared in surprise. I want to come with you inside me, I pled, my voice a thin rattle. Swiss didn't hesitate. The second I uttered the words, his hands were underneath my back, positioning me in the perfect position for him to plunge into me. I cried out, seeing stars as I came the second he seated himself fully inside of me. Swiss must have felt me clenching around him. He knew my body well enough to understand that I was coming apart. But he did not pause, did not stop thrusting. He didn't give me a second to catch my breath, to find my bearings as his cock sent me over the edge once more.
Look into my fucking eyes, Kate,
Swiss panted. I hadn't even realized I'd squeezed my eyes shut. They burst open, Swiss's face inches from mine.
I love you.
His voice was unexpectedly soft. The world stopped turning. My heart stopped beating. I'd known that, of course, that he loved me. It was never a question. But he'd never said the 3 words out loud. Not with the permanence that settled over me now. Not when he was deep inside of me. I love you too, I returned without hesitation. His eyes flared.
I'm never letting you go, he grunted. And as soon as we can make it happen, we're getting married.
I blinked at him, trying to battle against the aftershocks in my body, the sex haze I was in to process what he'd just said. Is that a proposal? I breathed.
Nope.
He clipped out the word.
You love me. You're my fucking world. Your scar is on me, mine on yours. Want you to be mine in every way possible. So we're getting married. You can try to fight me on it.
His eyes were so intense, further enhancing the passion behind his words.
I welcome it, but it's gonna happen, and I know you want it too.
Without waiting for my argument or for my agreement, he started moving once more, fucking me into oblivion. I'm mad at you, you know, I told Swiss when I was able to regain my breath. It had surely been hours. It felt like it. Swiss and I were naked, damp with exertion, tangled up in each other, both breathing heavily. We were on the floor. I was not exactly sure when we made it there, but there had been one part of the night when Swiss ordered me to bend over one of the chairs, and things had gone horizontal from there. I was tucked into his shoulder, staring at the ceiling, trying to regain my sense of balance even though I was lying on the floor. My entire center of gravity had shifted. Something pivotal had changed inside me. Maybe inside both of us. Sure, we'd had sex before, many times before. But this was something other than that. It was a claiming. Not just by him, but by me, too. It was the first time we had come together knowing every single piece of each other. It was the first time I'd had full ownership over my body, over myself.
You sure did a good job of communicating that,
Swiss replied dryly. Despite myself, I laughed. Okay, well, I should be mad at you, I amended. His arms tightened around me.
You abandoned everything you should be the moment you decided to proposition me at a club party.
My body tensed at the memory, the one that felt like it happened a lifetime ago. It still gave me butterflies thinking about it. I guess I did. I snuggled deeper into him. We lapsed into comfortable silence. For a time, at least. I wasn't mad at him, not really. For a moment, maybe I had been. For forcing the separation between us just because he wanted me to be pissed enough to take charge. But then he didn't really separate us. He had been with me every single night. He had been right there with me, waiting. You didn't... I tried to find the right words. When you didn't...
When I came, I didn't put my hands around your neck, strangling you until you almost passed out,
he offered. I swallowed. Yeah, I whispered. During the many, many times Swiss and I had had sex, it had always ended with his hands around my neck, squeezing until I saw stars, until my lungs burned. It was a kink of his, connected and born out of trauma, no doubt. But surprisingly, it had become a kink of mine, too. He stroked my arm.
Baby, I saw you lying in a hospital bed with a tube down your throat, with your neck black from the evidence of that piece of shit trying to end you.
My skin prickled, his words corrupting what had been a perfect moment. But it wasn't his words that were responsible. It was Preston's actions. They had tarnished everything, changed everything, but somehow not entirely for the worst. Swiss and I were lying here together after the best sex I'd ever had in my life. In the house that my friends had given me. I was alive, breathing. I was divorced. Yeah, things were not bad. Objectively, things were wonderful. Still, I needed to pick at things, it seemed. I needed to open the wound.
I'm fucked up, babe.
Swiss dragged a hand down his face.
That's not gonna change. Even someone like you cannot change that. So I imagine I'll still need a fair bit of kink when I fuck you. Though if what we just did was vanilla, I'm content with that.
He continued stroking my arm. That was certainly not vanilla, I replied. He chuckled. It was low and throaty and warm. I know that seeing me like that did something to you, I whispered. Changed something. But I also need you to know that even after that, especially after that, I want you to mark me. I don't want you to be afraid of hurting me. I bit my lip, moving to position myself so my elbow was on his chest, propping me up to look him in the eye. I need you to hurt me, I confessed. Your marks on my body are ones I'll wear with pride, because if you haven't noticed, I'm a little fucked up too. I smiled softly. Swiss did not smile back.
I'm sure I'll get to the point where I enjoy that again.
He reached up to brush the hair from my face.
Where seeing you writhe in pain and pleasure makes my cock explode.
I shivered in expectation and excitement. I was hungry for that, for a different kind of pain. But maybe I was being a little hasty, wanting that from him when I was barely healed.
Besides that, it's my job, the one I take really fucking seriously, to give you what you need.
He rubbed his thumb along my bottom lip. His hand ghosted downward, to my neck, which had returned to its regular coloring.
But I will never put my hands around here again,
he vowed, eyes displaying the conviction in his words.
I've needed to taste death when I come, a woman's death, 'cause of my past, 'cause I like to torture myself.
His eyes shimmered.
But Kate, I didn't just taste your death. I had to swallow it whole. Now it's inside of me, and the only thing I need when I'm fucking you is to know you're alive."
He laid his palm on my chest.
"To feel the life inside of you."
My heart thundered underneath his hand. I swallowed roughly. "Did you mean it?" I asked in a meek voice.
"Everything I say I mean to you, Kate,"
Swiss replied soberly.
"But what in particular are you talking about?"
I drew circles on his chest, tracing over the raised skin of my mark. "About marriage," I said. "Ours." Swiss stilled. I glanced back up at him.
"Fuck yes, I meant it,"
he murmured, taking my hand to lift it to his lips.
"I understand if you need some time," he hedged. "Considering you've been someone else's wife since you were a teenager."
His voice changed at the brief mention of Preston. Preston, who had seemingly been released from wherever they had been keeping him. Preston, who I hadn't seen hide nor hair of since he was strangling me to death. I assumed he'd made it back to our former home, and I wondered idly how he'd explained the injuries he no doubt left with, how he'd explained my absence. But I didn't wonder about that for long. It wasn't my problem anymore. I did have a pang in my heart thinking about his parents, who were the closest thing I had to a mother and father, who I likely would never see again, who very likely hated me because of whatever lies Preston no doubt spun about me in order to come out the hero in the story. But I didn't want a hero. I certainly didn't want to learn what my life would be without the villain who saved me from the man everyone thought was a hero. "I don't need time," I declared suddenly. "I want to be your wife." He jerked, literally jerked with emotion. Emotion so visceral it hit his body, made impact.
"Thank fuck," he murmured. "I've been waiting all my life for you. And although I would have survived waiting a little longer to marry you, I would have been an ornery bastard to everyone else. Someone would have definitely gotten stabbed."
"Well, we can't have that," I grinned. We were silent for a while, bathing in the happiness that was infusing the air.
"What do you want for a wedding?"
Swiss asked eventually.
"I imagine no one asked you that the first time around."
I let out a chuckle. No, they did not. I didn't choose the location, the date, the guest list, or even my dress. Everything was planned around the child growing inside me and the image that Preston's parents wanted to portray. It hadn't bothered me much, people making decisions for me about the most important day in my life. It hadn't felt like that to me. I wasn't one of those girls who dreamed of her wedding day, who imagined the dress, the flowers, the groom. I'd had enough weddings, grooms, and marriages to last me a lifetime. My mother had ensured that. In fact, my dream had been to never get married, to never define my identity based on a man, never have a man responsible for my security, for my happiness. And look how that turned out. "I don't mind what the wedding is," I answered honestly. "I want you there, the club, Violet, hopefully." I trailed off, struck with worry about what my daughter would say to the news that I was not only divorced from her father, but marrying an outlaw biker she'd never met. My first instinct was to protect her from that at all costs, and in order to do that, I would either have to lie to her about the wedding, about Swiss, or I would have to delay it indefinitely. Neither of those options were plausible. Neither were options I could live with. I'd protected my daughter from enough, lied to her enough. I was no longer willing to sacrifice my happiness in order to do that. That was not a decision she would respect. That's not the woman I wanted to be. I hoped, prayed that my wonderful little girl would be understanding, would forgive me. I had to trust in that. I blinked at Swiss, who was watching me carefully, as if he were witnessing the wheels turning in my mind. "The marriage," I whispered. "That's what's most important to me." Swiss smiled, then lifted himself up in order to lay a soft kiss on my lips. His eyes turned serious.
"What about kids? Do you want more?"
I hadn't been expecting that question, nor the grave tone in which it was spoken. Neither of those things should have surprised me, though. It was a completely rational and necessary thing to talk about before committing to someone. But I didn't think of Swiss as a particularly rational person, or someone to tick off all of the necessary boxes needed before marrying someone. Though it made sense. He'd lost his wife and daughter. He'd lost his child, something I could not fathom, something that you never recovered from. That pain had stayed with him, so it made sense that he might not ever want another child, might never want to know that pain again. Beyond that, neither of us were particularly young. A child was hard work, was years of hard work, all-encompassing but rewarding hard work. Swiss lived a particular lifestyle. He liked freedom, liked partying, staying up late, doing what he wanted. I liked that too. I'd just discovered that. And for the first time in my life, I could make choices for myself. My daughter was grown and out of the house. Of course, I never stopped being her mother, but I'd entered a different season of motherhood. Did I want to start all over again? With Swiss. With a baby with his eyes, with his smile. Seeing him hold that baby in his arms. Seeing him as a father. I don't know, I said honestly after processing for a while. Maybe. I want everything life has to offer with you, and I know that a child deserves to have you as a father. Swiss's expression was carefully blank. He didn't speak for a long time.
"I don't know if I can do it,"
he confessed hoarsely.
"If I can face that fear."
There was incredible, heartbreaking vulnerability in his voice. I reached up to stroke his face. "Well, if you can't, if you don't want to, you don't have to. I want you. That's all I want. Everything else is just gravy." A ghost of a smile twitched the corner of his lip.
"Just gravy, huh?"
I smiled, nodding. "You're all I'll ever need." His smile flattened.
"You too, Countess."
Eventually, we found our way back to bed. But even in Swiss's arms, I didn't find sleep for a long time. We had had sex unprotected. Not something new for us. When he learned I was on birth control, Swiss had been adamant about taking me raw. I wasn't one to protest that. But I'd been in the hospital in intensive care. Then I'd been recovering from those wounds in a new home. Then I'd been pissed at Swiss. I hadn't exactly prioritized getting my birth control prescription filled. And we'd just had sex, a lot of it, in what could be described as my fertile window. In the wake of everything we had just gone through, the choice very well could have been taken away from us. That thought kept me awake for a long time. Chapter 21. Kate. "So I guess I'm kind of engaged?" I announced as we sat down. It was a statement of fact, but also kind of a question. We were at my house. I was hosting girls' night for the first time ever. Well, it was kind of girls' night. The men, our men, had agreed to go to the bar in town for a spell, but Hades had stared at Freya in an odd way and told her she was getting an hour, no more, no less. Even Macy, who was well-versed in alpha male stares and intense utterings, had raised a brow at this. But then we'd gotten distracted at the various ways in which our men said goodbye. Swiss, for his part, had yanked me into a kiss that made everyone else fade away. And when he'd let me go, everyone had been whistling and cheering. It seemed our goodbye had gotten X-rated for even this group. Swiss had grinned widely and kissed the side of my head. I'd shrank into his side and gotten very red. "Oh my fucking God!" Macy screamed. She slammed her glass down on the table so she could come and give me a hug. Then she grabbed my left hand, yanking it up to inspect my naked finger. She rolled her eyes. "The asshole didn't get you a diamond," she scoffed. "They always do things backward." I grinned at her as she released my hand. "I don't need a diamond. I've had plenty of those." I waved her away. "I just need the life I know we can have together." Macy's eyes sparkled and she squeezed my hand. "That's beautiful, babe," she murmured. "And you are going to have an amazing life. I know that." "Seconded," Caroline called out from her spot in the armchair I'd just bought at my new favorite antique shop. Swiss had complained about all the trips, but he'd been rather hard to drag out of there on our latest trip and had added a handful of items to our cart. It had warmed my heart to see him picking things out and putting them in our home, putting pieces of him here. We no longer stayed at the club. His room was cleared out of all of his belongings, which was a good happenstance since a new member had just patched in. Blade. Yeah, that was his name. He was a man of few words and, of course, ridiculously attractive. If you liked that he might kill you or fuck you kind of vibe. I only had eyes for Swiss. "A toast," Macy declared, holding her freshly poured glass up in the air. "To all of us getting the lives we deserve and giving them to the men who deserve them too." She waggled her brows. "And to never having to fake an orgasm." I let out a chuckle and raised my glass, as did Freya and Caroline. The cool liquid slipped down my throat, warming me from the inside out. I was sitting here enjoying wine with 3 women I trusted implicitly. I was able to, and encouraged to, get as drunk as I wanted if I so wished. I could say anything I wanted to these women about my relationship, about Swiss, and it would go no farther than this room. Oh, how much had changed in less than a year. "Freya," Macy barked, "you know it's bad luck not to drink on a toast." I looked to where Freya was sitting beside me, holding on to an untouched flute of champagne. Her lower lip was clamped between her teeth. "Well, if we're announcing things," she mumbled, chin practically pinned to her chest. "I'm pregnant." She raised her eyes. "Oh my God, you so are." Macy rolled her eyes in a warm way. "I can't believe I hadn't noticed. You're glowing." Freya rolled her eyes. "If I'm glowing, it's sweat from all the throwing up I've been doing," she countered. Caroline narrowed her brows. "Are you not happy about this?" she asked, leaning forward, catching the edge in her tone. You can take the journalist out of the war zone, but she'll never stop being a journalist, it seemed. "I am happy," Freya answered, her expression not matching her words as she placed the wine glass on the side table. "Or at least I was happy," she corrected, "until I told Hades." I pursed my lips. Although Hades was an intimidating, downright scary dude, he did not hide his love for Freya or his daughter. He adored them, with a love that radiated badass intensity, but a purity, too. "He's hung up on last time," she explained to me. "When she almost died," Macy expanded. "It was bad," Caroline added, voice grim. "Hades was on another level, even for him. And he's scared something is going to happen to you? I surmised. Freya nodded. Everyone thinks men are most intense and dangerous when they're angry. But those people haven't ever seen a badass alpha male scared, Macy said. Scared for the life of the only woman that they have ever or will ever love. I sipped my wine. Yeah, I had seen that firsthand. He'll come around, I reassured Freya. Her eyes glistened. I hope so, she said in a small voice. He doesn't have any choice anyway, she continued, sounding stronger. He will come around. Macy repeated my sentiment, but more firmly. Sure, he'll be a homicidal bastard for the next 8 months or so, but that won't be unlike the time before you met him. She winked at Freya. Macy lifted her glass once more. To marriage and babies. We clinked our glasses. To marriage and babies, I murmured, thinking about my own alpha male and what his reaction would be if I gave him this kind of news in about 2 weeks. Would he come around? He would have to, I guessed. And so would I. The men arrived home, and everyone had congratulated Hades, who, unsurprisingly, did not smile or have much reaction to the well wishes. He only had eyes for his wife. Understandable, given what Freya had said. Then the men had been banished outside to the grill area to cook dinner. Hades only went when Freya stood to whisper something in his ear, and then he leaned to kiss her hard and fast before stalking off. Do you ever wish that they moved away from the things that could get them killed or incarcerated? I asked the women while watching Swiss. The way he moved was mystifying, enchanting, hypnotizing. It was fluid, strong, purposeful, infinitely arousing. As if he sensed me, his eyes traversed toward our little group, focusing on me. My body jolted with the electric current of our eye contact. All of the women quieted at my question. Do you mean, do we think about the club going in a more legitimate direction? Macy clarified. Like the Amber Charter? The Amber Charter was in California, and from what I'd gathered, close with the New Mexico Suns. Macy, Freya, and Caroline talked about women like Gwen, Amy, and Mia, along with many others with fondness. There was going to be a big trip out that way in a couple of months. I was incredibly curious to meet all of the people I'd heard so much about, and to see if the hot guy thing was unique to New Mexico, something in the desert air, or if patching into the Suns indeed required muscles, a smoldering glare, a strong jawline, and an intensity that brought women to their knees. I was also incredibly curious, because the Amber Charter was unique in that they were not outlaws in the traditional sense of the word. I was sure they didn't live their lives to the letter of the law, but I'd also gleaned that the club operated entirely above board. This club did not. I'd asked Swiss about the realities of club life, about what he did with his days, how the club made its money. He hadn't skirted around the truth, not even a little bit. The club ran guns. It was a nationwide thing, I'd come to find out, and it was a huge portion of their income, along with the local strip club they owned and the garage. There were other smaller rackets, but apparently none as lucrative as the guns. I didn't know how to feel about that, about the men I'd come to admire and respect, contributing to a gun violence problem that was very real in our country. But then again, I couldn't sit too high on any morality horse, considering the men on Wall Street and in office were committing terrible crimes on a daily basis, were celebrated by society for doing so. Life was very rarely black and white. Yeah, like the Amber Charter, I agreed. Macy sucked her teeth. Sure, maybe I think about it from time to time, only because I worry about my old man, because I don't ever, ever want to live through what happened on Christmas. She shuddered as shadows passed her eyes. Christmas, when the club had lost almost all of its members aside from Jagger and Hanson. A massacre. Just thinking about these people I considered family being brutally killed had my throat closing up. Just thinking about something happening to Swiss had my vision blurring and my limbs going numb. But I don't dwell on it, Macy continued. I can't. This is who they are. She nodded outside. The club is part of them, of who they are at their cores. It has saved their lives. Her gaze roamed over to Caroline. I knew Jagger had come back from the army all kinds of screwed up, and instead of going home to Caroline, his high school sweetheart, he'd let her and his entire family think he was dead because he couldn't face who he'd become. Caroline, in turn, had gone to war zones all over the globe, reporting on foreign bloodshed, looking for a connection to the man she'd thought she lost. Through an act of dizzying fate, Caroline had decided to do an investigative piece on the Sons of Templar, intending to expose the reality of club life, and instead, she had found Jagger. Macy's gaze zeroed in on me. Without this club, working the exact way it's working, these men wouldn't be here, we wouldn't have found them, and though I worry about my husband every day, it's not the specifics of club life that keep me up at night. It's a car crash on the way to the grocery store. It's some fucking illness or brain aneurysm. Caroline tilted her head. Do you wish that the club were different? She asked without judgment. I didn't answer straight away. Didn't offer a response that I thought would make them like me more, accept me, or keep me safe. I didn't lapse into old routines, which was important. Thinking for myself was important. My eyes strayed back over to Swiss, who had already been staring at me intently, for however long. No, I answered honestly. No, I don't. For better or for worse, the outlaw life was what I chose, and I wouldn't change a thing about it, because the outlaw life was what saved Swiss. That was all that mattered. Everyone left relatively early, considering everyone in attendance had small children at home, and Freya had a husband who was making it his life's mission to make sure she survived her pregnancy. They all said their goodbyes. Proper goodbyes, since I wouldn't be seeing them for a while. I'd hugged each of the women tightly, realizing just how much I'd miss each and every one of them. Swiss had cleaned up. He'd ordered me to stay on the sofa and finish my wine. It felt foreign, slightly uncomfortable, and nice. Or it would have been nice had I not had something to do, something I'd been putting off for far too long. Swiss's body rounded the sofa and stood in front of me. It's time, I told him, staring at the phone sitting in the middle of the coffee table. Swiss didn't ask what it was time for. Nor did he say anything at all. He just sat down beside me and caught hold of my hand. It seemed he wasn't going to offer me privacy to do this alone, which I was incredibly thankful for. I did not want to do this alone. In fact, I did not want to do this at all. But Violet was arriving back in 4 days. 4 freaking days. A large part of me was counting down the seconds until I saw my daughter again. I missed her so much it hurt. But then came the reality. Somehow, through some kind of badass communication system, it had been settled that I was picking Violet up from Manchester Boston Airport and staying in a suite with her in the city for 3 days. Violet didn't know about the suite, nor did she know it was me coming to pick her up. She was expecting me and her father, followed by a drive back to Carver Springs, to her home. I could not spring all of this news on her at the airport after a long international flight and a tearful goodbye with the boy she was convinced was her soulmate. Then again, she'd been rather quiet on the subject of Jacques the last time I spoke to her, so I'd wondered if he was history. I kind of hoped for that, even though it was a horrible thing for a mother to think. A good mother would want her daughter to be happy, to find that happiness wherever it came. But I wasn't exactly a good mother. Not with everything I'd kept from her, everything I was piling onto her. So I was secretly wishing that the older Frenchman was not going to keep my daughter halfway across the world from me. I was secretly wishing that my almost 19-year-old daughter was not going to define her young adulthood around a man. I wanted her to discover herself, explore the world, go to college, do all of the things that I couldn't do. Of course, Violet was much too strong-willed to live a life that someone else wanted for her. That was one of the things I loved most about her. It was that strong will I was worried about. If she decided that I was the villain of this scenario, without the truth I wasn't willing to give her, then it would be a battle to get her to forgive me. And as much as I wanted to tell her this news in person, I needed to give her some time to process, some distance if she decided she hated me. I was already full of guilt and self-hatred. Swiss was also coming, because he was not letting me go anywhere without him. I should have argued on that one. Violet was going to have enough to handle without introducing her to my biker fiancé on top of it all. But I didn't argue about that. I couldn't. I'd traveled across the country absolutely and utterly alone, much weaker than I was now. I knew that technically I was very capable of doing it now that I was much stronger and surer of myself. I just didn't want to. And selfishly, I did want Violet to meet Swiss, even if the timing was supremely fucked up. I picked up the phone, dialing, then putting it on speakerphone. Violet answered after a handful of rings. "Yes, Mom, I have my passport in my purse, and yes, I have double-checked that my departure time is a.m., not p.m., she said by way of greeting. I smiled despite my sense of impending doom. "Good to hear, darling. I'm not going to oversleep, I promise." She spoke fast, and I imagined her packing her bag, stuffing things into a suitcase not carefully folding. I wondered if Jacques was there, lying on a bed, smoking a cigarette and drinking espresso. I hated Jacques. Having never met him, having no basis to form that opinion, just on instinct. "I don't think you're going to oversleep." I lied. She would totally oversleep. And she'd call me, frantic in a cab to the airport, asking if we could rebook her flight if she missed it. Not that she made a habit of doing such things. This was the first time my daughter was getting herself to an international flight in a foreign country. I just knew my daughter. "I'm calling to, talk to you about something else, hun," I said, gaze flickering to Swiss. His hand found my thigh and squeezed. "Oh my God, do you have cancer?" she exclaimed. "I knew your voice was not bronchitis. Okay, so you need to stop eating any and all processed foods right this instant. And apricot seeds. They have been proven to be more effective than the poison drug companies peddle," she ranted, working her way up to hysteria. I knew if I let her keep going, she would be booking me into some alternative medicine retreat somewhere I couldn't eat Oreos. "No, I do not have cancer," I interrupted quickly. "Your father and I are divorced, and I'm living in New Mexico with a man I've fallen in love with and plan on marrying." Swiss raised his brow at everything I'd blurted out in one sentence. We'd spoken about how this conversation might go. Or rather, I'd paced the bedroom while he laid in bed naked and muttered my script under my breath. That was not part of my script. My script took about 27 minutes. I'd timed it. It was careful, thoughtful, and eased Violet into the truth. What I'd just blabbered was not careful or thoughtful. It certainly did not ease Violet into the truth. There was dead silence on the other end of the phone. Dead silence. Never in her life had my daughter been struck speechless. She had a response for anything. She was the best on her debate team. She sparred with strangers who had years on her. She was sharp, brave, and a little argumentative. But nothing. Shit. Okay, honey, I hadn't exactly planned on saying that all at once, I said, leaning into Swiss. I was going to ease you into it. And I understand this is hard to hear on the other side of the world, especially since when you left you had no idea anything was happening, and now you're coming home to a whole new normal. More silence. I took a breath, needing to throw up. Your father and I obviously love you very much, I said, Swiss's hand flexing on my thigh at the mention of her father. Nothing will ever change that. Your home will always be your home. You can spend your holidays with whomever you wish, wherever you wish, and you have a room here. I looked down the hallway, where I very much hoped my daughter might be sleeping sometime soon. If she ever spoke to me again. I understand if you're mad at me. I pressed on, still hearing nothing on the other end of the phone. You are entitled to feel however you... Are you happy? She interrupted, and for the first time in recorded memory, her voice was unexpressive. I blinked. Of all the things I'd expected, that question was not one of them. I looked at Swiss once more, his jaw hard with worry. He knew that this was haunting me, that I was losing sleep over it. Therefore, he was losing sleep over it. He didn't even know Violet, but he cared about her, because she was something to me, everything to me, a part of me. Yes, sweetie, I whispered, not taking my eyes off Swiss. I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, except, of course, the day you were put into my arms. A knife sank into my belly with those words, with the precious memory of that day. Seeing her beautiful, wide, inquisitive eyes blinking up at me, her little fist tightening around one of my fingers. Swiss didn't get that. He didn't get any of that. And a part of me, a large part, wanted to give him that. Wanted to give myself that as an adult that was sure of herself, not as a child terrified and unaware of the horrors to come. You've been sounding different, Violet said, still in that flat tone that stilled my heart. For months, I knew something was going on, knew that you were different. I fought to swallow down the lump that had somehow lodged itself in my throat. Sweetie, I began. I've got to go, she stated coldly. I flinched as if I'd been hit. It felt as if a bus had slammed into me. Violet, I'll see you at the airport. You're still going to be there, right? There was a frailty to her voice that I hadn't heard in years. No, that I'd never heard. It was wounded, unsure. I hated myself. Of course I love you, Mom. I love you too, honey. But I was already speaking to dead air. I stared at the phone for a long time. Swiss squeezed the back of my neck. She'll come around, he told me with confidence. I kept staring at the phone. Yeah, I replied weakly, without any confidence. I spent the rest of the night hoping, praying that I had not lost my daughter. Chapter 22. Kate. I had not heard from Violet in 2 days. I'd called her constantly, but each time it went straight to voicemail. She was screening my calls, which was understandable. I'd sent her a couple of texts, telling her I loved her and that I would always be there for her, but other than that, I refrained. I barely restrained the urge to buy a ticket to Paris to see her. 2 days. 2 more days and I would see her face. And if it was contorted with anger or hatred, I didn't care. I just needed to see her. Swiss was doing a wonderful job at keeping me calm, distracted, at eating the small feast I had cooked the past 2 days. I cooked when I was nervous, so the fridge was bursting with food. Hence Macy arriving to pick up the majority of things I'd cooked that would go to waste otherwise. Swiss and I were leaving tomorrow. We'd have 1 night in the suite together to get our bearings. Despite all of my nerves and anxiety, I was almost excited to be traveling with Swiss. To see him outside of this environment, yes, but also to have a whole bunch of new experiences with him. He was packing a duffel with some tees, jeans, and 1 other pair of shoes. Despite having to rebuild my entire closet with limited resources, I had accumulated a lot of stuff. More recently, I had accumulated stuff because Macy, Caroline, and Freya took me shopping when my portion of the divorce settlement landed in my brand new bank account. My bank account, under my name. I was reasonably sure that divorce settlements weren't meant to be paid out that quickly, or a divorce itself was not usually settled in a matter of days. Then again, most divorces were not sped along by bikers threatening to torture and murder the man who was giving up the majority of his assets. Maybe the Sons of Templar should add that to their repertoire. I made a note to mention that to Swiss as I ran toward the front door. Unlike Swiss, I did not just have a duffel. I had a suitcase, a rather large one. Mostly because I was uneasy about what I would wear to the airport to see Violet, so I needed a lot of options. Her entire life, she'd seen me in expensive, perfectly tailored clothing curated by her father. Designer blouses, sheath dresses, heels, hair styled just so, makeup light but purposeful. She'd never seen me in jeans. My daughter had never seen me wearing them. Such thoughts hit me every now and then. The little realities of the life I'd lived that had escaped me when I was doing the big things like running away and falling in love with a biker. I suspected it would take years for all of those things to stop hitting me at random points in the day, but they were no longer puncturing my skin in the same way. So my thoughts were on outfits when I opened the door. What best would communicate to my daughter the person I was now without making her mother look like a stranger? I supposed I probably already looked like a stranger. My hair was jet black and longer, worn in wild, bouncy curls. My makeup was heavier, sultrier. My face rounder because I was rounder. I'd gained back the curves I'd lost while in the hospital, since Swiss had made it his mission to get me looking healthy. Every pound I gained was a new part of me for him to worship. I certainly wasn't fat. I was the size that my body was designed to be. But compared to how malnourished and small I was before, yeah, the change was profound. I realized I'd tried to teach my daughter to love her body all her life, when the example I'd been setting for her was the complete opposite. She'd only ever seen me half-starved. "Why are you ringing the doorbell?" I asked as I opened the door. "I know you want to make sure you don't walk in on anything, but—" I stopped short when I took in who was standing on my doorstep. "Violet!" I gaped at my daughter. Shock ran through my system as I drank her in. My little girl, who I'd been picturing, missing, and thinking about constantly. She was as beautiful as ever, but different somehow. in a way I could recognize yet not put my finger on. She looked positively chic, which wasn't something unusual, but it definitely had a French influence. The slouchy pants she was wearing clinched in at her tiny waist, stopping at her ankles, showing off an anklet that I hadn't seen before, and Chanel ballet flats that used to be mine. The white linen shirt she was wearing was crinkled, likely from all the traveling she had been doing, and showed off her generous chest, which too had a scant amount of new freckles. The diamond necklace her father had given her as a going-away present was around her neck, and the moonstone earrings I'd given her for her 18th birthday were at her ears. Her hair was pulled into a loose braid at the back of her neck, accentuating the slim curve of her neck, her delicate features, and the faint red gloss on her lips. Her high cheekbones were slightly rosy, and a scant amount of freckles were stark against her ivory skin. Her dark lashes framed the eyes that were her namesake, and those eyes were wide, taking me in as I was her. I suddenly realized what I looked like. I was wearing worn, ripped jeans, leather flip-flops, and a bright pink tank that had Sons of Templar MC in white, scrawling script. Macy had it made. My hair was piled into a messy bun on top of my head, and I wasn't wearing any makeup. So much for easing my daughter into my new identity, my true identity. Even that reality could not stop me from working on instinct. "Oh my God!" I screamed, pulling her into my arms. I'd forgotten about the fact that my daughter could very well hate me and held her tightly. She did not stiffen in my embrace, nor did she try to struggle out of it. She hugged me back with the same fervor that I was hugging her. Slowly and magically, the last piece of me slotted back into the vacant space that had never filled despite all of the evolving I'd done. Being Violet's mother was the one part of my identity that I was proud of, that was pure and right amongst everything else. We hugged for a long time, neither of us feeling the urge to cut the embrace short. I had months to catch up on. "I was leaving to fly to see you at the airport tomorrow," I exclaimed, still holding her tightly. She smelled of pear and freesia, the perfume I'd gotten her for her 15th birthday, the perfume she'd worn every day since then. That calmed me somehow. With everything that had changed so drastically, so pivotally in these past months, at least my daughter smelled how she normally did, how I remembered her. Though I didn't actually want to, I wanted to hold on to her forever. I let her go but held on to her arms so I could look at her, try to find that thing about her that seemed different. Then again, there were a lot of things about her that were different, not just the freckles or the style. She'd been in love, traveled on her own, experienced an entirely new culture. Had her world rocked by her mother 2 days ago. Jesus, everything about her was likely to be different. "Come inside." I yanked her into the living room. "How did you get here?" I demanded, my mind racing, thinking of my child rebooking all of the flights her father's travel agent had organized. She would have had to take connections, she would have had to get herself a ride out here in the desert. We were almost 40 minutes away from the closest airport. My eyes fixed on the red Jeep in the driveway beside my brand new Mini Cooper. Swiss had bought it for me, without asking, and I loved it, adored it. Violet had rented a car. I was pretty sure you couldn't rent one until you were 25, but then again, I'd never had to rent a car. I wouldn't know how to rent a car. Yet Violet had. The Violet I knew could not do all of that. "How did you even know where I was?" I added, my stomach curdling with the thought she might have got the information from her father. It sickened me to think of what other information she might have gotten. He'd retreated to lick his wounds without a fight, but I didn't think Preston was done. He was too petty for that. He'd want to hurt me somehow. and turning our daughter against me was the surest way to do that. Violet pulled back her shoulders. "I tracked your phone," she said matter-of-factly. I blinked at her, processing the information. My body relaxed ever so slightly at hearing that Preston wasn't involved. "You can do that?" She rolled her eyes. "Mom, it's seriously so easy to track people down nowadays, if you know what you're doing. Plus, I've got a friend who knows how to circumvent certain security firewalls." I knew all too well how someone could be tracked with a phone number. I had a hospital stay to prove it. Something I wouldn't tell Violet, though. She looked around the house for the first time. "After everything you told me, I couldn't fathom staying in Paris. I needed to see where you moved to, how everything has changed so much." Her voice was more reserved now, full of emotion. It was a spear to my heart. "Sweetie," I whispered. Violet looked at me. "I like it," she murmured. "This place, this town, I like it a lot. There's something about it. It's special." My heart thrummed. "Yes, it is." Violet moved to throw her purse on the sofa. "How did you end up in New Mexico of all places?" she asked. Not the first question I expected, but as complicated as all of the questions would be from here on out. I sighed. It's a long story, honey. Can I make you something to eat first? I know it was a long flight with terrible food. I can whip up cacio e pepe or roast a chicken," I offered hopefully. "Mom," she said, the word full of everything that lay between us, a warning. I was not going to be able to distract her with food. "I didn't come all the way here for roast chicken. We'll get to that later," she said with a weak smile. I tried my best to smile back. "I just need to know why," she said, in a voice that was somehow grown up and childlike at the same time. "I need to know what happened." I pursed my lips together, my throat burning and my hand involuntarily going up to my neck, to where my injuries had long healed. "It's just me," a voice called through the open door, saving me from having to answer Violet. "I brought more outfit options because I figured you might need them, and I also brought stuff to make margaritas because I want you to try on the outfits and—" "Oh." Macy stopped short, her arms full of bags of clothes and, indeed, the ingredients needed for margaritas. Her eyes focused on Violet, who was staring at her, who was gaping at her. Violet didn't have much of a relationship with my friends before because she never truly interacted with them beyond what was expected to be polite at parties. My friends did not stop by unannounced with clothes and margaritas. My friends did not look like Macy in a white sundress and tan cowboy boots. And my friends did not smile at Violet in delight like Macy was doing, with a warmness that could be felt from across the room. "Oh my God, Violet's here!" She squealed, depositing the bags on the sofa. She pulled a stunned Violet into her arms for a hug. "You're absolutely gorgeous," she gushed once she let her go. "Which isn't surprising since your mother is a stone-cold hottie, and you two could be fucking sisters." She was still yelling, speaking rapidly and with a familiarity that was likely confusing the crap out of Violet. "Did you know she was coming?" Macy directed the question to me. I shook my head, keeping my eyes on my daughter. Macy clapped her hands in glee. "I'm so happy you're here." She was back to Violet now. "I know your mom was so excited to pick you up from the airport, but that's 2 whole days away, and then you wouldn't have been able to meet your mom's kick-ass girlfriends." She winked, rummaging in her purse for her phone. "Who I am about to text to get the makings of all sorts of snacks so we can have a welcome home party for Violet." She narrowed her eyes at my daughter. "I'm assuming you just got off a horribly long flight, yet somehow look amazing. Ah, the sorcery of youth," she sighed. "If you're terribly jet-lagged, we can postpone to tomorrow." Violet was still processing all that was Macy, but she was smiling because it was impossible not to. No, I'm not actually that bad," she replied before she looked to me. "And I would love to meet Mom's girlfriends." Her nose crinkled. "And her fiancé." Unease raised the hairs at the back of my neck. There was no hostility in Violet's tone, but there was a placid curiosity that was perched on the edge of it. "Oh, don't worry. Swiss isn't ever away from your mother for long." Macy waved one hand while she typed quickly with the other. Her eyes darted to me. "Am I terrible for hijacking your first night with your daughter?" she asked sincerely. "Because if you want it just the two of you, I can text my husband to physically restrain Swiss in some kind of dungeon to stop him from coming home to you and cancel the party." Her eyes twinkled with humor. "Though even if it was some serious dungeon, I'd give you 2 hours max before Swiss escapes." Although she was joking about the dungeon thing, at least I was pretty sure she was joking, I knew she was dead serious about tonight. Knew that she truly wanted my honest answer, and that she would not be offended if I told her I just wanted to be with my daughter. I didn't feel obligated to go along with her for the sake of politeness or to avoid potential conflict. That's not how it worked in our little circle, and though it had taken me a long time to get there, I was just now comfortable being wholly honest. A part of me selfishly did want tonight with Violet, but I also wasn't ready to answer the questions I knew she wasn't going to let go of. A gaggle of women and bikers would serve as a nice buffer. Beyond that, I was eager for Violet to see the life I had quickly created here, to feel the love in it, the authenticity. I knew it would help her understand everything, and how I'd changed so quickly. "As long as you're okay with it, honey," I asked Violet. "We can just stay in, you and me, if a lot of new people sounds like too much." Violet shook her head without hesitating. "No, I really would love to meet everyone in Mom's life." "Awesome," Macy exclaimed. "I would love a shower, though." Violet looked around the house. "And I need to get my bags inside. Is there somewhere for me?" Her voice was petered out at the end, sounding more vulnerable and unsure. "Honey, of course there is somewhere for you," I said reassuringly, reaching out to squeeze her hand. "No matter what happens, there is always somewhere for you." Violet smiled sadly. It was much too mature a smile for someone that young. It was melancholy I was responsible for, and she didn't even know the full truth. "As for the bags, don't you touch them. The men can do the heavy lifting when they arrive. Now, I am a feminist," Macy clarified, "but I just don't believe we should be carrying anything that a man can carry for us." She winked at Violet. "Sweetie, why don't you use my shower?" I offered. "It's got all the toiletries you like, and you can wear anything out of my closet you want." Violet arched a brow, eyes tracking up and down my body. "Normally I would not take you up on that offer, but seeing this new look, I am very interested to see what is in that closet," she teased. I rolled my eyes. "Love her already," Macy giggled. "I knew I would." She leaned down to gather the bags from the sofa. "I'm going to start the margs. You show Violet her room," she ordered, turning and walking toward the kitchen. I did just that, first showing Violet where she'd be sleeping, and then taking her into my bedroom. No, our bedroom. I couldn't possibly forget about Swiss and him living here. But I didn't grasp how jarring it might be for Violet to go into a whole new bedroom with the things of a man who was not her father scattered around the room. Okay, the things were not exactly scattered. I might have changed in a lot of ways, but my penchant for neatness remained. But Swiss's cologne was mingled with my perfume on the dresser, and some of the rings he wore were sitting in a small bowl, again mixed up with some of my jewelry. A pair of his jeans were draped over one of the armchairs. The book he was reading was on his side of the bed, closest to the door, as any man's side should have been, I'd learned. At our old home, Preston and I had separate dressers, closets. Our things never touched, never mingled with a familiarity, a casualness like this. A way that suggested I put my earrings on while Swiss brushed my body with his as he sprayed his aftershave. It communicated a closeness that Preston and I'd never had. I watched Violet take all of this in, her expression unreadable. "He's a biker, this man?" Violet surmised. "He is." I was surprised she was able to come to that conclusion. "I can't imagine how confused you are right now," I said gently. She stared at me in a penetrative way that was utterly foreign, a way my daughter had never looked at me before, like she was seeing me as something else than just her mother, like she was realizing I was also a human being, a separate person with needs, with dreams. "I'm not," she shrugged. "Seriously," she added, seeing my raised brow. Violet looked around the room once more. "I've never heard you happy, Mom," she whispered, emotion leaching into her tone. Tears instantaneously filled my eyes. "I didn't realize it until right now," she continued, voice full of tears of her own. "Until I saw a house that you belong in, fit into more than you ever did ours. You always moved like a—" She scrunched up her nose, deep in thought. "A guest," she said finally. "Like nothing was yours. Like you were afraid to spill, to break something. I didn't see it before because it wasn't your job to see that, sweetheart," I interrupted softly, cupping her cheek. "It was my job to make sure you didn't see that." Violet was still frowning. "I'm not sure I agree, Mama," she argued just as softly. "But I want to understand. I want us to talk about what really happened with Daddy." She sighed. "But first, I would really, really like to have margaritas with your friends. And I'd like to see the man who created this." She waved her hand down my body. Then she scrunched her nose up. "No, that's not right. The man who gave you the opportunity to grow into this." I was dumbfounded by the complexity of what my daughter understood. Things that I'd been so sure I'd hidden. Things that I'd been sure were much too adult for my child to comprehend. But there it was, the truth that she was no longer a child. I smiled. "We can do that. Although you will be limited on the margaritas, Macy has a very strong pour." I thought back to a blurry night only a couple of weeks ago when I'd had 4 of those margaritas. Then Swiss and I had had sex on the patio. Then I blinked my daughter back into focus, chastising myself for thinking about sex in her presence. My daughter rolled her eyes. "Mom, you know I was in Europe where the drinking age is 18, and it's safe to say I've developed a tolerance." I felt comfort in the familiar dynamic, in seeing the eye roll, hearing the sarcastic tone. "We'll see," I muttered, deciding now was not the time to argue with my daughter about alcohol consumption, even though she might have technically been right. "Towels are in the bathroom. Let me know if you need anything else." I leaned forward to kiss her head. "I'm so glad you're here, honey." Violet's eyes shone. "Me too, Mom," she said sincerely. My walk back toward the kitchen was somehow lighter. Though there was a crapload of shit to wade through, my daughter did not hate me. My daughter was, dare I say, happy for me. My daughter was a well-rounded, sensible young adult who was compassionate and caring. Yeah, the walk was lighter, but I was still dragging a very heavy anvil of truth, one that I was wrestling with. "Figured you'd need this." Macy handed me a freshly made margarita with a salted rim. I took it thankfully. "Yeah, I really fucking do." "Fucking," Macy repeated, sipping her own. "It must be intense then." Although I cursed now, I did it mostly in the confines of the bedroom with Swiss, when we were naked, or when I sliced into my finger cooking dinner. I enjoyed the act of it. It felt rebellious. Yet I was still somehow hesitant too, still acting a part that no longer belonged to me. Macy knew me, noticed things, just like the rest of the women did. They noticed things and didn't pretend they didn't see them. Didn't use those perceived weaknesses as footholds for manipulation. No, they cared. They changed our interactions accordingly. I glanced to the hall where I could still hear the water running and Violet singing in the background. She had a beautiful voice, and I'd loved the idea of her becoming a singer. But, of course, that hadn't lined up with her father's expectations. Anything in the arts was considered crude. Satisfied that she wouldn't hear, I sank onto one of the stools at the breakfast bar. "She wants to know more," I told Macy, "about why her father and I broke up." "And you think telling her that he's a piece of shit who beat you for years and almost killed you might cause a boatload of trauma?" Macy guessed. I grinned weakly, taking another long sip. "Bingo," I muttered. Macy didn't say anything, didn't press me. She just waited as I processed. "I don't know what to do," I whispered. Macy sat watching me, her eyes filled with sympathy but not pity. She had an energy about her that put me at ease. Even with all the thoughts swirling around my head, there was a calmness to her. "He's a vile man," I continued after I took another large sip. "Evil to his core, of that I am certain. But he is her father. He's her hero. He is the man she is going to model all of her relationships after. And he's always treated her well." My mind wandered to the singular time Preston had even come close to losing it with Violet. He had some important client over, someone from out of town, someone who was a big fish in a pond much larger than the one Preston swam in. I'd been a mess all week, trying to plan the menu, clean the house, design a table setting, and make sure I had the right flowers, candles, and outfit for the occasion. I knew that my punishment would be unlike anything else if I screwed something up. I had been walking on eggshells all week, terrified, anxious, barely sleeping. All the while, I had tried to make sure Violet didn't notice the change in the atmosphere. She wasn't a child anymore. She was observant enough to see things that she'd been blind to before. She was almost 15. She was growing into a lovely young woman already, not showing signs of that awkward transition between childhood and becoming a young adult. No gangly limbs or acne. Her midnight hair billowed down her back. Her nose was high and delicate, lips full and faintly pink. Her eyes were blue, but not like mine. They were almost lavender. They had been since she was born. I feared that beauty, what it might invite, what kind of boys it might attract. The ones with the square jaws and good families like her father. The ones with monsters beneath all of those masculine lines and good breeding. But she was not timid and naive like her mother. No, she already knew her own mind. She was obsessed with philosophy, feminism, civil rights. She was almost a fully formed adult. She already challenged her father on some of his more misogynistic ideals. All of them. And I'd had my fists clenched under the table as she did so, taut, ready to jump between them if need be. But Preston had never shown an inch of irritation that his daughter believed in women's rights, when he so obviously didn't. He was charmed by her independent spirit. Except the night at the dinner table when his guest had complimented my cooking and complimented Preston on finding a woman who knew her place. Me, I'd smiled tightly and looked down at my plate with a meekness Preston expected. My daughter did no such thing. "A woman who knows her place is a woman who knows her voice," she offered sweetly. "A woman who knows her place is a woman who knows it's wherever a man says it's not. I think we're all liberated enough to understand that men who try to confine women to certain roles and rooms within the household are terrified of the power women will have if they are allowed to reach their full potential." She reached over to take a dainty sip of her iced tea, not rushing, no, taking her time as everyone at the table watched her. It was a power move most adults wouldn't be able to pull off. She put her tea down. "And most of those men are deeply insecure and inferior to women in every way," she finished, smiling sweetly. The short but loaded silence after she spoke was a cacophony in my ears. That was until Preston plastered on a fake smile and made some joke. He forced the conversation forward, but the mood in the room definitely shifted. I'd moved food around on my plate, my hand shaking. Violet had eaten without a care in the world, wearing a self-satisfied smirk. By the end of the meal, it became clear that the business associate was sufficiently shamed by a teenage girl. Therefore, he wasn't likely to ever deal with Preston again. Despite his attempts to get him to stay for a cigar and a drink, the man left. And Preston turned on Violet the second the front door closed.
"Do you have any idea how important that man was?"
he asked in a low tone, walking into the dining room where Violet was eating her chocolate cake without a care in the world. I was sitting beside her pretending to drink tea with a slice of my own in front of me. I wouldn't eat it, obviously, but I didn't want to imprint any unhealthy eating habits on my daughter, so I would always pretend to eat dessert. Violet looked up at her father and rolled her eyes. "Do you have any idea how much of a gross misogynist he was?" she countered. Preston stared at her.
"It is not your place to try and challenge grown men at the dinner table,"
he told her with an edge to his voice, an edge that my daughter did not recognize, because she did not have to recognize it. I did. "What? I'm supposed to be seen and not heard?" she asked sweetly. "Come on, Daddy. As much as you've got that in Mom, you're not going to get it in me." The barb wasn't intended to hit me, but it drew blood nonetheless. I hated that my daughter saw me that way. Wished for things to be different, for me to give my little girl a strong female role model. But things were not different.
"Yes,"
Preston agreed.
"Your mother knows how to act with company, and you will learn too."
Violet narrowed her eyes and pushed up from her chair. "No, Daddy, I will not," she snapped. "I have a voice, and I intend to use it to call out assholes, which, if I may, includes you right now." I blinked rapidly, and even Preston looked shocked for a moment. Our daughter might have been strong-willed, but she never cursed, never challenged her father or spoke to him that way. Preston's shock didn't last for long. He took a step toward Violet with a look on his face that I recognized all too well. I had scrambled out of my chair before he could make it near her. Violet had not retreated. She would not retreat. She had never learned that she had to retreat. She had nothing to be afraid of because her father had never given her reason to be afraid. Until now. I placed my hand on Preston's chest, putting myself between them. "Honey," I murmured, looking up at him. "It's been a long night. How about we go to bed and Violet can too? Everything will look better in the morning. It was a plea. My heart was thundering in my chest in response to Preston's harsh, cruel gaze. I was already looking around the room for weapons to use if he decided to snap. The silver candlesticks we got from his parents as a wedding present, they would work. His temper hung in the air, and I watched it, praying it wouldn't snap, but also ready to bludgeon him to death if need be, if he tried to lay a hand on my daughter. But the moment passed. The promise of violence was no longer focused on my daughter. Instead, it landed on me.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
Yes. He nodded slowly. Let's go to bed. There was a promise there, one I understood. Punishment for stepping in, for getting in his way. I sighed in relief. And the next morning, as I gingerly poured coffee at the breakfast table, nursing bruised ribs, I considered what I would do if Preston did do something to Violet. I'd kill him. But it didn't come to that. Violet stumbled into the kitchen, half clutched by sleep, and gave her father a hug, apologized. He kissed her head and apologized too, and he never looked at Violet that way again. But the fact remained that he had. The potential lingered, and it kept me awake for months afterward. I blinked my way back into the present. If she finds out the truth about her father, she'll hate him, I told Macy. She'll hate me a little too, if I'm lucky. I considered the look my daughter would give me if I told her that I'd let her father beat me for years. She'll lose whatever respect she has for me. I choked out the words on a whisper. For staying with him, she will resent me for my weakness and for destroying the image she has of her father. She will have to reevaluate everything she's ever known. Her entire identity, which has been built around the parents she thought she had. I took another longer sip of my margarita. Though it was strong, it wasn't bringing forth the numbness I sought. My hand shook. I couldn't stop it. The magnitude of this decision was a devastating earthquake, splitting apart the very foundation of my life. If I don't tell her, then I am lying to my only child, I stuttered. I'd also be endangering her with her ignorance, because even though he loves our daughter, his love is warped, twisted, and ugly, that there is a chance he could harm her, even use her to get to me. However small that chance is, I will never be able to live with myself if she is hurt because of me. I stared at Macy, looking for judgment where there wasn't any. There was only empathy, kindness, unwavering support. The very act of being able to say this out loud was somehow therapeutic, so it no longer ran in circles around my mind. I hadn't said any of this to Swiss. I knew if he heard the turmoil this was causing me, he'd kill Preston. He wouldn't be able to stop himself despite all the promises he'd made. He wouldn't be able to watch me suffer this way. Granted, I'm a little newer to the role, but being a mother is an identity that I thought I was ready for, thought I was born for, Macy finally said, after waiting to make sure I had nothing else to say. But nothing prepares you for the reality of it. Even though every fucking person tries to tell you how hard it is, I never got it. Because it isn't hard. No, that's not the right word. It changes your very existence, your purpose. The whole goal you have in life is to protect these humans who you love more than you realize you ever could. She smiled, her eyes filling with happy tears, with love. I understood that love, the deepness of it. They come from your body, she continued. They grow within you, they get life from you, and then they leave you, and they're so fucking vulnerable outside in the world, in an ugly world that is designed to hurt them. Her eyes went far away before they refocused on me. But babe, you grew her inside of you. You brought her into this world. You fed her, protected her, nurtured her. You nursed her hurts. You did all of that. She reached over to squeeze my hand. That means that no one else, not even me, can tell you what decisions to make when it comes to your child. No one can tell you what the best decision is. No one can shame you once you make that decision. You earned the right to make that decision. Since the second she took root inside you, you have earned that right, Mama. I stared at Macy, dumbfounded by all the knowledge she'd just laid on me. The respect, the support, all of it bundled me up and gave me the clarity, told me exactly what I needed to do. Before I could do something embarrassing like burst into a sobbing fit, The thunder of a motorcycle drowned out my thoughts. My first carnal reaction was excitement. That giddy kind of excitement that I'd been sure only teenagers felt before their first time, before they realized that romance and sex were constructs created by Hollywood and Hallmark. But it was not a construct. Hollywood and Hallmark could not create that feeling, could not replicate it and regurgitate it to the masses. The next feeling was nerves, at Violet and Swiss meeting. "What if she doesn't like him?" I asked Macy, panicky as I realized the shower was no longer running. I'd been so lost in the conversation I hadn't noticed when it turned off. I really, really hoped she hadn't overheard anything. But then the hairdryer turned on from the bedroom and I sagged in relief. "She's going to like him," Macy said confidently as the front door opened. "Honey, I'm home," Swiss called out as he walked in the door, a sexy smile on his face. That smile fell the moment his eyes landed on me and Macy sitting at the breakfast bar. Swiss was on me in a handful of long strides.
"What?" he demanded. "Who do I need to kill?"
His hands framed my face, his expression telling me that he was totally serious.
"Has that fuck done something stupid? 'Cause I know the promise I made, but if—"
"Baby," I interrupted gently, "it's nothing like that. Violet's here." It took a second for the murderous glare to leave Swiss's face.
"She's here?"
he repeated. I nodded once, smiling despite the cocktail of emotions racing through me.
"Fuck, do I look okay?"
he asked self-consciously, looking down at the gray Henley and black jeans he was wearing. He had on motorcycle boots and his cut, of course. I couldn't help but giggle at his concern about what he wore while meeting my daughter. "Yes, babe, you look great," I told him honestly, reaching around his neck and laying a soft kiss on his lips. Swiss's hands went around my waist, and I melted into his embrace, my entire body calming from his presence, his scent, his warmth. Macy cleared her throat loudly. We both looked at her, and she jerked her head in the direction of the hallway, where Violet was standing, dressed in a pair of my jeans and a silk cami that looked much better on her than it did on me. And she was staring at me, and Swiss, in an embrace. Her face was blank. I quickly stepped out of Swiss's arms, or tried to. His hand curled into mine, squeezing once before letting me go. "Honey," I said, sounding breathy, nerves eating up the single word. "This is Swiss." Violet regarded him shrewdly, purposefully looking him up and down. It might have amused me at any other moment to see Swiss move rather uncomfortably from foot to foot, something I'd never seen before. But I was too busy freaking out, hoping that Violet wouldn't hate him on sight, wouldn't wrongly think that this man had somehow stolen me away from her father. "You have a motorcycle?" she asked, zeroing in on his cut. I wasn't too sure of how much my daughter knew about outlaw motorcycle clubs, probably more than I did at the beginning. She was also a lot more open-minded than me and probably even romanticized such things. Swiss nodded in response to Violet's question. "You've taken my mother riding on it?" I bit back a smile as she continued her interrogation. Swiss nodded again.
"I have."
He spoke for the first time. His voice was raspy and low. Violet stared for a few moments, her gaze penetrative and unreadable. Swiss shifted on his feet under my daughter's gaze. "And you make my mom laugh." Her comment told me that she had been watching us longer than I'd thought. Swiss smiled.
"I do my best."
Violet folded her arms. "Will you take me for a ride on your motorcycle?" "Absolutely not," I exclaimed at the same time Swiss said,
"Fuck yeah."
Violet's blank expression turned into a bright grin. "Okay, You've got my tentative approval," she decided. I swear I saw Swiss sag in relief. "Thank fuck," Macy announced. "Now margaritas." And as if on cue, the clamor of more bikes sounded. It seemed my daughter was being dropped into the deep end of my new life. Chapter 23. Kate. It was safe to say the night was a success. Violet had damn near lost her shit when Caroline arrived. Well, on the surface, she was very cool, calm, and collected. But I noticed the small signs that she was fangirling, as she would put it. Likewise with Freya, who I had realized long ago had a very popular YouTube that Violet adored. Both had reactions similar to Macy, both hugging Violet tightly, speaking to her as if they'd known her for years, complimenting her on her beauty, her style, her sense of adventure. Violet settled into the group like she was born into it. I watched her carefully throughout the night, interacting with everyone, smiling and laughing easily, contributing to conversation with confidence and joy. She lit up, and everyone else around her did the same. It was impossible not to. It brought tears to my eyes and a smile to my face. I'd never seen Violet like this. Snatches, sure, when she was with her girlfriends or when it was just me and her, but never in large crowds, never at whatever party or event she was required to attend. Violet was strong-willed for sure, never one to act based on other people's expectations. Or so I thought. How blind I'd been was painfully clear. Seeing Violet come alive around people who didn't burden her with expectations. She'd acted a certain way because despite her strong beliefs, she loved her father, wanted him to be proud of her. And in doing so, she'd shrunk herself. Not in the exact same way I had, but in a way that made my belly ache, in a way that solidified my decision to tell her the truth. The night didn't last as long as it normally would have, presumably because everyone sensed there was a conversation that needed to be had between me and my daughter, and because everyone had children to get home to, because Hades was apparently done with Freya being on her feet and flitting around the party in 6-inch heels with her small baby bump visible under the tight dress she wore. We all said goodbyes with promises to meet at Oliver's for brunch. All the women hugged Violet warmly, and after she got over the shock of such easy and natural affection from adults, she hugged them back. Then it was time. Swiss was cleaning up the kitchen, and Violet was walking around the room, looking at framed photos I'd placed everywhere. Freya was big on taking photos, so even before Preston's arrival, there were a bunch of us all together, of candid ones she'd taken of Swiss and I at various parties. He'd been the one to put the first picture up. It was at the pool party, the infamous one when Preston had called me. In the photo, I was in my bikini, his arms were around me, about to lift us both into the pool. I was laughing, his eyes were on me, serious and loving. It was my favorite photo of us. Evidence that he knew how to make me smile, laugh, hours after the phone call that had shaken me to my core. I wondered what was going through Violet's mind. She was used to curated, posed, professional photos in matching frames, placed purposefully throughout the house. Not ones like this. Not ones where her mother was laughing in a bikini in the arms of another man. She was witnessing a whole other life I'd lived in the short time she'd been gone. I couldn't imagine how jarring that must be. She was moving slowly, and I could see the exhaustion in her body. She'd flown halfway across the world, driven almost an hour on unfamiliar roads, and then waded into my brand new life. As much as I wanted her to be able to drift off to sleep without this knowledge, I knew her too well to think that she'd go off to bed without answers. Swiss knew what I was going to do, since I'd pulled him aside earlier in the night to quickly explain my intentions. Unsurprisingly, he'd supported me. Unsurprisingly, his eyes had gone dark with rage at yet more carnage that Preston had unleashed, more pain. I knew he wasn't going to go anywhere. Let me out of eyesight as I told my daughter news that would change her life. He gave us privacy, but he remained nearby, in case I needed him. I loved him immensely for that, but this was something I needed to do without his help. The walk from the kitchen to the sofa was one of the longest and hardest in my life. Normally, I'm not one to slam tequila shots with my underage daughter. I laid 2 shots on coasters on the coffee table. Violet turned from the bookshelves to look at me. Her eyes went to Swiss in the kitchen, then back. She was still a little wary around him, understandably. But he was winning her over. It was impossible not to. He hadn't schooled his affection with me, hadn't toned it down for the sake of my daughter. The entire night he'd absently laid kisses on the side of my head, took dishes from my hands when I'd tried to clean up, pulled me onto his lap when I walked by. Violet had seen all of this, and I'd watched her scrunch her nose in confusion, trying to process it. She had not witnessed easy and genuine affection like that before, because I'd never experienced it until Swiss. I patted the cushion for Violet to sit. What I'm about to tell you isn't going to go down smooth, so I want to give you this to soften the edges. I chewed my lips, if that's even possible. You're scaring me, Mom, Violet said gravely. My insides shredded. I know, baby, and I hate it, I whispered. I lifted the shot glasses, handing her one. She took it, and we both stared at each other for a tick before downing them. The burn was the only thing on my mind for a split second, and it was a welcome respite, but it didn't last for long. Okay, sweetie, I'm gonna tell you something. I took in a deep breath while placing the shot glass back on the coffee table. And it's something I've wrestled with, something I've doubted whether I should burden you with the truth of. And ultimately, something I feel you deserve to know. I tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. If you weren't such an adult, so shrewd, worldly, and thoughtful, I could maybe get away with some half-truths. But you, my darling, are not someone to be satisfied with those. So I'm going to give it to you. The gruesome truth. Are you ready? Violet stared at me, really exploring my face, gauging my expression and the severity I guessed was painted on it. She took a deep, visible breath, bracing herself. I'm ready. You're going to have a lot of questions, I sighed. And this is not something that I will be able to give you in one sitting or be able to explain away. It's taken me months to even digest this myself, and I suspect it'll take a lot longer to accept and fully process everything. I hate that it will do the same to you. Tears prickled the backs of my eyes, but I fought them. With what I had to tell my daughter, I couldn't be a weak, sobbing mess. My only saving grace was that I was stronger now, a different person, one I felt comfortable with my daughter looking up to. You know, I met your father when I was young, I began. Younger than you. She nodded, very aware that her mother had been a teenager when she gave birth to her. When I was her age, I was married. I was about to move into my first home with my husband. I had an almost 3-year-old. And you know that I had a difficult upbringing. I swallowed thickly. Violet nodded again. She did not and would never know the specifics of what my childhood was like. I was giving her enough harsh truths tonight. I didn't know much love or kindness, I explained. So when I met your father, your grandparents, they were the only true family I'd ever had. And I didn't have anything or anyone else but you and them. I reached over to squeeze her hand. And you, baby, were and still are my entire world. All I've ever wanted was to give you the life I never had. I sucked in a deep breath. So when your father hit me for the first time, when it became clear that if I left him, I wouldn't have anything, that I wouldn't have you, I stayed. I stayed because I was young, I was your age, because I didn't know what else to do, didn't have anywhere else to go. There they were. The words, the knowledge, it was out there. I couldn't take it back. I watched my daughter's face contort with shock and pain as my words sank in. "Daddy, hit you?" she choked out. It felt like someone was squeezing my lungs when I heard the pain in her voice. "He did, honey," I managed to reply evenly. And it wasn't just once. My throat burned as I took a deep breath, hating that I wasn't done, hating that there was more. And it wasn't every day either. He wasn't constantly cruel or evil. He was loving, kind, and caring a lot of the time. He was the daddy you knew for a good portion of our marriage, until he wasn't. I wished for another tequila shot. I wished for Swiss's hand in mine. Instead, I focused on the soft clang of dishes in the kitchen, signifying his presence, signifying that that life, that version of me, and most importantly, Preston, was in my past. When you left, something changed inside of me, I explained. I started driving and didn't stop until I got here. I smiled. You said it yourself, there's something about this place that pulled me here, urged me to stay. I looked over to Swiss in the kitchen, catching his eyes. He was watching me carefully, with concern. Violet's gaze flickered that way too, looking between the two of us. I rubbed my sweaty palms down my legs, preparing to tell the truth that I wasn't sure I was going to utter until that very moment. Your father found me here, darling, because he is a powerful man with a lot of resources. He found me here, and My voice broke, whatever semblance of strength I was holding on to crumbling. I squeezed my eyes shut, opening them when I felt a small hand squeeze mine. Violet was holding my hand, tears filling her eyes. You didn't have bronchitis, she guessed slowly. I shook my head. Daddy did that to you? She stuttered. I watched her conjure up images in her mind. My daughter had a wonderful imagination, so she was likely trying to match the way I sounded to a violence that she'd never seen firsthand. A violence that had never touched her life. Until now. I nodded. He did. And it was Swiss who saved my life. I decided not to tell her that Swiss had found me naked and half dead in a ditch on the side of the road. She didn't need that horrific of a truth. But it was important to me that she understood Swiss's part in this. That Swiss, despite appearances, was not the violent man who could hurt me. He was the kind, gentle, and loving, and yes, kind of violent, man that saved me, in many ways. Her eyes slid to Swiss, and they stayed there for a long time before making it back to me. I guessed she was deciding who to address, what questions to ask. Why didn't you leave? she asked after a long silence. It wasn't an accusation, not quite. The first time. She studied my face, as if trying to make sense of me imploding her whole childhood and everything she knew in a matter of seconds. Why didn't you take me and leave? Closer now to an accusation. I smiled sadly at her. Oh, my darling girl, I hope with my entire heart that you never have to know how such a simple question can be so complicated. I wish with everything I am that you will never ask yourself a question like that. I regarded my beautiful young woman with her furrowed brows, with her clear skin, the stubborn tilt of her chin. No, my sweet, you will never ask yourself that question, I decided. You're not like me. You're so much stronger. You know yourself so much better. And despite what your father did to me, he gave you the resources to make sure you'll never be in the position that I was when he first hit me. He gave you the ability to get an education so that you feel confident, a home where you feel loved, where you were celebrated, nurtured. Despite who he was to me, he made it so you'll never be vulnerable like I was, and I will make sure you are never isolated like I was. I sighed, my eyes filling with tears at the mere prospect of my daughter being put in the position that I was. I'd kill him, plain and simple. I'd gladly do the time for murdering the man who dared lay hands on my daughter. He is still your father, I added, taking note of the shadows in my daughter's eyes, the shadows that had not been there moments ago. He was still at your softball games, your debates, at your father-daughter dance. I am not telling you this to make you hate him. I do not want you to choose sides in this. I sighed under the weight I was putting on my daughter. But you're an adult. I could not hide this from you even though I was sorely tempted. I stroked her face. I told you without any kind of agenda. He is your father and he loves you, despite everything else. She stared at me, blinking rapidly as she absorbed the information. I gave her a moment, then another. I was demolishing her world after all. I was bracing for any and all reactions. My Violet was everything I hadn't been. Strong, passionate, stubborn, unafraid to speak her mind, to go toe-to-toe with whoever she thought was in the wrong. I'd been lucky with her, though. In a lot of ways, I'd grown up with her, having her so young. She never gave me the crap a lot of teenage girls gave their mothers. She did not test me or Preston with boyfriends who were bad for her. She did not break curfew or skip school. There were no screaming matches or slamming of doors in our house. Sure, there was some attitude, some disagreements, but my daughter was gifted. She didn't win state debate for nothing. She had a way about her, an elegance when she argued, an intelligence. She never lost her cool, raised her voice, and often you didn't even know she'd won the argument until hours later. Even Preston wasn't immune to her, something he'd always found endearing, despite his hatred for me even hinting that I disagreed with him. I was afraid, deathly so, that this news would cause my beautiful girl to explode, that I'd get the screaming, the silence, the "I hate you" that many mothers had to weather. I deserved it all, so I braced myself. I was ready for any and all reactions. Or so I thought. Daddy beat you for almost my entire life, and you expect me to forgive him? She asked slowly, a wrinkle forming between her eyes. You expect me to continue to speak to him, to spend holidays with him, to be in the same room as him? It was my turn to blink rapidly at her. "I don't expect anything from you, Violet," I said gently. "Whatever you wish to do, whatever relationship you want with your father, it's yours to have." She stood, obviously unable to take this in while seated. I stood too, in case she tried to do something like run from the room. "Relationship," she repeated. She began pacing. "You think I want a relationship with him now?" Her voice had risen, her cheeks reddening with emotion. "Honey, you don't have to make any decisions." "No," she interrupted. "You're right. Dad was at all my games, only because he knew that's what everyone expected him to do. What made him look the part. He was at my father-daughter dance even though I didn't want to go in the first place. But he forced me because some big-shot finance guy had a daughter going to my school." My breath hitched, unable to fathom that Violet had managed to see those things when she was so young. Unable to fathom that I'd been blind to how much my daughter had seen, and hating myself for not noticing. Her eyes found Swiss, who was now standing behind me, apparently no longer able to watch from afar. "You're not going to let him hurt her again, are you?" she asked, though it was more of a demand.
"No, darling,"
he promised. His hands were tight around my hips. My knees felt like they were made of rubber, so I was grateful he was there. Violet nodded purposefully after measuring Swiss's response. "He's dead to me," she declared, emanating an iciness I'd never thought her capable of. I flinched at the tone. "Violet, you—" "No, Mom." She held up a hand, halting me. "I understand what you're trying to do. I respect it even though I don't fully understand why you'd defend him after what he did to you." She stood still, staring at a blank space on the wall for a moment before pulling her shoulders back. "But no. I don't want a relationship with a father who almost killed my mother." She exhaled deeply after she said those words aloud, the reality of them truly sinking in. I decided there was too much space between us and approached her. No, I didn't just approach. I rushed toward my daughter and caught her right at the moment she broke down. I found I had more than enough strength to hold on to her as she grieved for the father that she'd loved, the father she'd never have again. I brushed the hair from my sleeping daughter's face, watching her sleep for a few more minutes before I quietly left the room, shutting the door behind me. She had cried herself into unconsciousness, laying on the sofa with her head in my lap. Swiss had sat on the armchair, watchful, protective, a calming presence. He was pissed. Seeing my daughter in pain, it affected him, visibly. I knew he was likely thinking of all the ways he would like to torture and kill Preston. But he didn't do that. Instead, when Violet fell asleep, he lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bedroom. I followed him, fighting tears. Then he'd left me to put her under the covers myself, with a kiss on the side of my head. He was waiting for me in our bedroom, 2 mugs of tea on the table between the armchairs. Instead of choosing the one beside him, I crawled onto his lap, desperate for the closeness. His arms circled around me without hesitation.
"Very hard not to get on my bike, drive to New Hampshire and put a bullet in that fuck's brain,"
he murmured into my hair. Ah, how correct I'd been. "It's very hard not to do it myself," I whispered into the leather of his cut.
"But my place is here,"
Swiss decided.
"With the 2 girls he was stupid enough to fuck with. The 2 girls he will never fuck with again."
"Do you think she's going to be okay?" I asked in a defeated voice, positioning myself so I could look into Swiss's eyes. He gently gripped my face as we stared intently at one another.
Countess, not only is she the spittin' image of you, she has your strength. She's gonna be great. It'll take a while, I'm sure. But she has you, has us, has a whole new family who's got her back. For good.
Tears filled my eyes at that realization, and then it was my turn to break down in tears. Swiss eventually carried me to bed, too.
1 week later. Swiss. Violet was like her mother, an exact replica, with the same midnight black hair, the same face shape, the same spirit. She had taken the news of who her father was, what he was, in stride. She hadn't hesitated to cut him off, to stand by her mother. Everything she knew about the man who raised her was a lie, yet she didn't fall apart, throw a tantrum like some spoiled rich girl. No, she was more worried about her mother. It was clear she adored her. In the week she'd been here, I'd been fucking floored at seeing Kate in a different role, seeing the way they interacted, how they laughed easily, treated each other with kindness and respect. Their bond was forged by them growing up together. It was something special. Fucking precious. I could not believe how that piece of shit could have had that in his home and tried to poison it the way he did. Pure fucking evil. That's what he was. Violet had called him and said something to that effect. Then she'd blocked his number. We had people watching him, making sure he didn't find his balls, didn't risk his life to mend things with his daughter. But he was too much of a coward for that. Fucking piece of shit. Violet was wary around me. I knew that. Appreciated that. Had appreciated it a fuck of a lot more when she found me cleaning the grill while Kate was inside making some fancy dessert. I'd known she was there watching me for a while. I didn't acknowledge her presence, knowing that she needed to make the first move, that she wouldn't have come out here unless she had something to say. "Do you love my mother?" She finally asked. Straight to the point. No bullshit. I respected it. I met her eyes. They were unusual, bright, almost purple. She was as pretty as her mother, but those eyes were something else. Boys would go wild over her. Even the thought of it had me squeezing the shit out of the scrubber I was using. I felt protective over her, and I barely fucking knew her. But I knew what she meant to Kate. That was enough. "Yes," I answered simply. "Good." Violet nodded once, not smiling. "My mother deserves someone who loves her, who will do anything for her." She eyed me shrewdly. Her gaze skated to my cut. "Who will protect her?" "Darling, you don't have to worry about that. I'm going to protect your mom. Not going to let any harm come to her." Her eyes narrowed as she regarded me, as if she were weighing my words. The gaze was much too mature for a girl her age, who'd grown up as sheltered as she had. Maybe she saw more than Kate gave her credit for. "I know," she said finally. "I also know that if you hurt her, you will have me to answer to." A threat coming from an 18-year-old girl should have been laughable to someone like me. But somehow she delivered it with strength and promise that made me take her seriously. Made me respect the fuck out of her. "I'm not going to let another man hurt her, including myself, for as long as I live," I promised. She nodded again. "Good." Freya, Hades, and Eva arrived not long after, and Violet and Kate promptly got distracted by having a baby and another woman in the mix. Hades and I congregated by the grill, beers in hand, while Violet chased Eva around the yard, and Freya and Kate sat in the wicker chairs, drinking and chatting. It felt fucking suburban, something that I was sure would have been the death of me before Kate. Who the fuck would have thought this would be us? I scoffed, vocalizing my thoughts. Hades didn't answer. His penetrative gaze was focused on his wife, his child. He was probably juggling a lot of serious shit, like sitting in a hospital, not knowing if his woman would live. I understood that. Hurting for him. Fuck did I know that pain. But unfortunately, there was nothing either of us could do about that. I focused on Kate. Her head was thrown back, laughing at something Violet said, as if she hadn't a care in the world, as if she had known no difficulty or pain. I'd seen men grit their teeth and fight through gunshot wounds, tortured men who didn't scream as I peeled their skin off. But that, Kate's unbridled happiness, her ability to laugh after everything she'd been through, that was the strongest thing I'd ever seen. I'll do it. Hades' words punctured my thoughts. I turned to him, seeing that he was staring at Kate. Do what? Kill him, he answered, lifting his beer. I knew he wasn't joking because the motherfucker didn't joke. I also knew who he was talking about. He was watching my woman and her daughter laugh in the sunshine like they didn't know what waited for them in the shadows. It was impossible not to want to avenge them, to make sure there was no one on this earth who was a threat to them. It wasn't in our nature to do nothing. Brother, I promised her I wouldn't do it. I gritted out. That promise still lay heavy on my shoulders, jerking me awake at night. You won't, Hades said, still looking at them. I chuckled without humor. Yeah, the distinction of who pulls the trigger won't fly with Kate. Her husband ends up dead, she'll know it was the son's. I could make it look natural, Hades offered. He could. He was an expert in killing, like all of us were. Anyone could pull a trigger, draw blood. But there was an art to it that few men possessed, enabling them to make a death slow, painful, or quick and painless. I'm sure you can, I replied, tempted to take him up on the offer. But Kate is smart. I know Macy's got her into crystals and shit, but I doubt even she thinks karma works that fast. If she knew what this was doing to you. She knows, I grunted. But what this is doing to me don't mean shit compared to what this is doing to her. She wants him dead, even though she's not bloodthirsty by nature. Even though she saves strays, even though she's got the softest, kindest heart I've ever known. I reached down into the cooler for another beer. She would wear his blood if she could, I continued, staring at Kate. But she will live in agony forever if it means saving her daughter from even an inch of pain. I let the cool liquid slip down my throat. Plus, I've come to the decision that letting him live without his money, without them, I nodded toward my girls. That's the worst punishment. A fate worse than death.
Chapter 24. Kate. I was thinking, Violet said as she dressed the salad.
I've heard it's dangerous when women do that,
Swiss taunted from where he was setting the table. He was not one to sit on the sofa with a beer while we prepared dinner. No, he was involved, helping by refilling drinks, chopping vegetables, pretty much doing anything and everything he could to contribute. Violet had noticed it during her time here with us. We'd settled into somewhat of a routine. I say somewhat because there wasn't really such a thing as routine in my life now. Not with impromptu dinners at Macy's or Freya's or Caroline's or my place, or club parties, dinners at the 2 restaurants in town that served great food, visits from other charters which required an all-hands-on-deck situation. So yeah, there was no Meatloaf Monday or anything like that in the biker world. Which I adored. I loved that I never knew how a day might end. Maybe a quiet dinner out, or getting tipsy in the desert with women who had become my family. But we did get nights, a good amount of them, just the 3 of us. I cooked because I enjoyed it, not because I was required to. Violet sat on the breakfast bar, chatting to Swiss and me while sipping wine. She'd acquired quite a taste for it in Paris, and had argued about how ridiculous a drinking age was when you could enlist in the army but not buy a beer. And I was inclined to agree with her. I also wasn't going to disapprove of my adult daughter having a glass of wine or 2 at dinner. Those dinners were special, precious. They had an energy about them, a magic about them that gave me the impression that we would never have quite a time like this again. I was looking forward to the future, looking forward to Violet growing into herself even further and achieving great things. But I also knew that that would mean seeing less of her having a separate life outside of me. So I was savoring every moment we shared. Violet poked her tongue out at Swiss at his joke, and he grinned back at her. The 2 of them had developed an easy relationship, a friendship even. I was talking to Colby, and he said there is an extra room at the club. I stopped dicing and my mouth opened, but Swiss beat me to it.
When the fuck were you talking to Colby?
Swiss barked. I pursed my lips, hiding my smile. Swiss was not just her friend, he was also the protective alpha male who would go to battle for my daughter without hesitating. Violet had a grin of her own that she was not hiding. My daughter, it seemed, was not intimidated by the dangerous, badass routine. That had become clear at the club gatherings she attended, where she'd routinely challenged anyone in a cut about the anti-feminist bullshit of a woman not being able to patch in. And the only people who were able to form a coherent response were the men who were married, madly in love with their wives, and saw Violet as more of a daughter figure. The unattached men were usually too busy drooling at Violet to form an argument. Swiss, of course, had threatened death and dismemberment to anyone who tried anything with her, and no one was brave enough to go up against him. Violet found this endlessly entertaining, and had now moved on from challenging these men to flirting with them relentlessly, much to Swiss's horror. I was more amused by it all, somehow comforted by the idea that my daughter could end up with a biker who respected and worshipped the ground she walked on. Not some French asshole who she had not said a peep about since she arrived back. Actually, I did not want Violet to end up with anyone yet. She was too young. Oh, calm down, Swiss. I was talking to him, not engaging in oral sex. She paused, looking up at the ceiling. Then again, there's no talking then either. Someone always has their mouth full. I had wrongly chosen that moment to take a sip of my wine and almost choked on it when she said that. Swiss's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. It was almost a blush, a fucking blush. A blush like a father might have while talking to his daughter about oral sex. Violet never would have spoken about oral sex with her father. She was too busy playing the role of the perfect little angel, one I hadn't noticed she was playing until recently, until she started being her unapologetic self in New Mexico, where she felt comfortable to do that, where there were no expectations of her. I supposed it wasn't just that. She had just spent over 6 months in Europe, falling in love, traveling, acquiring a taste for wine. She'd changed, as you were supposed to at that age. And sex is an appropriate topic since it pertains to why I'm going to be moving into that room at the clubhouse. Where I'd been delightfully amused at my daughter's adult and slightly vulgar sense of humor moments ago, now I was concerned at my little girl talking about moving into an outlaw biker clubhouse. This time I beat Swiss to it. "Absolutely not," I scoffed, turning down the burner so I could focus wholly on my daughter. She rolled her eyes. "Mom, don't worry. I'm not doing it because I have any other intentions other than not to hear my mother and soon-to-be stepfather banging it out." Now it was my turn to blush. Swiss, the asshole, had found his sense of humor once more and was smiling into his beer. "Excuse me?" I asked in a small voice. "Oh, come on, Mom, we're all adults here. And I can see how devastatingly in love you are, how happy you are." Her face turned serious for a split second. "I love that. More than love that. I also understand that what comes with this kind of love is sex that travels through some decently thick walls. I'm not about to ask my mother to stop having that wonderful sex, but I'm going to draw some boundary lines." I gasped. Swiss was full-on laughing now. "Stop," I snapped at him. "This isn't funny." Swiss's eyes twinkled as he crossed the distance between us, bringing me in so he could kiss my head then tuck me into his chest.
"Oh, Countess, I disagree. This is fucking hilarious."
I scowled at him. "You're not actually okay with the idea of Violet moving into the clubhouse?" I asked in shock.
"Wouldn't say I'm okay with it,"
he pondered.
"But not hip on the alternative either."
I figured the alternative was us not having sex at all. And to be honest, that was not something I was hip with either.
"On top of that, my brothers know the long and painful death that awaits them if they try anything."
Violet laughed. I did not because I knew he wasn't joking.
"And it'll only be for a few days, a week at most."
I frowned up at him. "Violet doesn't leave for school for another 2 weeks," I reminded him. I looked at my daughter. "Right, honey? You haven't decided to go early, have you?" I tried to sound like I'd be totally okay with that, but I definitely failed. I was internally panicking at not only my daughter leaving early, but not having her under the same roof as me for the remaining time I had with her. But the alternative... Although I would have liked to think we could control ourselves, in the interest of my daughter, for goodness sakes, I knew that we couldn't. Violet's shoulders dropped, her eyes softening at the edges. "No, Mom, I'm not leaving earlier. I love it here." Too caught up in the moment, I looked back up at Swiss. "Well, then do you know something I don't?"
"I know that Violet's room is going to be at the other end of the house. Our new house."
I stared at him. "Our new house?" I parroted. He nodded, a seed of a smile on his face.
"As much as I love this place, and I fucking do, I think we need something a little bigger. Something ours. Place with a kitchen you can spread out in." He motioned to the small, orderly area I was using for prep. Though I made it work and loved it more than the all-white kitchen with endless space in my last house, I would have liked some more room. "There were a few last-minute details I had to hammer down, but this weekend is move-in day."
His eyes cut to Violet and they shared a look. A knowing look. A look that I was not privy to, so my eyes darted between them accusingly. "What was that about?" I demanded. "Well, Swiss wanted to show me before he signed all the papers." Violet shrugged with a smile. "He wanted to make sure you'd like it, and he wanted to make sure I liked it, since he wants it to be my home, too." They shared another look. This time it was not knowing. It was more intimate. It was a look that made me want to burst into tears. Violet blinked away the emotion in her eyes that I knew came from having a father who would not have asked her opinion on such things. A father who wouldn't have cared whether his wife or daughter liked it, who'd have expected them to accept it. "And I like it," she exclaimed brightly. "Love it, in fact. And he's right, there's like an entire house between our bedrooms, plenty of space and sound insulation." She waggled her brows. I wanted to sink into the ground. "So it'll only be a few days," she continued, "and I'll be on my best behavior. I promise not to become a prospect, although I did convince Hanson to let me if I change my mind." I grinned again. "I bet you did," I muttered. Then I looked up at Swiss. "She'll be okay there?"
"She will," he grunted. "Safest place for her."
Thinking on it, forgetting about the parties with strippers and copious amounts of booze, I had to agree with him. The biker clubhouse had been the safest place for me my entire life, until this house. "Do I get to see the home you've bought for us without consulting me?" I asked snippily. Or at least I tried to be snippy. The concept of my fiancé buying a house without my input was something Preston had and did do. But this was different. This was Swiss, and I trusted him utterly and completely. If I was honest with myself, I did not want to go through the rigmarole of open houses, inspections, figuring out if I liked a place. Because my home was in this kitchen. Not the walls, the roof, or the floor, but the two people I was with. Everything else was extra. "Nope," he replied happily, his eyes twinkling as he regarded me.
"Gonna fight me on that, Countess?"
Desire assaulted me in a way it shouldn't with my daughter in the vicinity. Yeah, maybe it was a good thing she was moving to the club. "No," I answered quickly. "No, I'm not." So that's how it was decided. My almost 19-year-old, her birthday was that weekend, yet she'd somehow convinced me not to throw her a party, would be moving in with outlaw bikers before heading off to college. And I would be moving into a new house, the one my biker fiancé had picked out for us. "I was thinking about something," I said, trailing shapes on Swiss's pack. It was late, very late. We'd packed Violet's things into her rental car. Well, Swiss had packed her things. He wouldn't dream of us lifting anything heavier than a purse. Then followed her on the motorcycle to the club. I'd settled her into one of the vacant rooms, promising to bring some proper sheets and a comforter the next day. She, unsurprisingly, had rolled her eyes at that. Though she'd grown up with nice things, she was not spoiled or a snob, something I was delighted to discover. I mean, I'd known that, but I'd never seen her outside the manicured, curated life we'd created for her. And she was thriving in this one already. Swiss had been in the common room, threatening death and dismemberment to each of his brothers if they tried anything with Violet. We'd stayed for a drink, and I'd watched Violet interact easily with everyone, playing pool with Colby, Lucas, and Eldon. She was not self-conscious or intimidated by any of the men, even Eldon, who was pretty darn intimidating. Although I was hesitant about leaving her there, I knew in my gut that she'd be just fine. Once Swiss was satisfied that everyone was sufficiently threatened, we said goodbye to Violet. It was much harder than I'd expected considering we were only 10 minutes away, and rode back to the house. Swiss then demonstrated just how much he'd been holding back while Violet had been staying with us. My wrists burned from the cuffs he'd just taken off, my body thrumming with satisfaction and exertion. It was a very good thing that Violet was miles away, that the closest house was miles away.
"You're thinking about something?"
Swiss prompted after I'd been silent for a while. "Yeah, I've been, thinking about it for a while. I was suddenly very nervous. Swiss and I did not have secrets. Not anymore. This wasn't a secret, exactly. It was a dream. One that I hadn't told anyone about. One that had steadily grown with my confidence. My feeling of safety, security, with the knowledge that we were making a life together. Swiss adjusted us so I was facing at him. He'd obviously heard my voice catch, understood that this was serious, and he wasn't about to let us have a serious conversation without eye contact.
Continue,
he ordered once my irises were locked with his. Well, you know I got an, modest sum from the divorce settlement. I cleared my throat. He nodded. He knew that because he, or someone in the club, had been the one to set the terms of my divorce settlement. The sum wasn't exactly modest, but considering the amount I'd donated, it was less than a quarter of Preston's money, not counting Violet's college fund, of course. It was a specific amount of money, for a specific goal. There's a building for sale in town that I've been looking at, I told him, thinking of the old romantic structure with mosaic windows and a view of the desert. It was right at the end of Main Street, before the wilderness began to take back over. It's been for sale for a while, I added.
Know the one?
Swiss squinted, looking like he was calling it up in his mind.
Overpriced. That's why it's not selling.
I nodded in agreement. It is, which is why they'll likely take an all-cash offer well under asking rather than stay on the market for longer. Swiss quirked a brow.
You really have been giving this some thought.
I've never had the opportunity to think about life outside of being a wife and mother. My face warmed. And although I love the thought of being your wife, I cannot wait to be something in addition to that for the first time in my life. Swiss's face had softened.
You can be anything you want to be,
he murmured.
And I'll support it. Do everything in my power to make it happen.
I smiled. I know you will, I whispered. And what I will probably need is for you to do some heavy lifting to make sure contractors don't rip me off and to taste test my menu. His eyes danced.
Menu?
Yeah, I replied. I've always wanted to have my own restaurant. Somewhere that feels comfortable and upmarket, but not in a snobby way. Where I can cook whatever I want, whatever's in season. I sighed. I know I don't know anything about running a business and...
I think it's a great fucking idea.
Swiss interrupted before I could talk down on myself further.
You're an excellent fucking cook. Seems to be a crime not to share that. Though I'm not adverse to committing a crime or two.
He winked.
We'll put in an offer tomorrow.
I stared at him. What?
This is your dream, right?
I nodded.
Well, then it's my job to do everything in my power to make it happen.
He said simply. And he was dead serious. The very next morning, bright and early, Swiss walked into the real estate office with our offer. Well under asking, all cash. The contract was drawn up by the end of the day. The restaurant was in my name. Mine. It had all transpired within 24 hours of me mentioning what I wanted. Obviously, there had to be a party to celebrate. Violet jumped around in glee, then rushed off to open her computer, designing the space for me. She spent the rest of the night staring at it, deep in thought. Eventually, she'd closed it and murmured something about doing more work back at the club, kissed my cheek absently, hugged Swiss, and left. Both of us had been shocked. Her and Swiss were friends by this point. It was clear that Violet liked him, but she had yet to develop an easy affection with him like she had with me, which made sense. That kind of thing didn't happen overnight. but a half-zombie, her mind elsewhere. She'd hugged him with real affection. It had warmed my heart and made me think of something that hadn't been far from my mind. I was not pregnant. My period had come right on time, and I'd found myself feeling disappointed. It made absolutely no sense, since this was a huge time in my life full of change and transition, and throwing a newborn baby into the mix would not have been wise. Yet I was still disappointed. And I could have sworn Swiss was too. Or it could have been wishful thinking. "We haven't been using protection," I commented while we were in the kitchen. After we'd cleaned up from the party, Swiss had fucked me on the kitchen counter. I'd just cleaned myself up and had decided we needed chocolate chip cookies. Swiss had not argued, so I was in Swiss's tea, mixing up the batter. He was in sweats and nothing else.
"Well aware of that, Countess,"
Swiss murmured, his hand going underneath the tea to cup my bare pussy. I licked my lips, knees wobbling ever so slightly. "And I'm not on birth control," I continued, voice smaller.
"Noticed that too, Kate,"
Swiss retorted, more gently this time. I tilted my head to look up at him. I shouldn't have been surprised, really. He noticed everything about me and about my routine. "And you've still been—"
"Coming inside you?"
he finished for me. Nodding, I felt my cheeks heat. The blush made absolutely no sense, since he'd literally just fucked me on the counter I was making cookies on. But I blushed nonetheless.
"Still scares the shit out of me,"
he admitted gravely.
"Still something I'm gonna wrestle with. And when you get pregnant, I'll probably be as fucking crazy as Hades is."
Swiss took the wooden spoon from my hands, lifting it to lick it before he put it in the bowl so he could yank me flush with his body. He kissed me, and it tasted like cookie dough.
"But seeing you with Violet,"
he murmured against my mouth.
"Seeing you as a mother."
He kissed me again, deeper this time.
"Didn't think you could be any sexier. And the thought of you growing my child."
His hand moved to my semi-flat stomach, the one that was doing cartwheels.
"Yeah, I think those things chase away some of the darkest shit my mind has to offer,"
he rasped, eyes locked with mine.
"If you want to have a baby, that is. Want to make it clear that any path you want to take, I'm down with. Only thing that's important to me is you being on the back of my bike for the rest of my life."
My body bloomed with warmth and pure happiness. "I want that with you," I spoke without thinking. "I want a family with you." I barely got the words out before Swiss kissed me. It was safe to say no cookies were baked that night. There were babies to be made. Chapter 25. Kate. "This is ruining my makeup," I grumbled as Swiss guided me out of the car. He was guiding me because I was blindfolded, which had been the case since he'd put me in the car. It was Violet's birthday, 19. She'd slept over and we'd restrained ourselves for one night, though it was harder than it should have been. We had chocolate chip pancakes for breakfast, and Swiss brought coffees from Oliver's. The day we signed the contract on the space, I'd told Julian I had to hand in my notice. He had been pissed off to be losing his barista, but also incredibly happy for me, because he was that kind of guy. Because I'd found myself surrounded with people who only wanted the best for me. Swiss had also bought Violet a gift that I did not know about, but that he'd obviously gotten some female's opinion on because it was kick-ass and just the right size. A leather jacket. Buttery, expensive leather. Similar to one he'd given me a long time ago. One I wore whenever we were on the bike.
"You're part of my family now,"
he'd said as he presented it to her.
Gotta look the part.
She'd loved the jacket, absolutely loved it. In fact, she'd shoved it on top of her PJs and demanded Swiss take her on a ride. Not one to refuse the birthday girl, he did. And she'd come back with bright eyes and a beaming smile. I'd been worried about that smile because I recognized it. It was someone falling in love with the thrill of being on the back of someone's bike. I tried my best to push those thoughts aside. I'd bought her a necklace. A simple gold chain with a floating solitaire garnet pendant in the middle. Since she'd donated the diamond one her father got her, along with everything else he'd ever given her. We'd also organized movers to go into our old house, gather up all of Violet's things, and have them brought to New Mexico. She was still going back to school, and I missed her already. But I felt great comfort in knowing that all of her things would be with me. In our new home. The one that we were apparently driving to. The one I apparently needed to be blindfolded for. I'd played along, only because it was one of Violet's birthday demands. It's Violet who's the one who should be getting a surprise, I whined. Trust me, Mom, I've had enough surprises to last a lifetime, Violet commented dryly. I smiled for her benefit more than anything. My girl had taken all of the news about Preston in stride, and despite her breakdown on that first night, she had not shed a tear. She had refused to talk about her father, committed to her notion that he was dead to her. I worried about that, about everything that she was burying, but I couldn't force it out of her. She would talk to me when she was ready. As it was, she had thrown herself headfirst into club life, into helping Julian at the cafe, babysitting for Caroline, Freya, or Macy, going to the gun range with Colby. The two of them had formed quite a friendship that amused me yet pissed off Swiss. She had told me one night that she was not attracted to him in the slightest because he was too young. That had not put my mind at ease since he was at least 5 years older than her. But I had to trust that the older men in the club who she likely had her eyes on were much more mature, therefore smart enough to stay well away from my teenage daughter. The smell of lavender wafted through the air. Then I was lifted into Swiss's arms. I let out a little squeal at the unexpected movement. "What are you doing?" I demanded.
Tradition,
he grunted. Tradition? I scowled. That does not give me any of the information that I need.
Calm down, Countess,
Swiss replied with amusement. He shifted my weight so one of his hands could reach back to remove my blindfold.
Gotta carry you over the threshold,
he explained, nodding to the front door. It was not the front door I was focusing on, though. Well, my gaze went there for a second, but then it went everywhere else. To the entryway of my new home. The entryway that was covered in flowers and candles. There was soft music playing from somewhere in the house. And then, when I looked for Swiss, he was down on one knee, holding a ring. A simple but stunning solitaire garnet. It could have been a sister to the one around Violet's neck. It was absolutely perfect. My eyes instantly filled with tears.
No, we're already technically engaged.
His voice was thick with emotion.
I also know that you know I'm not one to stick to tradition normally, but I'm gonna make an exception for you.
Swiss took the ring and slid it onto the fourth finger of my left hand before laying a kiss on my palm.
I also know that you didn't want a big wedding, that the most important thing to you is family.
His eyes navigated to Violet, who was watching with a radiant smile on her face.
So I enlisted the help of your daughter and a few others to give you a wedding and a home.
I struggled to keep my breathing under control. A wedding. Today. Swiss had organized a proposal, a new home, and a wedding. With my daughter.
"What do you say, Countess?" he asked. "Want to get hitched today?"
Instead of speaking, I did a little hiccup sob thing. Swiss looked to Violet.
"That sound like a yes?"
She nodded rapidly. "A total yes." Swiss stood, pulling me into his arms and kissing me lightly.
"I'll let you go and get ready,"
he said against my lips.
"I've got to go and make myself pretty for my wife."
He laid a kiss on my nose before sauntering off, as if he hadn't just rocked my world. I didn't even have time to process what was happening because Macy, Freya, and Caroline appeared, and they, along with Violet, spirited me away to get ready for my wedding day. The house that Swiss had bought for us was perfect, beyond perfect. It was exactly what I'd been imagining, sitting on Freya's patio that night months ago. It was on an acre, not a house to be seen in any direction. A sprawling garden that was wild, colorful, and perfect. A large pool, the water glimmering off the sunlight, visible from our bedroom. Or should I say, our wing. The room itself was huge with a private patio, views to die for, and a gigantic closet and bathroom. The only thing hanging in that closet had been my wedding dress. The wedding dress that I didn't pick but somehow fit me to a T. That was somehow utterly perfect for me. It was simple, such a pale pink it was almost white. The neck was high but dipped way down low in the back. It molded over my new curves, complementing every one of them before trailing down delicately to the floor. Beaded strappy sandals were designer. I know about the trauma you have connected to designer shoes, but don't let your asshole husband take away the artistry that is Jimmy Choo. Freya had begged. I'd relented on that one because they were beautiful. Marilyn, Freya's friend who had firmly become my friend too, had done my hair and makeup. The rest of the women had fed me food and wine, dressed in simple dresses of varying colors but similar styles. Violet's dress was light purple, to match her eyes, and crisscrossed in the front, slipping over her slight body and making her truly look like the woman she was. At some point, the women had realized that I needed some alone time with my daughter, and had given me hugs, kisses, and hand squeezes, Freya shoving a wildflower bouquet in my hands before she left. Then it was just me and Violet, standing in the middle of my new closet on my wedding day. "You look so incredible, Mama," she whispered, pinning up a rogue strand of my hair. It was in wild curls with 2 braids pulled back off my face. No veil. It definitely wasn't a veil kind of wedding. "Honey, it's your birthday," I argued softly, tears in my eyes. "I know," she replied, her own eyes glassy. "And the absolute best gift I could ever get is my mom truly being happy, in a home she deserves, with a love she deserves." Tears ran down my face at my daughter's wisdom, at her maturity. "Don't," she snapped. "You'll ruin your makeup." A sound that was half laugh, half sob escaped me. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" My voice was barely a whisper as I wiped a single tear from my daughter's eye. "This is a lot for you to have to deal with." Violet frowned. My mother truly happy for the first time in her life is not a lot to deal with, I promise. I tried to measure her response, tried to look for holes, the shadows that had been flickering behind her eyes since she'd arrived. I saw none. "Now," she held out her arm, "are you going to let me walk you down the aisle or what?" I stared at her for a second longer before saying anything. "Yes," I whispered. "There's no one else in the world I want by my side." Then I took her arm, letting her walk us out to the garden that was filled with lilies, lavender, and bikers. My biker stood at the end of a short, makeshift aisle. Hades and Jagger stood beside him. Freya, Caroline, and Macy were on my side, grinning from ear to ear. Hansen was officiating. It was, quite simply, the most perfect wedding I'd ever seen. If I'd tried to plan it, I wouldn't have been able to create such an uncomplicated, beautiful wedding. Violet walked us toward Swiss, stopping to give him a large hug when we made it. "Take care of my mom," she told him when she released him. Swiss's eyes were shimmering.
"I will,"
he promised. She smiled, leaning in to kiss my cheek before taking her spot beside Macy.
"You ready for this, Countess?"
Swiss murmured, yanking me in close, foregoing the traditional stance. I smiled up at him. "Yeah, I'm ready." And just like that, in the home that Swiss had bought for us, the home that was fairy tale perfect, we got married. It would be the home we grew old in. I knew that in my every fiber. And 5 weeks after our wedding, it was the home that we created our son in. Life was good. I was not gone, girl. I was home. Forever. Epilogue. 2 years later. Kate. Preston died on the same day I gave birth to our son. Seriously, he hung himself in his closet. He was there for days before the police found him, only because the gardener called them, not because anyone missed him. There was no one left in his life to miss him. His parents had disowned him. Not something I'd ever expected them to do in a million years. He was their only son, their golden boy. I believed that they never knew about the abuse, never saw the signs because they were blinded by a parent's love. But I also figured that love would blind them from the truth, would warp it in a way to make them be able to live with what their son was. I expected them to hate me. I expected to mourn the loss of the only parents I'd ever had. But one day, not long after our wedding day, I had a visitor. Violet was working at the cafe. Apparently, Julian had vetted her and was impressed enough with her skills to let her work the coffee machine. Violet had never had a job in her life, something I'd gently fought with Preston about. But he wouldn't dream of his daughter working. And I thought the romance of it might wear off quickly once the reality of the long days set in. But it didn't. Violet loved working. She came home with bright eyes and messy hair, wired from it all. Swiss was also out, on a run. I missed him already, even though he'd only been gone one night. Having the house to myself was a treat, too, though. Because it was mine. Because I was still puttering away with the garden, moving things here and there as we settled. I was also going through the graphics Violet made for the restaurant, which were perfect. She had true talent. So my mind was on about a million things when I opened the door, expecting a UPS guy delivering one of the many online purchases I'd made. But no, it was Sally. In a Chanel suit, clutching her purse and staring at me with tears in her eyes the second I opened the door. Those same eyes widened as she took in my sweatpants and tank, my messy hair and bare face. In the time she'd known me, my mother-in-law had never seen me without an appropriate outfit on and hair and makeup done. Though I supposed she wasn't my mother-in-law anymore. I waited for her eyes to sharpen with judgment, with malice. But instead, they softened, still filled with tears. "Honey, you look beautiful," she cried, pulling me into her arms. I relaxed into the embrace, both out of shock and on instinct. I melted into the familiar smell of Chanel, her slight, delicate frame. She didn't release me for a long time, and once she did, I finally found my words. "How did you know I was here?" "Violet." She cleared her throat and daintily wiped her eyes. "She sent me a letter." I shook my head. Violet still believed in letters. "Of course she did," I muttered. I folded my arms, leaning against the door jamb. I sighed. "What did the letter say?" I wasn't surprised that my daughter had tried to bring her grandmother here. She adored both of her grandparents, so I knew she wouldn't be able to cut them off. But she'd also always be firmly on my side. And she had been ruminating on that enough to send a letter, telling her grandmother where to find me. "Everything," Sally choked out. "She told me everything." I sucked in a breath. "Well, I guess you'd better come in for some tea." "Vodka would be better, darling," Sally corrected, making her way inside. So that's how my ex-mother-in-law and I ended up sitting in my kitchen, sipping vodka at 1 p.m. She'd been silent as I got the glasses, the ice, while I poured them. I'd stolen a few glances at her as she wandered around, taking in the space. It was nothing like the home she helped me decorate. I pushed a glass over to her, wary of what was to come. Violet had told her everything, and that had pushed her to come here. But to what end, I didn't know. Sally took the glass and raised it to me, face melancholy. "To your nuptials," she murmured, nodding to my left hand. I glanced down at the ring I was going to wear for the rest of my life. "Sally," I began, unable to find the words. "Violet said you're happy," she cut in, "and seeing you here in this lovely home, one that feels like a home, I tend to agree with her. I also feel as if I've never seen you happy. So we're toasting to that, to your happiness." Unable to argue with her, I raised my glass, taking a long sip. Sally did the same. The silence between us was thick. I didn't say anything. She came here with a purpose, so I let her steer the ship. "Will you forgive me?" Her voice shook as she set down her glass. "Forgive you?" I questioned. "For what?" "For not seeing," she replied, voice breaking. "For not noticing what he was doing to you for years. For raising a son who could do that." I blinked at her. I hadn't known what to expect from Sally. She was not a cruel person, did not have a mean bone in her body. She had never treated me with anything but kindness. But she was also a mother. I understood she needed her son to be the hero. No one wanted to believe their child was a monster. "I don't blame you, either of you," I told her honestly. "I could never blame you. I love both you and Frank." "We love you too, honey," she replied through tears. "Which is why we are here, why we will never speak to Preston again." "But he's your son," I gasped, unable to process what that meant, that she was saying that. "He is." She looked down in shame. "In nothing but name now, though. I will have nothing to do with him. His father will have nothing to do with him." She reached over to squeeze my hand. "You are my daughter, darling, if not by name or blood, in every other way. You and Violet are everything to me, to both of us." She looked around the house. I know you've got a new family now, a new life, but we'd love to find a way to fit into it. If you'll have us." "Of course I'll have you," I said without hesitation, pulling her into my arms. We both cried for a long time. She stayed with us for a couple of days, meeting Swiss and the rest of the club. I knew the biker lifestyle made her figuratively clutch her pearls on instinct, but she did not pass judgment, not even a little. She made an effort to get to know Swiss, to speak to everyone. Shit, she even had a beer, something I'd never seen her drink. And on Christmas, her and Frank were at our table, along with Swiss's parents, who I'd gently urged him to invite. They were not as at ease as my former in-laws, who had somehow taken to my new lifestyle after the sticker shock wore off. They kept looking at their son like he was a stranger, which I guessed he was to them. They mostly kept to themselves but made an effort to speak to me and Violet. I knew that this was not the life they'd wanted for their son, but I also prayed they'd accept him, especially now that he was happy. It was not something that would happen overnight. But they were family. We were all a family, and that's what mattered. That's what Preston had lost, in addition to his money, his position at the bank, and all of his friends. He obviously wasn't strong enough to face the reality of that, wasn't brave enough to try to change into a good person, something I didn't think was possible. So he hung himself. It might have been sad if he wasn't such a piece of shit. It was sad watching my daughter battle with the emotions that came with the news. She tried to be tough, acting like she didn't care. I could tell that she was trying to protect me from her pain. She was trying to protect herself from it by hating him. I had tried to reach out to her, to give her the space to feel grief and sorrow. But I'd just given birth to a baby boy who demanded a lot of my attention. I was sleep-deprived, hormonal, and trying to battle with the satisfaction I felt in knowing that Preston was dead. Not that Swiss didn't help. Heck, I was lucky to change a diaper, so I did have time I utilized trying to help my daughter. But she'd put up a wall, hiding behind that wall with smiles, with snuggles with her new brother, with cleaning the house, with working at Julian's, with school and travel. So I had to trust in her, had to trust she'd come to me when she needed me, or Swiss, or Macy, Freya, Caroline, any of the people who had adopted her into the family without hesitation, the family that Violet adored and fit into effortlessly, the people who would have her back no matter what. I opened Violet's, my restaurant, when I was 3 months pregnant, working right up to my due date. It was safe to say that Swiss was a hot fucking mess that entire time. It was also safe to say we had a lot of heated arguments about me working in a restaurant kitchen while pregnant. I was trying very hard to be sensitive to his past, to his trauma, but I also couldn't lie in bed with my feet up for months. I couldn't let someone else cook at my restaurant, not until I trained them and felt fully confident in their skills. I guessed I was like Julian that way. It was a constant source of tension between us, and I didn't drive myself anywhere after 6 months. Swiss sat at the bar, nursing the same beer, glowering at everyone each night. And if he felt like it was too late, he shut the place down. He shut my fucking restaurant down. Even though I'd yelled at him about scaring off patrons, his presence actually had the opposite effect. Word got out about the ultra-hot biker sitting at the bar, and we did even more business, which in turn had us operating later, which in turn had him shutting the bar down. A vicious cycle I found endlessly amusing. Swiss did not. Nor did he find it amusing when I didn't tell him my water broke until my contractions were 7 minutes apart. Yeah, there had been a lot of yelling on the fast but careful drive to the hospital. Fortunately, I'd benefited from the experiences of the old ladies who came before me and who had forewarned me that men could get hysterical and dramatic over labor. Declan Carter was born without incident, with 10 fingers and 10 toes. His father held him for hours, just staring at him, just holding his tiny hand. During the first week of his life, Declan barely slept or existed anywhere but his father's arms. And it filled my heart. Swiss, as I had imagined, was a wonderful father. He was gentle, patient, and adoring. He barely let me lift a finger and took over all of the house and parenting duties. I'd selfishly feared a change in our relationship with the arrival of a baby. Yes, things changed, but for the better. We worked as a team, we communicated, we injected even more love into our house. And his sexual appetite for me had not dulled, not even a little. He damn near ripped my clothes to shreds exactly 6 weeks after I gave birth. 6 weeks to the hour. Declan was with Hanson and Macy for the entire day. And that was only because we were both so in love with him we could not be away from him for longer than that. And luckily he'd sleep-trained like a dream and slept through anything because we didn't stop after he came home. For a while, for a long time, I lived with bated breath, expecting, waiting for that other shoe to drop. I braced myself for impact, for it all to crumble. Swiss noticed that. Not a shock since he noticed everything about me. But he didn't push, didn't acknowledge it. He just proved to me every day that the other shoe wasn't going to drop. There would be no impact, no crumbling. Sure, there were speed bumps with the club, dangers lurking in every corner, a new police chief promising not to be as amiable as the last. There were things to be concerned about, but nothing to scare me, not truly. Things were going well, beyond well. Except there had been a series of murders in and around the area. Murders of young women who were not at all connected to the club. Naturally, all of the men were on high alert, even more protective than normal, which was pretty fucking protective. Not that I minded. It meant I got to see more of my husband. Whenever I worked late at the restaurant, he was there. Normally he was there anyway. But when he wasn't, there was a prospect to drive behind me. Now there were no prospects, just my husband. And he made a habit of fucking me in the kitchen after everyone had gone home. So I didn't hate it. Declan was growing like a freaking weed. He was just like his father, full of mischief and energy and already a little badass. It was his first birthday, so we'd planned a party. Anything, large or small, was reason for a party, which I loved. I adored that our garden was full of bikers and their children, jumping in and out of the pool. That laughter, music, and children's voices filtered through the desert. I didn't expect anything unusual when I walked into my kitchen. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but I was not. Eldon and my daughter were in my kitchen, too close to one another for it to be anything casual. Intensely, intimately close to one another. They weren't making out or anything, but by that point I was an expert in the romantic body language of the alpha male biker variety. He had his palm flat on the wall beside her. His body was not touching hers, but his cut was brushing against the white sundress she was wearing. His mouth was inches from hers. The second I walked in, his spidey senses went off, and he took 2 very large steps backward. Violet's cheeks were flushed red, and her chest was rising and falling visibly. Her wide eyes found me. I looked to Eldon, who was the picture of badass cold calculation. "Tell me I did not just see what I think I saw," I said slowly. "Mom," I held my finger up to silence Violet, all of my focus on Eldon. Despite me being a part of the club for over 2 years now, he was the one who still remained a mystery. Distant, aloof, and cold. I'd even forged a connection with Hades, for goodness sakes. But not this tall, bearded man who was my age and kept mostly to himself. "You know, if I tell my husband what I just saw, things are not going to go well. I'm going to get blood on my floor," I said to him. "And I don't want to have to mop it up. I've got a baby. I have enough to worry about, you know." "Mom," Violet tried again. I held my finger up once more. "I'm going to forget I saw all of this." I waved my hand between my daughter and the biker who was at the least 15 years her senior. "Because I don't want my husband killing his brother today, and also because I don't want to have to mop up blood. Then again, Swiss isn't exactly one to force household duties on me, so he'd probably mop it up," I mused. Eldon was still silent. I narrowed my eyes at him. And I know I'm married to kind of a depraved badass who has somewhat of a reputation, but when it comes to her, I pointed my finger at Violet, I can get pretty fucking depraved, buddy, so just remember that. I turned my attention to Violet, who was standing there looking sufficiently horrified. "We are going to speak in my closet." I pointed in that direction. "Now." Violet looked to Eldon, then back at me before stalking in the direction of the closet. "You are going to go outside and share a beer with your brother," I informed Eldon in a stern tone. "The one who considers Violet a daughter. The one who would do anything to protect her." I leaned closer to him, pinning him with my stare. The one who trusted his brothers to protect her too, to not lay a hand on her. Before he could say any kind of badass declaration that would turn this into a whole other thing, I walked in the direction of my daughter. Violet was pacing in the closet by the time I got there. "You need to explain," I said, closing the door, "right now." She stopped pacing. Her eyes were red, cheeks still flushed. "I love him, Mom." I shook my head. There was a lot of things I expected her to say, but that wasn't one of them. Violet had been on somewhat of a wild kick lately. I hadn't been hard on her on account of her losing her father after finding out he abused her mother her entire life. Growing into an adult was hard enough without that bullshit. I'd been caught up with opening the restaurant, with being pregnant, with a baby, with Swiss, with my new life. But never, not once, had Violet not been on my mind. I thought about her constantly. I had long talks with Swiss about her. We were both quietly worried about her. I knew that he likely had her under some kind of surveillance connected to the club. Something Violet would have been furious about if she knew, but something I was happy about. It gave me comfort. But I never thought she was having a relationship with one of the men in the club, let alone one who was old enough to be her father, one who gave me the chills. And apparently, my daughter was not finished shocking the shit out of me. "And I'm pregnant," she choked out. There it was. Proof that although I may have gotten my happily ever after, my daughter was just beginning her story. This concludes Wretched Love by Anne Malcom, narrated by Carolyn Eve and Leon Nixon. Copyright 2022 by Anne Malcom. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Anne Malcom, care of 2 Daisy Media, LLC, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media, Incorporated. a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.